Order, please. Before we begin with the daily routine, I would like to make another speaker's ruling, and it's clarification on content of statements by members. Yesterday, I ruled it out of order for a matter on the order paper, such as the estimates or a bill, to be the subject of statements by members. Some members of the official opposition were of the view that my ruling reflected a change of practice and asked for a clarification. Statements by members were inaugurated when this House enacted Rule 29A in October 2014. The text of the rule is quite minimal. Speaker Murphy issued a speaker's statement setting out the guidelines that would apply during statements by members, which reflected the practice of the House of Commons, on whose practice we have modeled our own. Speaker Murphy stated, and I quote, that a statement should not be used to debate any legislation or resolution currently before the House. And you can see that in Hansard, October 20th, 2014 at page 1154. The prohibition on making statements about legislation and resolutions already before the House is not a new practice. It has been in effect since the beginning of member statements in this House. It's been upheld many times in the past. See the rulings of Speaker Murphy on November 5th, 2014, March 27th, 2015, April 22nd, 2015, May 17th, 2016, February 17th, 2017, and April 11th, 2018. The prohibition was also stated in the guidelines I circulated to members on November 2nd, 2021, in connection with the ruling I delivered the same day concerning the content of statements by members. And copies of the guidelines have been recirculated to the members in their mail slots outside the chamber. So we'll begin with the daily routine. Presenting and reading petitions. Presenting reports of committees. Tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, in my capacity as Attorney General of the Province of Nova Scotia, I hereby beg leave to table the Nova Scotia Civil Procedure Rules Amendments, Rule number 31.
The report is tabled. The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture, I hereby table and grant permission to table the 2021-2022 annual report of the Nova Scotia Fisheries and Aquaculture Loan Board.
The report is tabled. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, in my capacity as the Attorney General of Nova Scotia, I hereby beg leave to table the Nova Scotia Civil Procedure Rules Amendment, Rule number 91, please.
The report is tabled. The Honourable Member for Halifax Atlantic on an introduction.
Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to make an introduction. In the West Gallery, we have fans here, but I want to introduce someone in particular. That would be Tommy Arnold, or Thomas Arnold, from Herring Cove, who's the Vice President of fans, and I just wanted to, in particular, I know the whole group is going to be introduced, but I'd like to introduce him as someone I grew up with and a good friend, so it's good to see you here today, Tommy.
Statements by, Honourable Member for Halifax Shabukto.
Could I also make a word of introduction?
Please do.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like for the House to welcome this morning Jessica Duffney, who is here with us in the West Gallery. Jessica, if you can maybe raise your hand. Jessica is a third-year political science student at Dalhousie who's taking part in an internship program in the constituency office for Halifax Shabukto, an internship program which is singular in that it has been organized by the students of the Political Science Society at Dal themselves. This is Jessica's first visit to the Nova Scotia Legislature. With her is the caucus coordinator, the constituency office coordinator for Halifax Shabukto, Tessa Peklis, and I'd ask the House to welcome them both this morning.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on an introduction.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure the government will make an introduction as well, but I do want to recognize Cassidy Megan, founder of Purple Day, Angela McCarthy, a proud mother of Cassidy, Scott Ferguson, the interim executive director of Epilepsy Maritimes, and Jordan Toomey, Purple Day coordinator. We did a statement yesterday in recognition of the great work they're doing, but I also want to tell the House, in case they're not aware, that Cassie's actually going to be flying to Florida in a few hours, where she will open up Purple Day at Disney World. Epcot is going to be lit up in purple, Mr. Speaker, which I think is something very exciting and something that we're all very proud of. Congratulations on the great work, Cassidy. Keep it up.
Statements by ministers. Government notices of motion. The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whereas government is conducting a review of Nova Scotia's aquaculture regulations, so they will support low-impact sustainable growth in this important industry. And whereas we called on the Aquaculture Regulatory Advisory Committee to consult extensively with the industry, stakeholders, the public, and Mi'kmaq to make recommendations to government. And whereas their work shows that our existing regulations are a good foundation to build on, their recommendations will guide us in making improvements. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House join me in thanking the committee and everyone who participated for sharing their insight to help us with this important work for a healthy and sustainable aquaculture industry here in Nova Scotia. Mr. Speaker, I ask request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for a waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please indicate aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. Introduction of bills. The Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
By all means, please.
Thank you. In the gallery today with us, we have joining members of ADVANS and, of course, the Executive Director, who is no stranger to this House, former municipal councillor, MLA and Minister, now Executive Director of ADVANS, Mr. Barry Barnett. Please stand, Barry. Joining Barry, we have Paul Smith, Tom Arnold, Jen McIsaac, and Eric Rideout, and I'd like to thank them for being so instrumental in this bill that I'm about to table in the House, for all their support, and to please stand and receive the warm welcome of the House.
Indeed, we welcome all visitors to the House, and we hope you enjoy your stay with us. The Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled the Road Trails Act. An act respecting the operation of off-highway vehicles on designated highways.
There you go.
The Honourable Minister of Public Works begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting the Operation of Off-Highway Vehicles on Designated Highways.
Bill 273, an act respecting the operation of off-highway vehicles on designated highways.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. The Honourable Minister of Mental Health and Addictions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Continue the Corporation Known as the Catholic Cemetery Company.
The Honourable Minister of Mental Health and Addictions begs leave to introduce a bill, an act to continue the corporation known as the Catholic Cemetery Company.
Bill 274, an act to continue the corporation known as the Catholic Cemetery Company.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. One more? Oh, sorry. The Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to table a bill called an Act to amend Chapter 217 of the Revised Statutes of 1989, the Income Tax Act, respecting the basic personal exemption, basic personal amount. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland North begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 217 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Income Tax Act, respecting the basic personal amount.
Bill 275, an act to amend Chapter 217 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Income Tax Act, respecting the basic personal amount.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 27 of the Acts of 2000, the Employment Support and Income Assistance Act, which would index income supports to inflation. Thank you.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 27 of the Acts of 2000, the Employment Support and Income Assistance Act.
Bill 276, an act to amend Chapter 27 of the Acts of 2000, the Employment Support and Income Assistance Act.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. Notices of motion. Statements by members. The Honourable Member for Colchester, Musquedominant Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I read my member statement, I'd like to recognize Cerebral Palsy Awareness Day. I beg leave to make an introduction, please.
Yes, by all means, please.
Visiting us today in the gallery, the Speaker's Gallery, is Kiera Lucas. Kiera is a very passionate advocate for people with disabilities, including those with cerebral palsy, like herself. She is a motivated speaker, an accessibility consultant, and writes a travelogue called Kiera's Accessible Adventures. And that helps people with disabilities navigate local, national, and international travel. She is a member of the Club Inclusive and helped design, create, and deliver its Mentors for Mental Health program. She currently volunteers with the Nova Scotia Museum Accessibility Committee to help make museums more accessible across the province. I ask her to now accept the warm welcome of the House.
Indeed, we'd like to welcome you here this morning as well. The Honourable Member for Colchester, Musquedominant Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in recognition of National Cerebral Palsy Awareness Day, which is tomorrow, March the 25th. Approximately 1 in 500 Canadians live with cerebral palsy, a neurological condition affecting muscle tone, movement, and balance. This year alone, nearly 10,000 Canadians will be diagnosed with cerebral palsy. There are a large number of misconceptions surrounding cerebral palsy. This day presents an opportunity for discussions and self-education about the condition. Despite the challenges they face, Nova Scotians with cerebral palsy contribute to our communities in many ways. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask that all members of the House join me in observing Cerebral Palsy Awareness Day and encouraging Nova Scotians to learn more about this condition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to express my sincere condolences to the loved ones, communities, and colleagues of Constable Travis Jordan and Constable Brett Ryan, who were killed in the line of duty last week in Edmonton. Constable Jordan grew up in Kings County and made a great impact on the people in the community there. The MLA for Kings South, Keith Irving, the MLA for Kings South paid respects to these officers earlier this week. The funeral for Constable Ryan and Constable Jordan will take place on Monday, and I want to reiterate our condolences to all those mourning this loss. To his family and friends, I want to send our deepest sympathies as you continue to navigate an unimaginable situation. I want to recognize Constable Jordan and Constable Ryan, along with other law enforcement officers, for their continued bravery and sacrifice in keeping communities safe. Their commitment to serving us cannot be overstated, Mr. Speaker. To echo the member for King South's message to all those impacted by this event, you're not alone. This event was senseless and nothing short of tragic. The caucus and I and our sympathies will continue to be there for all those coping with this loss, and please know that Nova Scotia stands with you. Thank you.
Again, I know the member corrected himself, but please be careful of the use of proper names in your statements. The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I make an introduction?
Please do.
Thank you. I'd like to draw the members' attention to the West Gallery, where today we have two residents of Dartmouth North, Ari Fujita and Dr. Emily McEwen. Emily is the founder and owner-president of Braden Press, which is a Gaelic press in Nova Scotia, and I'm going to do a member statement about Braden and Emily. So I ask the House to join me in welcoming our guests.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Mr. Speaker, when people think about Gaelic culture in Nova Scotia, they likely think of Antigonish or Cape Breton. But I'm here to tell you that they should also think about Dartmouth North. Braden Press, a Scottish Gaelic publishing company, was founded by Dartmouth North resident Dr. Emily McEwen in 2016. Braden is proud to carry on Nova Scotia's 185-year-old Gaelic publishing tradition. The first Gaelic book was published in Nova Scotia in 1836. In January, Braden celebrated 7 years in business, and Emily traveled to Scotland for Braden's first in-person trade show in Glasgow. Braden's books include children and young adult titles, graphic novels, books of poetry and academic essays, several Gaelic tattoo handbooks, audiobooks, and even a Scottish Gaelic coloring book. Braden and Emily garnered national media coverage, including on CBC's As It Happens and in the Globe and Mail, for Auna Ruag, the Gaelic translation of Anne of Green Gables. I ask the House to join me in extending Mial Doneach, or congratulations, to Emily and Braden Press on their role in keeping the Gaelic publishing tradition alive in Nova Scotia. Thank you.
We'll have to ask the honourable member from Inverness if you said that right or not. You passed the test.
I do get
The honourable member for Lunenburg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I read my member's statement to recognize Purple Day, I beg leave to make a reintroduction.
Yes, by all means, please do.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Visiting us today, as noted, are members of the Epilepsy Association of the Maritimes, including Megan Kennedy, Angela McCarthy, Scott Ferguson, and Jordan Tomey. But it is my distinct honor to welcome Cassidy Megan, who founded Purple Day when she was a little girl, just 8 years old. And now headed to Disney, so I'm super, super jealous. Not that this isn't a magical place here. Purple Day is now acknowledged in almost 100 countries. Cassidy Megan, a global influencer, and I ask you, if you would, again to rise and receive the warm welcome of the House.
The honourable member for Lunenburg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to celebrate March 26th as Purple Day, which was created to bring awareness and dispel myths about epilepsy. Purple Day was created in 2008 by Nova Scotia's Cassidy Megan, and 15 years later has participants in 85 countries around the world. Epilepsy is a disease that impacts approximately 50 million worldwide. And Purple Day is an opportunity to increase education to help destigmatize this neurological condition. When we feel more comfortable talking about epilepsy, it allows us to be better advocates for those living with it. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all members of this legislature join me in congratulating Cassidy Megan for bringing awareness to epilepsy and encouraging people around the world to join in this important discussion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I just wanted to rise and thank the members of the Northwood Residents Council, which is obviously a group of residents at the Northwood facility in my riding of Bedford South. I was invited there a couple of weeks ago to speak with the residents, and it gave me a great opportunity to hear from them, to hear their ideas, their challenges, their issues that they face, and their opportunities. And they're wonderful members of the community we have in our riding. They're very engaged and motivated in politics and in issues, and they're very kind to me, which is always nice. So it was a wonderful visit. I'm sure I'll be back there again soon. So today I just wanted to thank the members of the Residents Council and the staff who always give me a warm welcome and give me a chance to speak with people face to face, which is wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the passing of Peggy Prowse, a lifelong advocate and the first female candidate for the Nova Scotia New Democrats in the 1963 election. Peggy dedicated many years of her life to the NDP provincially and federally. She served on the executive of the provincial party as secretary, and in true NDP style and in her own signature scrappy and enthusiastic style, she ran the provincial office from the basement of her home. In 1967, she was elected to the NDP National Council, where she became the first woman from the Atlantic provinces and the second woman overall to serve as vice president of the federal party. Peggy also served in many cooperative roles and was a leader in the cooperative movement, and even in her retirement continued to give time to volunteering, including leading tours at the Nova Scotia Natural History Museum. Please join me in honouring Peggy Prowse for her fierce dedication to activism and democracy in Nova Scotia.
The honourable member for Colchester North.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak. Today I rise to speak about Elmer McKinnon, a longtime family friend who has made significant contributions to our community as a volunteer and a musician throughout his life. Mr. Speaker, when Elmer grew up, his family did not have much money, so we learned how to play the guitar and began to play at dances in Portapic at the age of 16 to earn money. He continued to play until the early 2000s. Elmer's love of music led to his supporting the Central Colchester Junior High Band Auxiliary for several years, supporting youth getting involved in music. Mr. Speaker, in the early 1970s, when the youth of this area had no indoor ice rink, Elmer was the founder of the West Colchester United Arena. He remained a board member and treasurer for many years. The rink still provides enjoyment to thousands in West Colchester community. As well, Elmer and his wife Ethel were instrumental in starting the Lower Oslo Community Centre, with Elmer organizing weekly fundraising open mic events. Elmer has also been a member of the North Star Masonic Lodge for 64 years and is an active member of the Trinity United Church. Elmer was also a 23-year member of the Colchester Co-op Board and was elected director of the Co-op Atlantic Board for 9 years. Mr. Speaker, I ask all members of this legislature to join me in thanking Elmer for his many years of volunteering for his community. Thank you.
The honourable member for Annapolis.
Mr. Speaker, one of the personal highlights of my time as MLA so far was having the honour of presenting constituents with the Queen Elizabeth II Platinum Jubilee Medal. This medal recognizes exceptional Nova Scotians who make our communities even better places to live, work, and play. One of these constituents who I had the pleasure of presenting the medal to was Chris Bishop. For nearly 4 decades, Chris was a committed member of the Annapolis County Ground Search and Rescue Team, including terms as president and vice president. He was involved in hundreds of searches in Annapolis County and throughout the province. And when I presented Chris his medal, apparently I was fishing when I was younger with his son Mike, I disappeared into a hole for a number of minutes, and Chris found me, so he saved my life potentially. He saved other lives, and I invite all members of the House of Assembly to join me in congratulating Chris Bishop on receiving the Nova Scotia Platinum Jubilee Medal. Thank you.
The honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Mr. Speaker, the queer community in Canada is unique and special in that we have Indigenous folks across Turtle Island reclaiming long-held traditions and beliefs about gender, gender identity, and gender expression that fall outside the colonial binaries of male and female. This is called the Two-Spirit identity. March 20th was Nova Scotia's first Two-Spirit and Indigenous LGBTQIA+ celebration and awareness day, organized by the amazing Wabanaki Two-Spirit Alliance. This day will pay tribute to Two-Spirit folks in our communities every year and their resilience in reclaiming this identity, which has long been opposed by various colonial institutions. Mr. Speaker, I ask my colleagues in the House to join me in celebrating Two-Spirit and Indigenous LGBTQIA+ celebration and awareness day, and thanking John Silboy, Executive Director, and the Wabanaki Two-Spirit Alliance for always uplifting and advocating for this community.
The honourable member for Eastern Passage.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the 15 recipients of the Queen's Platinum Jubilee Medal in the Eastern Passage constituency, which includes South Woodside, Shearwater, Eastern Passage, and Cow Bay. Each of these recipients has shown exemplary community service efforts. George Anthus, Leslie Chambers, Kenneth Evans, Thomas Harms, Logan Harvey, Hazel Joyce, Cindy Morash, Eva Noggle, Mandy Raftis, Angela Riley, Daniel Searle, Kathy Silver, Dominique Surratt-Lombard, Wendy Smith, and Nada Tulane. They are all very deserving of this special recognition. Each and every one is appreciated equally for all that they do for the betterment of our community and our province. I ask all members of the Nova Scotia Legislature to join me in recognizing this outstanding, wonderful group for their dedication and unmatched work ethic of giving back to our community. We recognize you for all that you do and the inspiration you are to others. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Timberlea Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have another young athlete to recognize today. Hadley Frittenberg of Timberlea was selected to the women's national para-ice hockey team. Hadley was the only Nova Scotian selected for the team. Hadley was born with a condition that causes her joints to curve, resulting in muscle shortness and the inability to flex and extend her legs. Her pencil-thin angles meant she was never able to play any sports until she was introduced to para-hockey several years ago. Since her introduction to the sport, Hadley has dedicated herself to para-hockey from grassroots development to playing at an elite level of competition on Canada's national stage. I'd like the members of the House of Assembly to join me in congratulating Hadley on her success, her determination, her positive attitude, and her self-discipline to achieve this opportunity and level of success. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax Chiboucto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This weekend marks the conclusion of a significant chapter in the West End of Halifax with the upcoming closing on the 26th of Local Joe Cafe. Local Joe has been an important part of the Halifax Chiboucto landscape for pretty nearly 20 years. The NDP launched our provincial campaign there in 2017. The wonderful bookstore outside the lines, which was on Quinpool Road for many years, used to hold their book launches at Local Joe, and I remember them as warm and word-filled occasions. So many people have so many friendly memories of hours of thoughtful conversations at the cafe on the corner of Oxford and Liverpool, and it's out of all of those warm memories that we wish all the very best to the staff who have made Local Joe such a great gathering location. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Antigonish.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize CJFX XFM on their 80th birthday. On March 25th, 1943, CJFX first went on the air as an AM station. The station devoted much of its programming to adult education, produced primarily by volunteers, showcasing study clubs and promoting local talent and culture. In 2003, CJFX changed its on-air branding to 98.9 XFM. XFM is broadcast through northeastern Nova Scotia, including Inverness, Richmond, Pictou, and Guysborough counties, as well as Antigonish. And some of my fondest memories are driving over Hunter's Mountain, listening to Scottish strings as a child. Under the direction of General Manager Kenny Farrell, staff of XFM are champions for local organizations and businesses. In 2019, XFM was awarded the Ian Spencer Excellence in Business Award from the Antigonish Chamber of Commerce, and in 2020, Pictou County Chamber of Commerce presented them with the Community Recognition Award. XFM proudly brings quality information and entertainment programming to listeners throughout northeastern Nova Scotia. I ask all members of the House to congratulate XFM on 80 years, and I wish them continued success. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise my place to recognize Nelson Rolls, who the community lost recently. Nelson was a pure gentleman, and he dedicated his life to not only serving his community but supporting youth and supporting his neighborhood. He grew up originally in Whitney Pier, moved to Ontario, and came back to Sydney and met the love of his life, Rose. So many people would know Nelson for a lot of the community work that he did in his community of Howie Centre, building playgrounds for kids and coaching Little League and doing whatever he could to support youth. But many would also know him as he was a proud member of the Howie Centre Volunteer Fire Department for 35 years, where he served as chief for 18 years of it. So to Rose and to the family, I rise in my place to recognize Nelson for his amazing contributions to his community and to personally how well he was to me. So thank you for this opportunity, Mr. Speaker. And again, I rise to recognize a really great man that our community lost.
The honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to remember the Black Loyalist Exodus. January 15th was the 231st anniversary of the 15 ships departing the harbor of Halifax in 1792, and that the conditions and causes that led the exodus of 1,196 self-liberated Black Loyalists were conditions of abject institutionalized racism, and that this departure took place at the height of the transatlantic slave trade, one of the cruelest chapters in the history of humanity. People of African descent have been a product of Canadian society since the early 1600s, and that their enslavement occurred on this land for centuries. And the Black Loyalist departure is linked to the failure of institutional, political, and societal will to fulfill the promises that were made to the communities that left for Sierra Leone. On March 10th, 1792, the settlers reached the shores of Sierra Leone. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognize the ongoing significance of the UN Decade of African Descent and the importance of recognizing the history of Black Loyalists in Nova Scotia and how all communities in Nova Scotia continue to be affected by this history.
The honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member from Halifax Needham for that member statement. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to encourage my colleagues and all Nova Scotians to embrace opportunities to increase collaboration with our neighbouring maritime provinces. We all know the Maritimes are rich in history, diverse in culture, and have all the components needed for a wealthy, robust region. I believe now is the time for our maritime provinces to start working together more effectively, remove interprovincial barriers, capitalize on the economic viability of our region, and take back our regional political strength. We need to remove interprovincial rules and regulations that inhibit natural trade and movement of people and form a united force that will result in the strengthening of our maritime region on all issues, but most importantly, health and economic. If we work together to share our valuable resources, then we will be stronger. A stronger future is in the hands and the hearts of all people as we work together as a region. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Chester St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I never do this, but today I would like to talk about my son, Logan Barkos. Logan has won the opportunity to play and be one of Nova Scotia's representatives at the Face-to-Face Tour Ottawa by winning a qualifier ticket in Magic at Lancelot Game Store in Blockhouse. I've taught all three of my children to be proud, respectful, independent, and hardworking. I have to say, Mr. Speaker, all three show those positive attributes every day. Mr. Speaker, I ask the host to join me in wishing Logan good luck this weekend in Ottawa at the Face-to-Face Tour. I just want to say good luck, Logie. Bring it home to Nova Scotia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take a moment to recognize a familiar face to a lot of us. After 31 years of working events at the Scotiabank Metro Centre, Kevin Prime has retired. Kevin's smile, friendly attitude, and knowledge will be missed. The Metro Centre will not be the same without you, Kevin. Enjoy your well-deserved retirement.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Mr. Speaker, since we all gathered last, I've had the opportunity to visit several food banks. The people who work and volunteer at the food banks in our communities do tremendous work to provide groceries to clients. There was a disturbing theme that emerged from my conversations. Each food bank, when they opened, only expected to be there for 6 months to a year. They didn't expect 40 or 50 years later to remain in business. Every food bank has seen a doubling of its clients. They have witnessed donors and volunteers become clients. And I've heard that they do not want to be in business, but are forced to because people do not have enough to eat. I heard from so many that if they can only alleviate the pressure of someone being able to pay bills and buy medication by providing groceries, they've done their job. Mr. Speaker, they've told me they await the day that everyone has enough money to live so they can close their doors. Thank you.
The honourable member for Digby Annapolis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is with great sadness that I stand today here to recognize the life of Mr. Graham Neil Dalton, who passed away on February 17th of 2023. Graham completed his secondary education at Acadia University with a BA in geology, followed by a BEd, in order to stay close to the love of his life, Diana. Graham had a career of 32 years as an educator, teaching junior high science, math, and industrial arts at Clark Rutherford and Annapolis Royal Academy. Graham was active in both Scouts Canada and the Royal Canadian Army Cadets, earning the rank of Master Cadet. His summers were spent on the range with the cadet rifle team, where he rose to be top ranksman. His passion led him to later become an instructor for Sea Cadets and CFB Cornwallis as a range officer. In his retirement years, all his skills accumulated into the creation of a masterpiece barn derived from his own design, lumber, and construction. He also spent much time on the range or in the woods with his tools. He lived a rich life full of many passions. Mr. Speaker, let us recognize the great life of Graham Dalton. I would like to send my deepest sympathies to Graham's family. He will be missed by all who knew him and was a true asset to the community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Preston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House today to acknowledge Opus Cafe. Owners are Debbie and Glenn Higgins. The Opus Cafe is a community space that provides old-fashioned, all-day breakfast and catering. They're seasoned with more than 10 years' experience in catering, and their goal is to afford their customers with the best food and customer service through old-fashioned approach. The Opus Cafe catering is one of its kind and is located in the Kinney Place, which is formerly known as the Nova Scotia Coloured Home for Children, within the community. And I want to say I've known Debbie my entire life, and it is because of her spirit, her passion, and her commitment to community that it makes the Opus Cafe so welcoming. So I'd ask the host to recognize the hard work of the Opus Cafe.
The honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Canadian Press reporter and Dartmouth South constituent Michael Tutton, who late last year received the Nova Scotia Human Rights Award for his journalism. Michael has been reporting on issues affecting people with disabilities since 2009, when he broke a story of abuse and neglect in large facilities around the province. Since then, he has brought numerous stories and issues that affect the community to light, many of which stem from a lack of adequate housing or investment in the lives of people living with disabilities. Michael's work informs the work we do in this House to create policies that respect humanity and do not only consider the bottom line. Please join me in honoring Michael Tutton for his contributions towards attaining a just, equitable, and inclusive society in Nova Scotia, and to congratulate him on this well-deserved award.
The honourable member for Lunenburg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today with the very happy purpose of wishing my special advisor, the pride of Amherst, Mitch Maltby, a very happy birthday. It's hard to believe I've only known this guy for a year and a half. Unlike many of my colleagues, Mr. Speaker, I did not come into this very privileged position with a suggestion for someone to fill this critical role. To be honest, I'm not sure I entirely understood how vitally important it is, but I will be forever grateful to James Michener for pairing us together. It's a great match with shared political sensibilities, work ethic, and sense of humor. Anyone in this house would be lucky to road trip with us. We are hilarious, if I do say so myself. Mitch, my colleague and now friend, happy birthday. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax-Armdale.
Mr. Speaker, today I would like to recognize Euro Pizza. For decades, they have been delivering fresh, baked slice of pizza for residents of Halifax-Armdale and beyond. Always doing so with a smile and even some occasional life advice. Euro Pizza might be best known for their famous tzatziki sauce, which is made from family recipe that has been passed down for generations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Melvin Farms as the recipient of the 2023 Horticultural Association of Nova Scotia's RBC Innovator Award. This annual award recognizes those who have made an outstanding and innovative contribution to the agricultural industry. Melvin Farms is a sixth-generation family-owned farm located in Canning, specializing in the production of fresh vegetables for the Atlantic Canadian market. President and co-owner Richard Melvin has always led in innovative efforts. In 1983, he was awarded a Newfield Farming Scholarship, which allowed him to study vegetable production and marketing, as well as policy in Europe. He has been actively involved in dozens of community agricultural organizations, too many to mention here, but I'll just throw out some highlights of Feed Nova Scotia, Horticultural Nova Scotia, and is the current chair of the Annapolis Valley Farmland Trust Society. Alan Melvin, also co-owner, continues this tradition as current president of the Nova Scotia Federation of Agriculture. Mr. Speaker, I ask all members to join me in recognizing Melvin Farms for their commitment to ethical and sustainable agricultural production.
The honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Jerry and Sharon Nash of Lower Sackville. Jerry and Sharon Nash are the former owners of National Jewelry, which was one of the last old-fashioned jewelry stores that completed work on site. Recently, they closed their doors and the couple retired after serving the community for 39 years. Throughout those years, Jerry successfully trained staff members who have gone on to open their own businesses or have continued working in the industry, carrying on Jerry's legacy. Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all members of the House of Assembly join me in congratulating and thanking Jerry and Sharon Nash for the many years of commitment and passion for their community and craft, and wish them all the best in this new chapter of their lives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hammonds Plains Lucasville.
Mr. Speaker, in this season, it's my pleasure to recognize that we're here in Nova Scotia and abroad, we're celebrating Ramadan. And Hammonds Plains Lucasville and Nova Scotia more broadly is a proud home to a wonderful Muslim community. And I know that a number of my colleagues have recognized in this House, and I hope that more people continue to recognize the celebration. So on behalf of my constituency, Hammonds Plains Lucasville, and our Liberal caucus, I want to wish all Muslims a happy and wonderful and family-filled Ramadan. Ramadan Mubarak.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Mr. Speaker, on December 19th of 2022, I was honored to recognize 15 exceptional Dartmouth North residents with the Queen's Platinum Jubilee Medal. For our very Dartmouth North ceremony, we gathered at the North Grove and enjoyed music by a young local violinist, Ella Rogerson, and desserts from both Delectable Desserts and New Leaf Catering. Photography was done by Dartmouth North resident Nicola Davison. The stars of the night were the deserving recipients, and the audience was filled with their adoring fans, family, friends, and colleagues and community members. The Dartmouth North recipients of the Queen's Platinum Jubilee were Jeff Bennett, Elizabeth Blanchette, Josephine Downey, Angus Duncan, Cheyenne Gordon, Cheyenne Hardy, Arthur Hood, Guy Lee Johnson, Elizabeth McPherson, Margaret Ann McHugh, Anthony Scoggins, Mary Rigby, Vicky Samuel Stewart, Fatima Sidat, and Beth Vallis. I am proud to be in community with these people and was so pleased to celebrate all that they have contributed to our beloved community. Thank you.
The honourable member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's day 4 of this legislature sitting, and I think we'd all acknowledge, just the tremendous work our constituent assistants are doing in our communities throughout Nova Scotia. So shout out to our constituent assistants. I want to take this opportunity to welcome Tristan Shaw, the constituent assistant for Dartmouth East. Tristan's been in the job for the past 2 months and has been doing a phenomenal job supporting the residents of Dartmouth East. Tristan is a former student of mine. I recall Tristan being the Prime Minister in the Woodlawn High School Model Parliament almost a decade ago, and Tristan's been doing a fantastic job over the past couple months. So I want to welcome him to the community, along with a shout out to Lucy Richard, our community outreach coordinator. Lucy does phenomenal work. Tonight, her and the team will be at the Fairbanks Centre supporting the Square Roots program. So, Mr. Speaker, a shout out to all our constituent assistants in Nova Scotia. Thank you.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to thank and congratulate New Deal Development in Sydney Mines, led by Dave Julian. Mr. Speaker, they have an amazing board of volunteers who work very hard providing housing in our community for seniors. And just most recently, an announcement was made to build another facility behind the original facility at 22 affordable housing units for seniors in Sydney Mines. And I would like to thank Dave and his team for the hard work and dedication that they have to our community, and in particular to the seniors of our community. And they work hard for them every single day. So thank you, Dave and team. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to show my appreciation for my constituency assistant, Aisha Hum. Aisha has been working in my office for about a year and has been and continues to be a huge asset to the work that we do in office. Her connection to community and her communication skills are absolutely amazing. Aisha is very meticulous when it comes to case management, and her care and knowledge of community and the issues faced by folks is felt by our clients and service providers alike. Today is a very special day, as it is Aisha's birthday. She is celebrating, and I will not say her age, but she is not someone who does things for praise. She's very humble. And the work that she does is because she truly cares for people and is a true advocate for her community and the people in it. Mr. Speaker, I would like all members to join me in thanking my CA for holding down the office while we do business here in this House. And as well, I'd like to wish Aisha Hum a very, very happy birthday and a wonderful year to come. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to draw attention to the number of Cumberland North residents who are still struggling to have their homes and properties repaired after the devastation of Hurricane Fiona. The overwhelming number of claims to insurance companies has meant they are still trying to confirm damages and approve claims, and unfortunately, once that part of the process is addressed, then begins the job of trying to find a qualified contractor who can complete the work in a timely manner. My office continues to hear from concerned residents who have been told they will be lucky if they have their repairs finished before this fall when hurricane season arrives again. Mother Nature dealt a major blow to many in my constituency, and today I ask my colleagues to join me in offering encouragement and support to those who are still trying to ensure their roof or basement does not leak the next time a hurricane arrives on our shores. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Argyll.
Thank you very Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize all the donors, sponsors, volunteers, and supporters of the 2023 Yarmouth Hospital Foundation's We Care Radiothon. This year, the Yarmouth We Care Radiothon, held on March 2nd, brought in an amazing $157,658 that will go towards the purchase of 3 vital pieces of equipment for the Yarmouth Hospital's emergency department: a portable ultrasound, a bladder scanner, and an electrocardiogram machine. This equipment will make it easier for staff to respond to patients' needs more quickly and precisely. In southwestern Nova Scotia, Mr. Speaker, community support is incredibly strong, and citizens always ensure these types of events are a great success. I ask all members of this House to join me in thanking the Hospital Foundation and all those who came together in making this year's Yarmouth Regional Hospital, or Yarmouth Hospital Foundation's We Care Radiothon, another incredible success. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Clare.
Mr. Speaker, during the pandemic, Larry Peach, the general manager of Clare Tourism, decided to focus on music and write his own compositions. This was a natural progression for Larry, who had played the keyboard and synthesizer in his youth. Under the name Peach on the Beach, Larry has released 2 songs so far, both of which provide a nostalgic look back in time in Dartmouth. The first song is about his experience in the city's video arcades, while the second recounts the late-night stops at Halifax Pizza Corner. Larry's musical influence comes from the soundtrack of his youth and include new wave and hip-hop. I ask all members to join me in congratulating Larry, also known as Peach on the Beach, on the release of his first album song, and for having his song Beeping and Bleeping voted #1 on CIOE East Coast Top 30 Countdown. Merci.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pear.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize Michael Vickers, Whitney Green, and Marie Green for their efforts to ensure the Sydney Santa Parade came to Whitney Pier. People were upset when the community heard Whitney Pier would no longer be part of the traditional and historical parade route. These community-minded individuals sprung into action following a community meeting to meet with the Sydney organizers. Together, they devised a plan for the parade route to include the pier, Mr. Speaker. The parade was a success. The community showed up. Not an inch of sidewalk or snowbank was left to stand on. Mr. Speaker, I walked the parade as a participant, and the most common thing I heard while I was walking, "Thank you for coming to Whitney Pier." It was a truly joyful day, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank Mike, Whitney, and Marie, and the Sydney organizers for putting smiles on everyone's face. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cape Breton East.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to commend Bradley McKinley of Marion Bridge. To say he is a dedicated volunteer in his community is an understatement. Brad has been a hockey volunteer for over 35 years in the Cape Breton region. From coaching teams, even when he has no children of his own on the team, to volunteering for over 27 years with Hockey Nova Scotia, giving him the title of the volunteer with the most years with the organization. Brad is well known in the hockey community for his cheerful attitude, support, and volunteering of the goodness of players. During the pandemic, Brad was in the forefront with Hockey Nova Scotia, working with public health to ensure players got back to the game safely. I stand here today, Mr. Speaker, to applaud Bradley on his commitment to the sport of hockey and his volunteerism. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Annapolis.
Mr. Speaker, one of the personal highlights, as I mentioned, as MLA so far, was having the honour of presenting constituents with the Queen Elizabeth II Platinum Jubilee Medal. This medal recognizes exceptional Nova Scotians who make their communities even better places to live, work, and play. One constituent who I had the pleasure of presenting this medal to is Dr. Michelle Saxon. Michelle is a family physician who is heavily engaged in efforts to recruit new healthcare professionals to underserviced rural Nova Scotia communities. She also serves as the PRAP program clinical field assessor for internationally trained medical grads. She is certainly a very deserving recipient of this award. She's an excellent physician and a wonderful person. Mr. Speaker, I invite all members of the House of Assembly to join me in congratulating Dr. Michelle Saxon on receiving the Nova Scotia Platinum Jubilee Medal, and I thank her for all her years of service. Thank you.
The honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Heather Freilich, a volunteer with the United Way of Lunenburg County. Heather was chair of the Allocations Committee for 10 years, a demanding position with a significant workload. The last 2 years, she has been a member of the board. Vice Chair Mark Winfield says that Heather is a committed community supporter with significant knowledge of those in need. She has a pragmatic view, helping the organization achieve high effectiveness and accountability. In addition to her work with United Way, Heather has been a board member.
Order, please. Order, please. There's a lot of chatter going on. Please respect the person making the statement. The honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In addition to her work with the United Way, Heather has been a board member of the Lunenburg County Lifestyle Centre and a committee member of the Lunenburg Queen's Business Excellence Awards. I ask all members of the House to join me in extending our gratitude and thanks to Heather Freilich, who works hard for our community, creating meaningful change. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Preston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in the House to acknowledge just passed on March the 12th, my little grandson, Amari Antonio, turned 5, so very excited for him. And his little nanny was there to celebrate, and I'm excited to say that my second grandson will be 1 year old on May the 3rd. And so I just want to say how extremely happy I am to be your little nanny, how much I love you, and how much fun it was to celebrate with you. So I'd ask this House to celebrate and clap for my little grandsons, Amari Antonio and Adonis.
The honourable member for Hants East.
Mr. Speaker, this year the Hants East Craft Co-op will be celebrating their 40th anniversary at their annual craft fair in November. In Hants Craft Co-op holds their annual Christmas craft in Milford. Around 50 volunteers selling their handmade Christmas items as well as delicious baked goods. This craft is well organized by a number of volunteers who generally donate their time to help out together an amazing event. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the organizers and volunteers who help bring Christmas Craft Fair to Hants East every year and congratulate them on 40 years of showcasing our fantastic local products. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think I've ever done this, but after being here for 10 years, I'd like to thank and congratulate my constituency assistant, Kelly Gomes. Kelly has been by my side for 11 years now. She actually started working campaigns in, wait for it, John Buchanan's first campaign. So she's been around for quite a long time. She's experienced. She knows the constituency like the back of her hand. And quite frankly, she might be one of the most patient CAs this province has. So I want to thank Kelly for everything she does. She's amazing at her job. I don't think there's a single problem that comes or issue that comes into the office that she can't solve. Her personality is the exact opposite of mine, Mr. Speaker, where she's extremely organized, she's extremely patient, and we work well together. So to Kelly, I know that she's got about a year left before retirement. I don't want you to retire. Please stay forever. I thank you for everything you do, and I just want you to know that this has been an amazing partnership. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order, please. The time for statements by members has expired. We now move into oral questions put by members to ministers. The time is 10 o'clock. We will go until 10:50. Recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as Nova Scotians deal with an inflationary crisis, a cost of living crisis, and a housing crisis, we do have deep concerns about the budget and what's not in it. There's nothing in the Premier's budget to help those struggling to pay their grocery bill. There's nothing new to address the housing crisis, Mr. Speaker. We can certainly say that the government's promise for a guaranteed better paycheck is not in this budget. There's no increase to income assistance supporting our most vulnerable, Mr. Speaker. There's no new investment for new public housing. And inflationary pressures are going to continue to hurt everyday Nova Scotians and working families, Mr. Speaker, and we are not seeing the right supports to protect them. There is some one-time investments which have been helpful, but we need a strategy. Mr. Speaker, can the Premier please tell us what his strategy is to deal with this inflationary period to support individuals in our economy?
Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for this important issue. Look, we tabled a budget yesterday of $14 billion of spending. We're doing what we can to support Nova Scotia, specifically, in the affordability crisis in the fall. I think we allocated over $150 million to support Nova Scotians through these difficult times. And I just don't agree with the statement that there's nothing in the budget. I mean, we do what we can, or we always wish we could do more, Mr. Speaker. That's what brings us to this chamber, to do more. We always wish you could. But in terms of the rent supplements, there'll be 1,000 more rent supplements. That's up to 8,000 rent supplements. Mr. Speaker, that number was 5,000 when we took office. There's always more to do, Mr. Speaker. We'll always look for more we can do, but we're there to support Nova Scotians where we can.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, there's more rent supplements, but we don't have more housing units to put people in to use those rent supplements. It's not going to work, Mr. Speaker. We also know that financial and food insecurity are some of the largest factors that impact overall health of people and well-being of Nova Scotians, Mr. Speaker. We know that healthcare is about more than treating illnesses. It's also about preventing it and helping people stay healthy. Half of adults who are food insecure skip out on their medication because they can't afford it. I can table those numbers, Mr. Speaker. Having a difficult time affording food causes as much as a 6-fold increase in depression, anxiety, and other mental health issues. I can table that as well, Mr. Speaker. People who cannot afford food end up costing the healthcare system more than twice the healthcare resources than those who can, Mr. Speaker, and that is also tabled.
Question,
Mr.
please.
Speaker, not being able to afford rent, being food insecure is going to make more Nova Scotians sick. When will the Premier start actually addressing the root causes of people's health in Nova Scotia?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And these are indeed very serious issues facing many Nova Scotians. So, look, I just want to be clear on the budget that we've tabled, with the spending that we've allocated, record spending in this province, record spending that we're able to table in a budget because of things that are happening in the economy, because the province is moving forward. We have challenges in this province, absolutely, Mr. Speaker, but we have incredible opportunities. And just on the housing issue, and I'd be happy to table the budget for the members' review, but 15 million more for public housing repairs. We know we need to bring that stock up. 13 more million to address the wait list for home repair and adaptation programs, helping over 800 additional homeowners, incentives to accelerate housing developments. We're doing what we can, Mr. Speaker. There's always more to do, but we're doing what we can today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on his final supplementary.
Mr. Speaker, it's concerning that the only thing that this government can lean on and brag about is how much more money they're spending. They're also going to be spending a lot more money to service our debt and on debt, Mr. Speaker. But what they're not doing is investing in areas where we're actually going to see a major return for Nova Scotians, and investing in people's health is actually key to that. That's one of the areas where we can invest money. It's going to take resources off of our healthcare system, help people be healthier and live longer and stay out of our hospitals, Mr. Speaker. And 1 in 6 Nova Scotian households are now becoming food insecure. That's been tabled as well, Mr. Speaker. Yet this government is not focused on making food more affordable or making sure local produce is more available for even students in our schools. Mr. Speaker, my question to the Premier is, why is helping Nova Scotians put food on the table and helping them stay healthier not a part of this budget?
The Honourable Premier.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, look, there's significant investments being made in food security and supporting Nova Scotians. I'd go through the list, but the member doesn't like to hear about the list when we go about the list, Mr. Speaker. We are doing what we can. And in terms of growing more of our own food sustainability, this is the exact premise behind Nova Scotia Loyal. And I'm so pleased to hear today that the members are finally going to get behind an innovative program like that to support food security in this program.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Speaker, following the events at Charles P. Allen School earlier this week, the Minister of Education went on the radio to assure Nova Scotians that rates of violence in schools have remained steady, and to suggest that these incidents are simple schoolyard spats. But department data shows that there were over 13,000 reported incidents last school year alone, a 23% increase over the year before, and I'll table that. In the Halifax area, police have been called to schools for such incidents 424 times since 2018, and I'll table that. Mr. Speaker, despite the minister's assertions, incidences of school violence are on the rise, and they need government attention. What is the Premier going to do?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for bringing the serious issue to the floor of the legislature. Obviously, the events at CP Allen this week have left us all in shock. We're definitely concerned about that for sure. I've had a chance to speak to some of the people working at Charles P. Allen, and we're all concerned about that. Our thoughts are with everyone there, and this is a serious issue. It's an issue where the community there's a lot that many of us can do, and we'll certainly, as a government, do what we can to focus on that issue.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party on her first supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Students themselves have been calling for funding to improve student access to mental health supports. CPA grade 12 student Brady Moore said, "You hear stories on the news and online about people that aren't able to access mental health supports, not only in schools, but in our province and our healthcare system as well. I think that comes down to funding and staffing," he said, "and I think we have people that want to be able to help, and we just need the funding to be able to provide more services in school, more staffing for students to get the one-on-one support that we need." This government tabled a budget yesterday that included nothing to address mental health in schools and has continuously failed to invest in these needed supports. Mr. Speaker, when will the Premier demonstrate that his government cares about school safety and student well-being and invest in students' mental health?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, for the member to imply that I don't care, that the government doesn't care about the safety of students, completely out of line. For the member to imply that the minister would characterize a very serious incident at CPA as a schoolyard spot. That didn't happen, Mr. Speaker. It's completely unfair. This government, we're not on this side of the House because we don't care. We're on this side of the House because we do care. And in this government, we invest significantly in addictions and mental health.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party on her final supplementary.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not implying anything. I'm asking a question. I'm asking the question of what this government is going to do to prevent the rising violence in schools. Nova Scotia teachers have been warning for years about the impact of staffing shortages and cuts to unassigned instructional time on students' safety and well-being. In the Minister of Education's own words, the connections that are built between students and educators and staff prevent escalation and provide students with channels of communication. Teachers have been clear with this government about what they need to prevent a repeat of the terrible events last week. They need more staff resources to enhance supervision and support, and they need a reversal of the cuts made under the previous Liberal government. Mr. Speaker, schools are not okay. How is this government going to ensure the safety of our children and youth without supporting them or their teachers properly?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, as a government, we feel that obligation to keep our students safe, to keep Nova Scotians safe. And I can assure the member that the minister and the minister's team are working closely with those working in our schools, and we'll do what we can to support them. We know that there are challenges with access to health care. This budget speaks to that. We know there are challenges with access to addictions and mental health care. That's why we have in this province, for the first time in this province's history, a Minister of Addictions and Mental Health who is focused on supporting Nova Scotians. And I want to assure the member that the Minister of Education, Minister of Addictions and Mental Health, and the entire government team are working to support Nova Scotians in every way possible. We just ask the members opposite to join us in that quest, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We are seeing a pattern of this Premier and government not following through on their promises and commitments to Nova Scotian, nor the timelines they even set for themselves, Mr. Speaker. And we've seen the government miss the mark again in this budget. The economic platform that this government campaigned on was made up of two key programs: a better paycheck guarantee for the private sector in Nova Scotia, and a Nova Scotia Loyal program that would incentivize purchasing of local goods. This is what was committed to Nova Scotians, and it was actually promised, Mr. Speaker, on day one. What we do know is that this government has not given Nova Scotians a better paycheck guarantee in the private sector as promised, and we have not seen the Nova Scotia Loyal program actually produce any results. Mr. Speaker, could the Premier please inform this House why he has missed the timeline on these two key economic commitments, and is this actually something that he's going to be following through on?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, as I said yesterday, our government is focused on fixing health care. There's a significant cost to the other item the member has mentioned. We're focused on fixing health care. We're still tabling deficit budgets, Mr. Speaker, in an effort to fix health care. And I will also say this, our numbers show that wages have increased in the province, Mr. Speaker. We see that in our personal income tax numbers. Mr. Speaker, we have the lowest unemployment numbers since the early 1970s. The marketplace is a marketplace for workers right now, Mr. Speaker. Employers are struggling to find them. They're being more competitive in their efforts to find them, and that is helping wages to rise on its own, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the government is spending more on health care, but we have actually seen some of the key outcomes getting worse in the province, from the amount of people that need a family doctor to ER closures to vacancies as well, Mr. Speaker. And also in this budget, this government is planning on gaining $156 million from the Nova Scotia in revenues from the Nova Scotia Loyal Program, Mr. Speaker. All we see in the Nova Scotia Loyal Program is a bunch of wrap trucks that are going around with Tories in parades and people collecting cell phones numbers at events, Mr. Speaker. This Nova Scotia Loyal Program is not incentivizing at all any purchasing of local goods. It's just a PR stunt. They're budgeting at $1.5 million more this year, probably to wrap more trucks and be in more parades. And they've also indicated that there's supposed to be a revenue of $156 million coming from this program. Where are those revenues going to come from?
Good job, the Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to hit that question straight on, it's going to come from increased spending in support of the products that are grown and made right here in Nova Scotia. Nova Scotia Loyal, as we have always said, is both the incentive program but a bigger commitment by this government to look at where we ourselves as a major purchaser can do better to support our manufacturers and our growers. That is taking place already, looking at foodstuffs in around schools and certainly nursing homes where a pilot has been rolled out. And at Michelin, just the other week, I had somebody say, "Isn't this Nova Scotia Loyal?"
The Honourable Member for Clare.
Mr. Speaker, this province is facing a cost of living crisis, and Nova Scotians are struggling right here at home, including those on income assistance. Current payments are not going far enough. This government did not increase income assistance payments in this budget, even when all basic amenities have gone up. Isn't it the government's duty to protect our most vulnerable? My question to the minister is simple. Can she explain why this government has not increased either the amount or the threshold for income assistance?
The Honourable Minister of Community Services.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for that important question. We know that everybody wants to live in dignity. We know that everyone wants to be able to support themselves, and that's why this government has worked collectively across all departments to come up with various solutions to help people that are living in poverty, whether that be increasing the senior care grant, whether that be creating $10 child care a day, whether that's increasing the child tax benefit by $600, whether that's increasing rent supplements. We've done a collage of different things that will help people. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Clare.
In all due fairness, not everybody can qualify for those programs, and some people are struggling. Mr. Speaker, one way to address the impacts of the cost of living on income assistance is to index it. Mr. Speaker, this government is missing the mark and continuing to leave Nova Scotians who need more support behind. Mr. Speaker, yesterday in this House, the Minister of Community Services says there was no limit on the amount of income assistance it can provide Nova Scotians. So, Mr. Speaker, why won't this government index income assistance if there is no limit?
The Honourable Minister of Community Services.
Mr. Speaker, actually under this government we have less people on income assistance because we were able to find a number of individuals to go back out into the workforce. We increased that by 25%. And we should be very proud of those people that can go back out. And as explained yesterday, maybe I have to repeat it again, No one will be refused if they need income assistance. No one. We don't know if we're going to spend 20 million. We don't know if we're going to spend 50 million, 100 million. But what I can assure Nova Scotians, if they need help, this government will be here for them.
Order, please. I know that the minister has already taken her seat, but please, there's a lot of chatter going back and forth, and it's just getting louder and louder all the time. So please respect the person asking the question and the minister who answers it. The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Nova Scotians were excited to finally learn of the government's plan to disperse federal money for home heating. Mr. Speaker, we know that as many as 40% of Nova Scotians are experiencing energy poverty, and I will table that. We have been pushing for heat pumps as an effective solution to lower Nova Scotians' heating bills for some time now, but Nova Scotians are waiting a long time for the rebates to come in. Could the Minister of Natural Resources update us on what his department is doing to improve these wait times? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and very pleased to speak about the $140 million that we've invested for the heat pump program and retrofits for middle income. And Mr. Speaker, this program is going to help thousands of households in Nova Scotia over the next number of years. And we were also encouraged when I joined our federal colleagues just a few weeks ago when the federal finally kicked in their funding. So it wasn't necessarily a provincial thing, but we knew that the federal funding was coming. They committed to it. We made our announcement in December before the heating season really kicked off. The federals came in and joined in. And Mr. Speaker, it was a joyous moment for all Nova Scotians. I hope the member from Northside Westmount can join in that joyous moment.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Wow, the temperature's really up here today. I thought that was my easiest question of the session, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the minister for that joyous response. Mr. Speaker, one issue that we've been hearing a lot from our constituents about relates to the home insurance. So people are eager to switch over to this program. However, they're reluctant to replace fully their oil furnaces because insurance companies are requiring that secondary source of heat, Mr. Speaker. So can the minister commit to making sure that people are able to take advantage of this program without losing their home insurance? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for that question. It gives an opportunity to set the record straight. This is not necessarily to get away from oil. This is the first step to start getting off of oil. So you don't necessarily have to remove the oil appliances at this time as you move into these programs. The money has been invested into efficiency in Nova Scotia to alleviate these programs from both the provincial and the federal programs. That's actually one of the very first questions when people call efficiency and they get approved. That's one of the questions that Efficiency Nova Scotia that asked. Have you spoken with your insurance companies to ensure that these investments and these upgrades to your homes, whether they be the heat pump or the retrofits, are they going to apply, and is your insurance company still going to cover? So these are one of the conversations that are taking place from Efficiency Nova Scotia at the time.
The honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development. Her department appeared at the Public Accounts Committee in October to talk about school food, where staff said we're actively working on the universal lunch program for Nova Scotia schools, and suggested that they would be bringing a request for funding for a school food program for this budget, and I'll table that. Mr. Speaker, did the minister submit a funding request for a universal lunch program for this budget?
The Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. We know how important it is for students to be able to access healthy nutrition, not only for their educational needs, but also for their well-being. And I can assure Nova Scotians that any student who needs food in school Any student in school who needs food gets food. I can also assure the members opposite that we are continuing to work with the federal government to explore what may be available for universal food programming. We do have a breakfast program, an excellent breakfast program in Nova Scotia. We've also started pilots across the province in areas to look at lunchtime options, and those include salad bars and fruit bowl programs and other programs. So we are actively working to expand access to food in schools because we know it's important to families and students. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I said universal lunch program for Nova Scotia, so I'll take that as a no because we know that in schools staff provide that food. So, Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General said that when the report was released last year, Nova Scotia needs to do a better job serving healthy food in its 366 public schools or risk spending billions of dollars in future health care costs. And I'll table that. Let me tell you how much new money for school food is in this budget. Zero. So, Mr. Speaker, can the minister explain to parents, students, teachers, and staff what happened to all the work at our department on a universal lunch program?
The Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. As I indicated, we are working to expand access to food in schools. So we have introduced pilot programs in Nova Scotia that include lunch programming, salad bar programming, accessing local, nutritious, grown food that are community-based and that support our student food needs. What I would also encourage the members opposite to do, though, we've been working closely and with the federal government to encourage them to follow through in their commitment to support a universal food program. My conversations with the minister continue. Those are positive conversations. Our departments are working together. Nova Scotia is poised to act when the federal government steps up, and we encourage the members opposite to encourage the federal government to support us in those actions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Brentford Basin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During the 2021 election campaign, when the doctor wait list for the entire province stood at 69,000, this Premier said, "It's not bad luck that Nova Scotia's healthcare system has continued to worsen over the last 8 years. It's weak leadership," and I'll table that. Now, Mr. Speaker, the Central Zone today, basically Halifax municipality, alone has over 61,000 people on the need a practice wait list. So with practices closing in Spryfield and the South End, that number is only going to continue to rise. We're also the only Atlantic province without a family doctor incentive in its capital region. But for some reason, if you live in HRM and you don't have a family doctor, you're not a priority for this government. That was underlined yesterday. Mr. Speaker, could the Premier please tell us, is it still weak leadership that this government has virtually doubled the family doctor wait list since taking office?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for the question. So certainly, I think it's strong leadership, actually, that's increased the population of this province and has created access and pathways to care throughout this province. What's fascinating, Mr. Speaker, is when it's bad, it's our fault. When it's great, it's theirs. So I find it fascinating, the perspective from the other side of the room. We are constantly working with physicians in this province to understand how best to support their practice. We have a responsibility to provide equitable care. Over 50% of the incentives prior to us forming government were coming to Central, and we knew that there was a huge gap in our rural communities. We continue to look at equitable access to care. We will continue to do so, and we will continue to navigate this situation as best we can. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Brentford Basin.
Mr. Speaker, we appreciate that doctor incentives are needed in rural areas of the province. They're important. However, we are less competitive than our neighbouring provinces when we are attracting new family doctors to our capital region. Every zone needs family doctors, Mr. Speaker, every zone. We know at least 8,000 more Nova Scotians will join the wait list in the coming months due to this government's refusal to work with family practices and help them remain open in the capital region. They should be doing more to recruit family doctors in the HRM. The wait list has doubled under this government's leadership, and in HRM the wait list has tripled. Why has this government not put additional supports into recruiting and retaining family doctors in the Central Zone?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have been investing very heavily in primary care, and this budget actually is a budget that will show folks that we continue to invest in primary care. We have exciting things that are coming up. I am not concerned about our primary care environment in terms of our recruitment. I know that the people that are supporting us and leading healthcare across this province have innovative ideas. They've been working very, very hard, and I know that we will see big changes in the coming year, and I'll be happy to speak for a number of hours about how this is going to happen in the coming days. Thank you.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, one thing we know for certain is that the government continues to spend without seeing results. Mr. Speaker, under this government, the doctor wait list has doubled. While this budget has a flashy price tag attached to healthcare spending, no metric has proven this government is making any progress on the ground, and that's especially true with the doctor wait list. We know that numbers are not double simply because people are moving to a new area, Mr. Speaker. We know that this government made a promise for retention of doctors, and that was to bring in a pension plan. Mr. Speaker, we're wondering, where is this pension plan to retain doctors in Nova Scotia? Thank you very much.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the member for the question. Certainly, that program is under review with the department and the other subsequent departments that are helping with that program, and there'll be more to say in the coming months and years about that. We're working with Doctors Nova Scotia about that with that program. Thank you.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, Nova Scotians can't wait months and years to get on that doctor list, and we need some retention items in now. This was an election promise of this government to include a pension plan for doctors. Mr. Speaker, in months and years, will that come just before the next election, similar to the OR wait times, etc.? But Mr. Speaker, how bad will it have to get before this government will actually follow through on this promise and make that pension available? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, we have already recruited 113 doctors to the province this year. The physician incentive budget has increased by $10 million in the past year, Mr. Speaker, because of those recruitment efforts. We are working with the Nova Scotia College of Physicians and Surgeons to open up registration in order to attract physicians from across this country as well as the United States. We've increased the residency seats, Mr. Speaker, all things that could have been done prior to us forming government, but however, there was no foresight to do so. So I'm very confident our recruitment efforts will continue to yield results, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to the reduction of that list. Thank you.
The honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday I read the government's news release announcing the budget with great interest. 84 bullet points, lots of investments, a grand total of 3 of those points related to housing, which the Premier and others have recognized is in a crisis. So, as we know, this budget has no new money for new public housing units. We have a wait list for public housing that is over 6,500 people and growing. We have seen the number of people experiencing homelessness double under this government. I'll table that as well. We have municipalities across the province reaching out and saying they need the province's help on housing. I'll table that as well. Mr. Speaker, with more and more Nova Scotians joining the wait list for public housing every month, how can this government justify not spending a single cent on new public housing units? Thank you.
The Honourable Acting Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Thank you very much. And on behalf of the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, I'd just like to correct for the record, $153 million increase in this budget for this department. 34% of over last year, Mr. Speaker. Almost $200 million investment in increasing and preserving housing supply, Mr. Speaker. I don't think that there's no new money in this, Mr. Speaker. We're increasing the budget, Mr. Speaker, and we're investing, and they're talking about investment, Mr. Speaker. I look forward to their support in the budget.
Member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We'll double check the numbers on that, but I think the key number is 0, as I said in my first question. The key number is 0 new public housing units in this province, which I think is unconscionable. We've also heard about the increased number of rental supplements, going up 1,000 up to 8,000. Okay. However, the vacancy rate in the province is at 1%, and in many parts of the province, it's less than 1%. I'll table that. There are about 63,000 private apartments in this province, Mr. Speaker, so 1% of that is about 630. Mr. Speaker, the problem I see is what is the point of new rental supplements if there's no place to rent? Thank you.
The Honourable Acting Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If there's zero investment, Mr. Speaker, why were the 3 bullet points?
The Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Finance. This government has introduced another budget with an enormous amount of additional appropriations, a total of almost $1.6 billion. This is money that the government spends with no accountability and no democratic oversight. It is also money that came largely from ballooning income tax and HST revenue. It would not be unreasonable for Nova Scotians to feel that this government has raked in revenues while they have paid more and more at the supermarket and on their tax bills. And yet, Mr. Speaker, the minister does not seem to think he owes the public the simple decency of providing democratic oversight of this spending. Why?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, this might be embarrassing for the member, but it was her own party that set up the rules that are in place in this legislature right now, Mr. Speaker. That happened back in 2010 under NDP Finance Minister Graham Steele. So, Mr. Speaker, we are playing by the same rules the NDP created, and we're playing...
Order, please. I'll let it go so far, but it's getting louder. The Honourable Minister of Finance has the floor.
And, Mr. Speaker, we're playing by the same rules as the Liberal governments have had over the last 8 years, going back 18 months ago, Mr. Speaker. So we're playing by the same rules. It is certainly a matter for elected members to decide, Mr. Speaker. The $1.6 million that we spent was on housing, health, Hurricane Fiona. Those were, and affordability, all things they've been asking us to spend money on.
The Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate very much the history lesson, but a lot has changed from 2010. I had toddlers in 2010 and I have teenagers, so I can tell you I've watched the passage of time. So we now are the only jurisdiction in this country where we don't have to table additional appropriations. It is reasonable, it is expected that we would update our acts and our processes and how we manage our finances over time. This government is so opposed to providing oversight that they even took the unprecedented step of using their government majority on the Public Accounts Committee to reject the recommendation from the Auditor General that the Finance Department even take a look at this issue. Mr. Speaker, why is this minister so opposed to simple democratic oversight of government's spending decisions?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I don't have a problem with it at all, and I know things change. I've got 6 more people in my house since the change in 2010, so I can relate to the member. But, Mr. Speaker, the reality is it could be debated, but it's going to be debated after the fact by the time it gets to the legislature in most cases, Mr. Speaker. And we are very transparent, Mr. Speaker. We release the information to the media. We have a press conference. The opposition is invited to it. We answer questions. Mr. Speaker, there's full transparency. We're not trying to hide anything, Mr. Speaker. We're spending money to help Nova Scotians. We're just shocked that the opposition says to do it and then says not to do it, Mr. Speaker.
Somebody going to get up? The Honourable Member for Bedford South.
Mr. Speaker, this government continues to fall short on its promise for universal mental health care. We've just heard about $17.7 million that was announced for new mental health initiatives that claim to be working towards that goal of universal program access. Mr. Speaker, that's an inadequate number for a government that claims, quote, money is no object when it comes to health care. Mr. Speaker, why does this government continue to fall short on one of its signature promises to Nova Scotians that they will have access to universal mental health care? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Mental Health and Addictions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for the question. So since forming government, Mr. Speaker, we've increased the budget for addictions and mental health care by over $65 million, Mr. Speaker. This year alone, Mr. Speaker, there's been an increase over 14%, the largest increase in the history of the province, Mr. Speaker. There have been over 1,000 Nova Scotians that have used the recovery support centres across the province thus far. Over 950 Nova Scotians are signed up for Tranquility, and we've had over 1,500 visits to the acute mental health day hospital here in the Central Zone. So we do have a plan, Mr. Speaker. Things are getting better, and they'll continue to get better. Thank you.
The honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the Minister for that. We're also missing sufficient recruitment and retention initiatives for clinical mental health professionals in this budget. Now this government claims they will be creating a pilot using clinical psychology students. We're losing mental health specialists from psychiatrists in rural Nova Scotia to counseling therapists and social workers throughout the NSHA. Without additional incentives and retention strategies, we're going to continue to lose mental health care professionals like we've seen with family doctors in the Central Zone. Mr. Speaker, how will this government ensure that those clinical psychology students will stay in our public system? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Mental Health and Addictions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for the question. So we have a very collaborative partnership with psychologists in the province. There's certainly some ongoing conversations with those billing codes. It's the first time in the history of the province that we'll be embarking on this journey, so I'm very excited for that. So this will be an innovative pilot that will be doing some evaluation on outcomes for sure. There's also going to be a great program for the nursing program for graduate studies at Dalhousie, an advanced clinical nurse specialty program and advanced mental health and addictions as well. So these will be partnerships across the healthcare field with multidisciplinary collaboration. I look forward to this as it rolls out. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hammonds Plains Lucasville.
Mr. Speaker, the Meals on Wheels program plays a vital service across our province, and they provide many with meals at an affordable price. We know food prices have drastically increased, and programs like Meals on Wheels are not immune to increased costs. Other provinces such as Ontario and Alberta subsidize these programs to ensure that people are getting good meals and that they stay at an affordable price. Can the Minister of Community Services, tell us why more funding for vital programs like Meals on Wheels was not included in this budget? Did the Minister make this ask to the Premier and Cabinet?
The Honourable Minister of Community Services.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you so much for the question. What I can assure the member is that this government here has made significant investments with Feed Nova Scotia, as well as private organizations across the province, ensuring that no one goes without food. And we'll keep making those investments as long as we see the need. That's something that we firmly believe in. That's why we're having discussions with the Minister of Education as well, and the Minister of Agriculture. We know that food is a necessity, and we will certainly keep working together. Thank you.
The honourable member for Hammonds Plains Lucasville.
Mr. Speaker, I know that the government's spending a lot of time towing lines on fixing health care, but we should all know what the Meals on Wheels program is in this House. And I'm happy to sit down with the minister and introduce her to the program, if that's helpful. Programs like this help to ensure that people get checked on and they have access to these good meals, which we know is important, not only to their home stability, but to their health care. So my question to the minister, before the budget is approved in this House, will the department take some of the funds that are allocated and move them to programs like the Meals on Wheels program?
The Honourable Minister for Seniors and Long-Term Care.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And one of the things that we have talked about in the past is that some of the home care that's provided in this province isn't necessarily needing to be health care. So one of the pilots that we did in the province is we looked at how much of the VON care was going towards health care versus something like Meals on Wheels. And so there was a pilot program that was done. And what it did is it saved hundreds and hundreds of hours of CCA and VON care, where we brought in Meals on Wheels in order to provide that care so that the CCAs who were going into the home could actually provide the health care that was needed. So we're making things far more efficient in the healthcare system and the home care system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Health and Wellness. After Alison Holtoff's death in our emergency department, I shared a 16-point plan to address the emergency health services in Cumberland County. Number 2 of that plan was to appoint personnel to urgently complete the renovations of the main emergency department at Cumberland Regional. This means ongoing, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, people working there until the ER is open. After Alison's death, Nova Scotia Health gave a date of February the 14th that the main ER would be open. Today, March 24th, it is still not open. We're close to 11 months, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister of Health please tell us who is managing this project and where is the accountability? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for the question. After the tragedy in Amherst, I did have the opportunity to visit the hospital. I wanted to speak to the staff and see the emergency room myself. So I did have an opportunity to spend some time with the contractor on the site. So I know that things have been delayed. Some of the things that the contractor was able to talk to me about were things like medical gas and air, difficulty not only in supply chain, but also in the availability of that very subspecialist vendor, looking at call bell systems, things like that. So I do want to assure the member that I've been on site. I've had an opportunity to speak to the contractor. There were delays due to the team being unwell, and we are continuing to watch that development very, very closely to get the services that the residents there need.
The honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So my question was, who's responsible for the project? Is there a project lead? Who is actually holding that project lead accountable? Because there doesn't seem to be any local leadership. Under the NDP government and former PC government of John Hamm, the healthcare system had local decision-making. They had local leadership. Will the Minister of Health appoint an effective someone who is accountable, project lead, to get our emergency department back reopened after a flood that happened due to a patient conflict? Can they start communicating with local staff, doctors, nurses that are working in the emergency department? Communicate with the public. When is this emergency department going to be open, and will the minister reinstitute, bring back local decision-making in healthcare? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for the question. So certainly that project is being actively managed through Nova Scotia Health. As I said, I was able to visit the site with the VP Operations, the Zone Med. There certainly was an individual there who was looking at project management. The contractor was there. All of those people feel the immense pressure to get that emergency room back open. They also recognize that there have been a number of delays that have been outside of their control. There is no lack of commitment to this project, Mr. Speaker. There has been a lack of supplies through supply chain management, and there has been some interruption related to illness, but I can assure the member and the constituents in that area that that project is moving forward, and we expect it to be open very soon.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pear.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Health and Wellness. Charlene Snow died suddenly on December 30th last year after she waited 7 hours for help at the Cape Breton Regional. In January, the government announced a list of changes to emergency rooms to prevent similar tragedies. But there were no timelines attached to the changes. The government promised teams led by doctors to get patients out of ambulances faster and hiring physician assistants and nurse practitioners to work in emergency rooms. So far, it doesn't appear that either of these changes have taken place at the regional. How much longer are people in Cape Breton going to have to wait for changes at the regional's emergency department?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for the question. So patient advocates are now in every emergency department throughout the province, and waiting room clinical care providers are expanding across the province as well, which are clinical people who will support those folks in the emergency department. The Float MD program, which is a flow lead and offload assessment team, is in 5 out of the 9 emergency rooms, and each emergency room is given an increased number in physician hours in order to have that program led, and they are currently implementing that. There's been another, also the implementation at Yarmouth Hospital, Straight Richmond Hospital, around the virtual care emergency program. So all of those things are rolling out. We are looking at our human resource issues, but certainly there's a commitment to that.
Senator Whitney Pear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While I appreciate the answer none of that's happening at the Cape Breton Regional Hospital, Mr. Speaker, not at full time, especially. Mr. Speaker, Ruth Calvin is an 80-year-old Sydney woman who fell down in a parking lot recently and showed up at the Cape Breton Regional Hospital ER by ambulance covered in blood. She was forced to give up after hours of waiting and went home to try and care for her broken nose by herself, and I'll table that. Cape Bretoners deserve better than this. Will the minister give us a date by when every single one of the promises that this government made for emergency rooms be in place at the Cape Breton Regional Hospital?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I can assure the member is that the teams there are working very hard to support the care of Nova Scotians, and I don't think shaming them is going to be a helpful way to support attraction. So certainly we are adding all of these resources. We are working very closely with the leadership in Cape Breton and across this province to support recruitment and retention of staff. We don't want to see those people leaving the emergency room. We have implemented a number of programs in order to support people in the waiting room, and I know that our healthcare workers and the Nova Scotia Health leadership are working at the top of the speed that they can in order to fill those roles and make sure that people are safe and well cared for in our emergency departments across this province.
Must be Friday. The Honourable Member for Bedford Basin.
Mr. Speaker, we know that this government is focused on healthcare. In their own words, they have stated that it is their only focus and their top priority, and I'll table that. It's remarkable that this government does not have the financial health of Nova Scotians as a priority, too. Nova Scotians are falling behind, and this government is showing the people of our province that they cannot walk and chew gum at the same time. They aren't even attempting to do it. There's no better paycheck guarantee, once again, which we predicted would not happen, even though it was, I will remind my colleagues, guaranteed on day one by the Premier. So I'll ask the Minister of Finance, when can the people of this province expect more money in their pockets, or will he finally admit that the government has abandoned its commitment on the better paycheck guarantee?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I can assure the member I can walk and chew gum just fine. Mr. Speaker, the member started off that question talking about the fiscal...
Order, please. The Honourable Minister of Finance has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, the member started off that question. I believe she started speaking about the fiscal capacity of the province. Mr. Speaker, we have the capacity, Mr. Speaker, to make the investments we're making in health care. Yes, another deficit budget introduced this year, Mr. Speaker, but we're focused on fixing health care. There's a significant cost to that, and that's what we need to get fixed first, Mr. Speaker. The marketplace has also changed, Mr. Speaker. We have the lowest unemployment rate since the low 70s. Wages are going up, and we see that in our provincial income tax receipts.
Mr. Speaker, for people who need new public housing, there was nothing. For young people trying to get into the housing market, facing high mortgage rates and high housing costs, there's nothing. Rent supplements, good luck finding a place to rent. People who are trying to buy food to feed their family, zilch. Better paycheck guarantee, missing in action. It was promised on day one. There was no, if we have the fiscal capacity, it was promised on day one by this Premier. Where is the broad-based help for people who are hurting in this economy, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you who was missing in action was Nova Scotia Liberal MPs standing behind a carbon tax that's going to hit people in July instead of standing behind Nova Scotians. Like we stood behind Nova Scotians saying no to the carbon tax, Mr. Speaker. The member talks about housing. There is an increase of $15 million for our provincial housing stock to fix it up, Mr. Speaker. There's 1,000 more new rent supplements, Mr. Speaker, taking it from, in just 18 months, Mr. Speaker, with this investment, Mr. Speaker, moving it from 5,000 rental supplements in the province to 8,000, Mr. Speaker. And I will say that is a marked improvement from the previous Liberal government.
Order, please. The time for oral questions put by members to ministers has expired. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you please call the order of business government motions?
Government motions.
Mr. Speaker, would you please call Resolution 581, respecting the referral of estimates?
Resolution 581, respecting the referral of estimates on supply. I recognize the Honourable Member for Northside Westmount with 48 minutes remaining in the official opposition's response to the budget address. The Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy to come back today to give some further comments on the budget address, the budget that we have dubbed More Debt Quicker. Mr. Speaker, the government indicates we're going to have more health care faster, but all this budget does for Nova Scotians is create more debt, and at a very rapid pace. Mr. Speaker, this budget will grow the provincial debt by the end of the term of this government by $5.6 billion. Mr. Speaker, that is a huge number. One of the largest numbers that we've ever seen in this province, Mr. Speaker. It equates to $5,400 for every Nova Scotian. $5,400 for every Nova Scotian of added debt to this province. Mr. Speaker, over the remaining term of this government, they will add $1.6 billion. $1.6 billion in deficits. As I mentioned yesterday, this includes a whopping $610 million in the final year of their mandate. $610 million over budget, Mr. Speaker. We've also seen, Mr. Speaker, throughout the term of this government, the debt to GDP ratio is going to skyrocket. Under the previous government, this debt to GDP ratio was held in the low 30%, a very healthy ratio, which allowed for lower borrowing costs for the province. Mr. Speaker, what is going to happen in the coming years as this ratio continues to climb? Nova Scotians will appreciate when their debt to their income ratio increases. What does that mean for you as an individual? It means growth in your interest rates. It means paying more interest on the money that you've borrowed. It means putting yourself further and further behind, Mr. Speaker, and that's what this budget is going to do. It's going to put this province further and further behind. We've heard the finance minister say that this budget is going to empower Nova Scotians. In actual fact, it's going to burden Nova Scotians, Mr. Speaker. When we look at the cost of this burden to service this debt, the debt servicing costs over the period of this budget and this term is going to increase by 33%. Can you imagine, as a Nova Scotian in your own household, your interest payments going up by 33%? Mr. Speaker, what does that mean? It means less money for programs. It means less money for initiatives to help Nova Scotians when they're struggling. It means less money for income assistance. It means less money for investment. If you sum it all up, it means less. More money on interest means less money for Nova Scotians. And let's all remember where that money comes from. Mr. Speaker, that money comes from Nova Scotians. So not only will our debt grow by a third to $22.2 billion by the year 2025, but our servicing costs will increased by 33%, $159 million more per year than it is right now. $159 million, which would have been more than enough to fund glucose monitoring, Mr. Speaker. We didn't see that in the budget. All we heard about when we talked about glucose monitoring systems was that people need to get healthier. People need to take walks on the beach. People need to be educated. But Mr. Speaker, people with type 1 diabetes or type 2 diabetes, that exercise piece, they're already diagnosed. They need help with those costs. There's no money in this budget for that. No money to help 1/3 of Nova Scotians. And we've heard the member for Cumberland North say those with diabetes and pre-diabetes in this province is 33%, I believe. 33%. We need to help the 33% of Nova Scotians that are struggling with diabetes and pre-diabetes, Mr. Speaker. We all know that we pay the highest income taxes in Atlantic Canada. No relief in sight for Nova Scotians with regards to income taxes, despite, as my colleague from Citadel Sable Island, Halifax Citadel Sable Island said, we've seen significant growth in provincial income tax revenues, significant growth in HST revenues on the backs of Nova Scotians who are forced to spend more money to buy daily necessities, buy their groceries, pay for their gas, put food on the table, send their kids. We saw nothing for kids' lunches in this budget. Mr. Speaker, government will tell us, you know, Nova Scotians are going to be okay. Madam Speaker, I'm sorry, we had to change. Nova Scotians are going to be okay. We're helping them kind of. They're going to figure this out. Well, Nova Scotians are seeing their spending power go down. If they get a raise, it gets eaten up into bracket creep in the income taxes. It gets eaten up, no pun intended, at the grocery store. It gets eaten up at the gas pump. No relief for Nova Scotians in this budget. No relief for low-income Nova Scotians. No relief for middle-income Nova Scotians. No relief for any Nova Scotians when it comes to the struggling costs that we're all facing today. Government tells us that this is a health budget. Well, my colleague from Bedford South talked about the number of bullet points in this budget. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, this is a bullet point budget. I refer to it as a soundbite budget. This budget is designed so that our Premier can go out and say, we're spending $6 billion per year on health care. We said we're going to fix health care, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker. We're going to fix health care. We're spending $6 billion. Last budget, Madam Speaker, was an increase in health spending as well. And what were the outcomes, Madam Speaker? The outcomes were doubling of the doctor wait list, more emergency room shutdowns, many more position vacancies, no universal mental health, poorly implemented programs like retention programs that we're seeing. Madam Speaker, emails, I'm sure the government members are receiving all of the emails from the healthcare workers that we're receiving on this side. What about me? Individuals that were out for no trouble of their own, for a workplace injury in 2022, they're coming back. They're excluded. It makes no sense. It was not well thought out. It was not implemented. It was a soundbite, and it's going to help some, but it's not designed properly to help those nurses and healthcare professionals. Categorizing positions based on dollars. We have no rationale as to why some employees get $10,000, why some employees get $5,000. It makes absolutely no sense. What about the individuals who are working in other occupations, doing similar jobs, who worked through COVID, in the service industry, in our schools, adapted to online learning, did what they needed to do? There's no help for them. All we see are sound bites, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I'm not really sure why we actually go through the process of doing a budget. Why do we do this? We just saw in this fiscal year $1.6 billion in spending outside of the legislature. And we can hear about, well, the rules are the rules, and we're following the rules, and the rules were set by somebody else, and we're following them, and we're just doing what everybody else did. I remember my mom telling me one time, if your friends decided to jump off a mountain, would you do it? She said it multiple times. I think she wanted me to jump. But at the end of the day, if everybody else is doing it, it doesn't mean it's right. And when you're in that position, you have an opportunity to fix it. And out of that $1.6 billion, over half a billion, put that into context, that's a lot of zeros. $500 million spent in the month of March. We just need that to sink in. And Nova Scotians need to understand that this government doled out $500 million in the month of March. Why? Because they didn't realize where their budget was. There's no way, Madam Speaker, that they could show another surplus this year and be embarrassed the way it was last year. It's impossible. They didn't need to do that. They wanted to spend, spend, spend. So hastily, in the last weeks, of the fiscal year, we make a quick decision. We're pumping out $330 million for a retention bonus, or we're going to attract people back. But guess what? In order to get that, you have to be back in a seat by March 31st, or accept a position by March 31st. I'm not sure what interview processes the government has sat on in their day, but Madam Speaker, I've not seen an interview process that can be gone through in less than 2 weeks so that you can come in and get that extra bonus. When we don't know what we're doing, or we're not sure what we're doing, or we don't realize things, and we have to punch a bunch of money out at the last minute without a plan. We've all heard the term March Madness. But what happens is when we have no plan, this equals panic spending. So unfortunately, when we panic spend, we don't always spend on the things that are going to make things better for Nova Scotians. We spend to get that money out the door so that we could show that deficit and show that we're spending money and we're going to fix health care. But everything that was spent in this budget, everything that is proposed in the new budget, is not designed to improve health care. Things continue, the metrics continue to get worse, Madam Speaker. After looking further into the budget, Madam Speaker, I saw that our equalization transfer payments are now estimated at $2.8 billion, an increase of $344.5 million. Equalization payments are paid by the federal government to provinces to ensure that like services for like taxes are being implemented. Well, we've clearly stated we don't have like taxes. Our taxes in Nova Scotia are the highest in the country, highest in all of the land in Atlantic Canada by a significant amount. But what about our services? Are we seeing services equivalent to the rest of this province, rest of this country? Absolutely not. We see doctor wait lists astronomical. We see waits in the emergency room. We see vacancies. We see losing doctors on a daily basis. The members of this legislature will remember in July, August of 2021, when the premier, the current premier of this province, recognized that there's a problem in the way municipal governments are funded in this province. The premier promised to double that equalization payment to municipalities that needed it in Nova Scotia. As an example, in CBRM, that was an extra $15 million, Madam Speaker. And that doubling of that municipal amount came with another promise. And that promise was, we recognize there's a problem. We're going to put a temporary fix in here and double the payments. So recognizing that doubling the payments, that's a big problem. Doubling those payments is a big problem. There's got to be a problem if we're going to double those payments. And you know what, municipalities? We're going to come back. We're going to come back and we're going to negotiate. We're going to renegotiate the way that we disperse funds in this province to municipalities. The phone is not ringing. The municipal phones are not ringing, Madam Speaker. Nobody's indicating when this renegotiation is going to happen. We see nothing in this budget to indicate that the way we finance municipalities is going to change. Again, soundbite, get elected, ignore. That seems to be the MO of this government. A soundbite, let's get people on side, tell them we're going to do something, and then they'll forget about it by 2025 when we overspend our budget by $600 million. It's time, Madam Speaker, that we renegotiate and update the Act in the way that these payments are allocated to municipalities. There's a lot of complication to the matter, understand that, but it's time to put the resources in place to make sure that municipalities are getting their fair share of the money that's sent to us by the federal government. What else did this budget do? In a time where Nova Scotians are struggling, in a time of high inflation, in a time of the highest income tax in all of Atlantic Canada, what does this government do? It grows the public service. It grows the public service by a significant amount, Madam Speaker. Yeah, and we thought it was going to be cut. Usually under a Conservative government, we see cuts in government, we see cuts all around, but not now. No, this is high spending. This is growth within the ranks of the public service, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like to take a moment to talk about what wasn't in this budget. The Department of Economic Development. The Department of Economic Development does not have a lot in this budget for it, Madam Speaker. As a matter of fact, the budget for economic development was slashed by 1.5%. A reduction when we're trying to grow. We're trying to grow our economy. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I got to get that right. Madam Speaker, economic development in this province has been full of broken promises, full of sound bites, once again, but light on delivery. As an example, a significant program announced during the solutionist election. Tell Nova Scotians what they want to hear. They'll forget about it by 2025. Nova Scotia Loyal. We've not seen, as a leader of our party mentioned, we've not seen the revenue source. We've not seen the millions, hundreds of millions of dollars that are expected from this program. And did we see a huge investment in Nova Scotia Loyal in this budget? $1.5 million. $1.5 million for continued development. Madam Speaker, this program, for all intents and purposes, was ready to go day one. We've got this. We're going to make Nova Scotia loyal. We're going to help all our local producers. We're going to help Nova Scotians. Well, Madam Speaker, I'm not sure what's happening in that department with that program, but we must be trying to split the atom. Considering after 2 years, this program is still in development. It didn't sound that difficult, Madam Speaker, when it was announced. It didn't sound that difficult when it was on the bus. It didn't sound that difficult, but apparently it's a struggle trying to figure this out. So $1.5 million. We must be going to purchase another couple of trucks, another couple of wrappings for the trucks, maybe some of the growth in the public service for drivers of these trucks to go around and collect Nova Scotians' phone numbers. Madam Speaker, it just baffles me as to the pace at which this program was developed. We consulted last summer. We consulted with our trucks and Sobeys and all of the different grocery stores. Gathering emails, gathering phone numbers. For what purpose? I'm not sure. Maybe could be used in 2025 to communicate. But, Madam Speaker, I'd be so pleased if we're able to pull something off here and help the local producers of Nova Scotia. But my goodness, let's get a move on. Let's get a move on and get this program. We must have to rejig it from the previous feedback that we've received. It's time to move on or move off of Nova Scotia Loyal, Madam Speaker. Some of my colleagues have referred to day one. Day one, better paycheck for Nova Scotians. Where is it? We've heard the minister say Nova Scotians are making more money. Nova Scotians, it's a different time. It's not that different. Inflation has gone up is one of the things that's different. So the money that Nova Scotians are making is going out the door into the grocery store. It's going out the door into the gas tank. It's going out the door in bracket creep provincial income taxes. It was mentioned that Nova Scotia, it's a workers' market right now, Madam Speaker. It's a workers' market. However, it's not an employer's market. The Guaranteed Paycheck program was designed to help employers pay workers more money. Let's think about that for a second. Pay workers more money. Wouldn't that make sense in a workers' environment? If this is a workers' market, employers need to pay more to attract those workers. To me, it would make sense that the better paycheck guarantee would be there to help those employers pay those workers what they deserve.
That's right.
A workers' market, and we're still not paying living wages to Nova Scotians? It's time, again, to come clean with Nova Scotians, come clean with businesses, and just say, you know what? We're sorry. We said we were going to do it, but we're not. It's clear that we're not, unless we're saving it all up for 2025 and our $610 million deficit is what it would appear to be. So the budget in 2023 had 40-odd sound bites. I'm assuming the one in 2025 will be a whole 30-page document of sound bites because they know they won't have to implement. So there's no help for Nova Scotians. No new money for housing developments. We saw that. A colleague for Bedford South used the figure of $0 for new housing. 1,000 more rent supplements. Look, in my office, every day, I remind constituents about the ability, if you're too far on the list of housing, take a look at the rent supplement. And without hesitation, they say, Fred, have you tried to find an apartment in Northside Westmount in the last 6 months? There's nothing. And those that are there are way out of reach of any rent supplement. We need to do more and we need to do better. The programs, let's even do more faster. Let's do more faster, but let's do more faster for Nova Scotians. As a province, we need to look at the government programs that are available to Nova Scotians. We need to look at the senior care grant that's available to seniors. We need to look at the limits, the income limits for these programs. They are outdated, they're unrealistic, and they need to be changed now. We need to look at these limits objectively and look at the average incomes within our communities. We need to help people stay in their homes longer. We need to help people repair their homes faster. We need people to be able to afford heat pump programs. If we're serious about protecting the environment if we're serious about moving away from fossil fuels, raise the limits on the heat pump program. We haven't heard what the uptake has been on this program, but we do know that a lot of the programs, let's talk about the MOST program. The MOST program. A program where the soundbite said, no income tax on your first $50,000 if you're under 30 and you're a tradesperson. Yeah. What the soundbite didn't say is that you're going to have to apply for this. It's not going to be at source when you do your income taxes. It's going to be a process. Pay the money out, file your taxes, wait for Revenue Canada to send you your notice of assessment, then put the documentation together from your employer that says you're an apprentice, and then submit to some department and wait for that return to come, Madam Speaker. We still haven't seen the details on how that will be implemented. So, heavy on promises, light on details, heavy on sound bites, heavy on broken promises. So you see a theme developing. So, you know, there's a budget in there for the MOST program. People have to rely, and contrary to popular belief, not everybody's paying attention to what we do in here. Not everybody understands, even you guys, right? You're not paying attention to what we're doing here. Not everybody realizes that this program is available. So it's not an automatic program. People have to apply for it. So you put a big flashy number up, and then we know that the uptake on that may be a lot less than what it was. So what do? Instead of improving that program, we expand it. We expand the program now, and we're going to expand that to the nursing population for under 30. And I have no idea where this arbitrary number of 30 years of age came. If we're about retention, if we're about growth, so if I'm 45, if I'm 54, and I still have a lot of work left in me, and I'm in Alberta working in the trades, and I look at that MOST program and say, what about me? They don't want workers that bad in Nova Scotia. They're not willing to expand that program. Maybe down the road, in 2025, we might expand that program out to other ages, but basically we're discriminating based on age. What about all of the nurses that have been working through pandemics, covering overtime shifts, covering double shifts? What about the school teachers? What about the school teachers who have been working through pandemics? What about the individuals that have been working in our service industry? What about people like my wife who work in a grocery store? What about people that have been there serving us through a pandemic, day in, day out, without missing a beat? Where's their relief on income taxes? Okay, maybe they don't get the 30,000, everybody? Well, everybody's not going to get that 50,000 exemption. Well, don't you think the least we could do is up the basic personal amount? Let's tie that to inflation. Perhaps we could update our antiquated income tax brackets, lowest in the country. What's wrong with us? We're only, yes, it's basically greed. We want, not we, this government wants more money from more taxes so that they can have more sound bites. It's all about control and sound bites. and maybe even pay a few friends along the way. Oh. As I said, Madam Speaker, Nova Scotians are paying the highest income taxes in Nova Scotia. In Atlantic Canada, they're paying it in Nova Scotia too. The highest in Atlantic Canada, the highest in Canada, and close to the highest in all of North America. For what? Our services are awful in most cases, not the actual service providers, but our ability to access those services. We can't help people in times when they need it. We can't improve our doctor wait list. We can't improve our surgical wait times. We can't improve ER closures. Madam Speaker, all we're doing is collecting, and not doing any giving on the other side. I know, Madam Speaker, that I had 48 minutes to complete the budget address from the opposition. I could have used 5 days and it won't make a difference because this government has its mind made up. It's not interested in helping. It's not interested in improving. It's interested in being reelected. Don't kid yourself. The election has begun with this budget. It's about sound bites, not about delivery and improvements. I'm going to finish up, Madam Speaker, and I just want to leave Nova Scotians with this. Yesterday, the Finance Minister said that this budget empowered Nova Scotians. But, Madam Speaker, he used the wrong term. This budget burdens Nova Scotians. It burdens Nova Scotians with more debt. It burdens Nova Scotian with less hope for the future. It burdens Nova Scotians with the realization that this government either doesn't want to help or doesn't know how to help. But most importantly, Madam Speaker, this budget burdens future generations of Nova Scotians with an enormous amount of debt that's forced on them, and they will be paying for a long, long time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I now recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island to respond to the budget address on behalf of the NDP.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is my honour to rise today and offer input and reflections on the Nova Scotia provincial budget for 2023-2024 that's been put before us in this House. In my comments, I will attempt to be faithful to the input, ideas, and struggles that people in my constituency and across Nova Scotia have shared with me and with all of us over this past year. Nova Scotians are proud of our home, and rightly so. But too many Nova Scotians are worried. They wonder if their children, their parents, and their friends will be able to get the health care they need when they need it. They are stressed every time they go to the grocery store or the pharmacy or for other essential goods, and their household budget doesn't stretch as much as it used to as prices keep rising. They worry about their community members who struggle to find a safe place to sleep, whether that's for a night in a long journey of homelessness or for enough time to finish their NSCC program or for their kids to finish primary in their neighborhood before they have to move. And of course, they wonder if we can act together in time for our collective future in the face of climate change. Nova Scotians also want us to rise to the challenge of reconciliation as we seek to overcome a shared shameful past and ensuing legacies of colonization, genocide, racism, and exclusion. Nova Scotians want a provincial budget that builds today for a stronger tomorrow. They want a provincial budget where they see their future, where we all see our future. They want a provincial budget that eases the pressures we feel in our daily lives. Nova Scotia is growing in terms of population, which is amazing and welcomed. But we need to build a province together that ensures everyone is safe and healthy. Government budgets are raking it in, much more than anticipated, and March Madness spending has followed. But who is benefiting from this prosperity? Who's sharing in it? And are we seeing the results of that this government has promised? This government has collected massively large revenues, which makes this budget's gaping omissions all the more heartbreaking. It seems like a tale of many Nova Scotians, or Nova Scotias. On one hand, it's a time of growth, expansion, optimism, but if we don't buy into that, we're portrayed as negative or not getting our swagger back. There are too many people being left out. They want to be part of this new Nova Scotia, but people are having a hard time and they aren't feeling heard or seen. What changes will this budget bring? It will bring no change to the folks living on income assistance. In fact, with record inflation and no changes to rates, it will leave many people much worse off. That's right. Yeah. That's right. It'll bring no change for families and school communities that stand to benefit from a school lunch program. And a granola bar is not a lunch. It will bring no change to the many pregnant people of this province who can't get a midwife's care. It will bring no advocacy from a promised child and youth advocate or commission. No extra support for families facing high prescription drug costs. No health care coverage for migrant workers. And no significant investments in building new non-market housing. All during a time of enhanced challenges for Nova Scotian families. Supports to individual communities and individuals in Nova Scotia are not what's driving inflation, but rather corporations taking advantage of supply issues, pent-up demand, consolidated structures, and of course, global conditions. The government may not feel it has a way into addressing price gouging and exploitation, but this government does have the means to help make the lives of people hanging on by their fingertips better. Budgets are about choices. This PC government could have presented a budget that built better options for all Nova Scotians, but we think they missed out on some important chances to make the lives of Nova Scotians better now. If there's one thing we can all agree on, it's that Nova Scotia's healthcare system is in crisis. Every month, more and more Nova Scotians need access to primary care. Our ER crisis has tragically resulted in 2 documented deaths in the past 6 months, and we continue to call for an inquiry into ER deaths. We all continue to lack access to paramedics, and our surgery backlog persists. Virtual care can only be a stopgap measure. Virtual care through one-off appointments does not provide the type of ongoing primary care and health promotion that creates healthy communities. I would invite the Minister and the Premier to sit through a few calls from folks unaccustomed to working online and dealing with a complex health issue, or to ask doctors to recount their experience working online for the public virtual health system, where they're dealing with folks in rural areas with dementia who are trying to use iPhones for basically the first time, who have infections that require blood work, that are isolated from their health services within their communities. This is not going to build us healthy communities. Our current system of virtual care isn't offering the type of primary care we want, and the type of ongoing relationships people have with a primary care provider. When you get to know them, they get to know you, your family, your context, and what's happening for you. The mobile primary health care clinics are, of course, welcomed when there is literally nowhere else to go, but again, suffer from the lack of follow-up and connection to community. Simply put, this is not at all what we thought the Premier meant when he promised to fix healthcare. It's not the type of healthcare we want, and it's not going to give us the outcomes we want in this province either. Family doctors have been signaling the disconnect from this type of community-based healthcare that they want to provide and what their experience is. We hear a lot about recruitment, but we haven't been hearing a lot about retention of primary healthcare capacity. In primary care practices, doctors regularly express their concern with their current administrative load. I have heard from many family doctors who do not work full-time seeing patients, although they would like to, because they need to guard days and hours during the week to complete administrative tasks. This is an important issue to consider when implementing the One Patient, One Record initiative, as family docs have reported that their administrative load actually increases with this type of program. The South End Family Clinic was an obvious choice to maintain a huge, well-loved practice, but the opportunity was missed, and now there are 4,100 people without a doctor, and our community is definitely poorer for it. Since the government does not seem to put much stock on the legislative budget process, I feel quite able to also address additional appropriations from the last fiscal year. We remain very curious about the much heralded retention bonuses for nurses and other health professionals. I hope that these bonuses help hardworking Nova Scotians, but I am worried that as a hefty, time-limited investment, it doesn't do enough. The bonuses don't address working conditions that so many health professionals find demoralizing and stressful. I also wonder what we even understand about the use of limited time bonuses in the retention of health professionals. Like with so many of the government's initiatives, it's not clear if there's an evidence base. We don't know if anybody else has tried this and what the results are. We don't have a goal, so how many nurses are they trying to retain and where? And without all that, how will we measure success or failure? The new medical school in Cape Breton is a major undertaking. At Dalhousie, the Faculty of Medicine works closely with the Faculty of Health. How will interprofessional development and collaboration be supported? The Premier keeps talking about this initiative creating opportunities for more Nova Scotians to enter medical school. Is that part of the proposed model that hasn't been shared with us, that spots will be reserved for Nova Scotian students? How many new doctors in Nova Scotia will be created in a decade, and what retention incentives will there be? Cape Breton doctors have expressed doubt to us that this can be done in a sustainable way, noting that they don't have extra time to dedicate to additional teaching and additional residency supervision. And it is indeed a national problem, but as we're making these huge investments, we need to consider how they're going to impact here. On March 22nd, so 2 days ago, the Canadian Residency Management System resolved it, which is how people get matched for their medical residencies, whether it's family practice or specialties. There were 268 unfilled family physician spots in Canada, and that's the highest ever. Folks are not being attracted to the practice of family medicine. So what does this mean for this major investment in a Cape Breton medical school? The other health post-secondary education investments are likewise long-term investments, not answers for now. And of course, there are other essential healthcare workers. Paramedics need a pay increase and better support. They have been left out of the most incentive and continue to be sidelined by this government. The stress faced by first responders is enormous, with increased interactions for mental health, people waiting a long time in terrible conditions, and of course, this deeply impacts professionals, resulting in moral distress. In healthcare, we need a systematic approach to a systematic problem, and we need to use the resources that we have here now in Nova Scotia. This budget misses out on many opportunities to do this. There is a small increased commitment to gynecological care, including assessing and treating endometriosis. At the same time, there's a huge missed opportunity to fund a provincial midwifery program to get these professionals to be part of the system now. We have called for access to free contraception. We've called for increased funding for sustainability of community health centres, such as the North End Community Clinic and the Halifax Sexual Health Clinic. And we've also called to provide universal access to PrEP to prevent new HIV cases. The NDP has consistently put forward real solutions to the healthcare crisis. A couple of others that I want to mention is integrating physician assistants into the health system. We still have lots of room to go there, and pausing pharmacare fees. In addictions and mental health, there have been many good initiatives that have been undertaken, including the walk-in substance use support centers, the day treatment program, and a number of community investments for mental health programming with community-based organizations that were recently announced. However, the PCs ran on a platform of providing universal mental health care. At that point, the promise was to open MSI billing to private clinicians. We haven't been apprised of the details in this decision-making, but this budget only allocates $250,000 to a limited pilot that will explore how to have private practitioners build a public system for psychological assessments. This is not universal health care, and it falls short of the promise that was made during the last campaign. We need to hold government to account for promises made as part of the electoral contract. Maybe with all of the various pilot initiatives and different initiatives that were reaching everyone, but it doesn't seem like it. In last year's budget, there was an emphasis on increasing data collection and enhanced use of evaluation in mental health and addictions, which are key steps in making improvements. But this data hasn't been shared. We all need to know what the mental health status of Nova Scotians is and whether programs and services are improving lives. The minister recounts numbers in terms of numbers of people through a program, but that doesn't talk about outcomes. So even if we've had 1,000+ people through the day hospital program, we have no idea if they're better or worse off for that treatment, or if it achieves the therapeutic goals that were set out. With limited public information available to understand how the mental health system is working, it is necessary to rely on wait times data. In Halifax Regional Municipality, 50% of youth 18 and under had their first non-urgent assessment within 104 days, and 90% of these youth had their first non-urgent assessment within 119 days, from July to September 2022. I mean, the numbers actually are less relevant because it's too long. These all exceed the Canadian Psychiatric Association's 2006 recommendation that people receive mental health treatment within 30 days of presenting at a healthcare provider. For those over 18, the Nova Scotia Health wait time site notes a range of wait times across the province, from 50% waiting 124 days for their first non-urgent assessment in HRM to 90% of adults waiting 139 days. And these have all been increasing since August 2021. I just double-checked the numbers from October to December. And for instance, in CBRM for non-urgent assessment, in child and youth mental health, 90% of children who are waiting for an assessment have the assessment completed within 211 days, which is basically a lifetime for a child or a youth. It is a school year. It is a mass. It is like 200 missed opportunities, and it's 153 days for adults. We need to make sure the system is robust at all levels of need, and currently my perception is that there is a huge gap between being absolutely critical when a patient has hurt themselves or others and being in crisis. How do the current services provide the mental health safety net needed? We can move beyond the numbers to heartbreaking stories of Nova Scotians who need mental health services and the tragic outcomes when they do not get them. Last month, Yulia Andrijak was an expressive young woman who entered the world through her passion for writing, painting, music, and sports, as her parents recounted. And she left the world on a cold November night last year amid a mental health crisis. She was 32 when she died on November 15, 2022, from exposure on a Dartmouth walking trail. In a recent interview, her parents, Mike and Irina, said her death could have been prevented if she had received proper mental health support. She needed treatment and help, Irina said, and she didn't get it. As well, last month in HRM, a man died of exposure after a mental health crisis. His stepfather talked about their family's experience. He was able to get some appointments, but, quote, "I think if he was taken seriously, this wouldn't have happened," she said. "This was a tragic and likely preventable death. I believe he acted out of fear that he would get in trouble with the law because of how he was feeling inside. I want people to know what a good man he was and that we will miss him very much." And I'll table both those CBC stories. In January, I heard from Liz Leclerc, who was concerned about the mental health of her brother. He had returned to Nova Scotia in the fall to help care for a family member recovering from surgery. He needed access to mental health care when he was here. He didn't get it. He didn't get access to primary health care, and he didn't get access to mental health care, and he declined into crisis. And he ended up leaving the province without any remedy or support. I'm just going to table these couple of documents. There we go. New announcements, such as the one-time sessions provided through the private for-profit TELUS Health, also leave us asking many questions. Brief therapeutic interventions are appropriate in some cases, but it's hard to see how these sessions will result in a plan as promised by the branding for this program. Also, best practice for this type of intervention is that more complex situations are in fact not limited to one session. Again, it's not clear how we can see behind the branding to see what Nova Scotians can really expect in terms of mental health outcomes. I'm also concerned by what's buried in the $17.7 million allocated for universal mental health care, and I will resist the urge to go through line by line because it's a number of bullet point items, as my colleague from Northside Westmount talked about. There are a couple that I want to draw people's attention to. First of all, there's $1.5 million allocated for police pilots in mental health response. I'm concerned by this description from the Department of Police pilots. What I hope this is, in fact, is non-police-led community emergency mental health services, such as those being implemented across Canada and around the world, and for which we in the Nova Scotia NDP have been advocating. I'm also concerned that we only see a line item of $1.9 million for integrated youth services. We will truly be the last jurisdiction in Canada to implement this new model of supporting young people, and I think that we're poorer for it. In housing, our caucus has again been sorely disappointed by a lack of investment in this budget in truly affordable non-market housing. The minister continues to suggest that if they simply increase housing supply, then somehow affordable housing will miraculously appear. This kind of trickle-down thinking has been debunked, and yet the government continues to repeat it. We saw public housing repairs re-announced, and 1,000 new rent supplements, which may prove to be some help to a small number of people, but are not nearly enough. In our current public housing, a recent AG report outlined some of the issues that, like we hear from folks in our own ridings. There are 2 public seniors manors in my riding. I hear regularly, almost daily, from residents who are scared and stressed in their own homes. They report a lack of security, ongoing concerns about serious maintenance issues that affect health, responsiveness, and the slow turnover of units. Current public housing initiatives are not enough, and we need to see things get better quickly. At the same time, this housing is also all that these residents can afford. On fixed incomes, seniors also struggle for their food access and express desire to be able to eat more regularly and healthier. Without having public housing, these folks would be struggling even more. There are 7,000 people on the wait list for public housing and 800 plus people sleeping outdoors in this province, and yet there are 0 new investments in housing in this capital plan during a once-in-a-lifetime housing emergency. The current rent cap is barely working, with renters being subjected to fixed-term leases, rent evictions, and rising rent increases despite the rent cap. And yet this government remains opposed to a rent control regime.
Yeah, crazy.
The PC government argument is to build out the market. We can learn from other jurisdictions about how increased population and demand from housing does not actually result in increased affordable housing. For instance, in Ontario, population growth since 2015 is correlated, and I'm not saying it's causated, but it's correlated with rising house prices above the rate of Canadian average growth, and I have that from Statistics Canada. I also think, I just have to think that, we all know that trickle-down economics has been disproven. And for that, I want to quote from Rebecca Young, who is a resident of Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island, and is also a Scotiabank Vice President with a focus on inclusion and resilience economics. So I will just read directly from one of her reports from January of this year. Market-priced housing will likely never be affordable for a serious share of households, and easily those in the lowest income quintile, based on current trajectories. The infrastructure to support these most vulnerable Canadians is stark. Canada's stock of social housing represents just 3.5% of its total housing stock. The moral case to urgently build out Canada's anemic stock of social housing has never been stronger. The economic case is equally compelling, she continues. Governments are attempting to alleviate the strain on lower-income households, with a host of transfers, but the cost to do so will continue to escalate as shelter costs rise. Market income provides little offset, and policy failures persist. A modest start would be doubling Canada's stock of social housing to bring it in line with peers in the context of a coherent and well-resourced strategy. Such an approach may be more responsive to the needs of Canada's most vulnerable households and more cost-efficient for governments in the long run. And I will table that as well. The government had the chance with this budget, with incredible revenues, to make real investments in housing that could have been creative and effective, but they have not. I want to turn for a few minutes around advanced education. Nova Scotians value our post-secondary sector. A 2022 public opinion report commissioned by CONCEPT, the Council of Nova Scotia University Presidents, confirmed that Nova Scotians feel that universities make a significant contribution to the social and cultural development of Nova Scotia, are powerful contributors to the economic prosperity, productivity, and competitiveness, and a primary source of innovation and research in Nova Scotia. And I will table that. We need to make sustainability and accessible goals of the province, and we need all Nova Scotians who want to be students to be able to access any program in any location, and thus we need predictable operating funds for universities. Universities are on the front lines of both sustainability and accessibility, and with the current 1% operating grant increase in the post-secondary MOU, there is no hope of universities meeting the need for 2030 accessibility. Again, there is a need for indexed annual operating grants, and we didn't see that in this budget. Universities are stepping up and initiating collaborations to enhance the student experience, such as creating a single application portal. And everyone in post-secondary, faculty, staff, students, was looking for a continuation of the Atlantic Open Educational Resources pilot. This program has saved students more than $350,000 over 2 years, but the government seemed to miss the opportunity to continue this effort. There's some mention of micro-credentialing, which is a fairly new component of post-secondary education, but no new funding for proven programs, including Graduate to Opportunity, a concern highlighted by Students Nova Scotia. And I will table that report later. In short, there was very little for students in this budget. We see operational funding to universities stagnate, and with inflation, this means a cut. Forcing universities to continue to rely on tuition from international students who will pay triple and then struggle once they arrive to access housing, healthcare, to get around, and earn enough to live on. At CBU, NESCAD, SMU, Dalhousie, and I'm sure other universities, the campus food banks cannot keep up with the demand from students. We could have done more for students, and the government chose not to. There's one key way to support student success in Nova Scotia, and that is moving us away from being the costliest jurisdiction in Canada to go to university. Stop tuition increases, lower tuition rates, increase bursaries and debt forgiveness.
Absolutely.
There were some increases in the Nova Scotia Student Assistance Program that will hopefully help keep pace with inflation going forward, but there needs to be an end to one-off unpredictable cash bonuses as part of year-end March Madness spending in this province. Some of the most considerable disappointments in the budget fall under the community services umbrella. At a time of unprecedented growth, this spendthrift government will not add a single dollar to the bottom line of the most vulnerable people in this province who are being walloped by a cost of living crisis. This is tragic. We see no new funding for the Promised Child and Youth Commission, a promised advocate for people who desperately need advocacy and our undivided attention. We see a tiny bump for families in the child benefit, about $250 a year, which if you go monthly is really not very much. It's not enough. Food access, and the government likes to talk about their support to Feed Nova Scotia, for instance, is only part of the issue. Declining real incomes, volunteers who are rising to the challenge every day to try and provide food, service providers offering access to snacks. We're only dealing with, we're not even starting the conversation about food security in this province. We're only dealing with food access, and we're only dealing with an ad hoc and unpredictable way that doesn't afford people the dignity that they have the right to. There are a handful of references in the budget about reducing child poverty. For instance, when referring to the $3.9 million to expand supports to former youth in care. It's not clear how that contributes to reducing child poverty, as former youth in care are in fact young adults, but there is also a very easy way to reduce child poverty, and that is to increase family incomes.
Absolutely.
We learned from COVID-19 supports that in fact, relatively limited and reasonable supports result almost automatically into better lives, such as a reduction in child poverty in Nova Scotia. If we were actually able to commit ourselves to addressing child poverty, think about the year-over-year cumulative improvement we would see in health outcomes, educational success, and long-term prosperity. It's actually one of the easiest ways to make things better for everyone. There has not been an increase in the past 2 years in income support, despite record and complex inflation. The Minister of Finance seems to have heard the Governor of the Bank of Canada say that targeted supports are the only acceptable approach. But there are a number of flaws with this brief bit of policy advice that is stuck in his mind. Firstly, if the minister wants a targeted support, there is arguably no more targeted support to the most vulnerable people in Nova Scotia than income assistance and disability supports. I also take great issue with the current government's constant refrain about all the various supports they're funding, this collage that the Minister of Community Services has referred to. Who wants to try and build a life from a collage? I think about things like the food calendars that community organizations produce for Halifax and Dartmouth. So telling people where they can go find food or a hot meal, which day and where. That is a hard way to live. And it is, people have a right to food. People have a right to dignity. I also think about where, if this is all happening during the day, it leaves very few resources for families to access hot meals for children. And they can't find that consistently in schools. Yeah. Add to this the onerous task of keeping on top of what little bits of support are here, there, and everywhere and making application, and it's not an acceptable way to live, and it's not going to make the changes that we all want. Right. An explicit commitment to realizing children's rights could provide a comprehensive framework from a right to a family, to shelter, to education, and could guide our assessment about how we are supporting our young people. A Child and Youth Commission or similar independence advocate's office would be an important part of this approach, would allow for research, advocacy, and youth voice in our policy-making decisions. The creation of the commission was a key promise of this government, announced with much fanfare. There has been public consultation, expectations are high, and yet it's not in this budget. Also for children and youth, there was $13.4 million to support youth with complex needs. And I have to say, Mr. Speaker, I was pretty excited to see that bullet point and was excited to ask the department for clarification about what that was. I was indeed hoping that it was the system that we know we need to support complex young people in our province. But it's not actually the revolution. Instead, it's actually just shoring up our places of safety system that are, in fact, a result of inadequate support to families, communities, and children and youth themselves. Investments in the foster care system need to be matched by investments in families. Hear, hear. Feed Nova Scotia is on the front lines of trying to respond to the desperate need for food access in this province. In surveys with partner food bank users, the top 3 challenges in accessing food were lack of income, high cost of housing, and disability. Of 46% of respondents receiving income assistance, 91% said it was inadequate. The majority of respondents were women, and the largest percentage were in the 26 to 40-year-old age range. In the Feed Nova Scotia public survey that reached 1,088 Nova Scotians, 82% believed income assistance should be increased and 86% it should be adjusted for inflation. So it just, I mean, I look at these numbers, I look at the fact that the largest percentage of respondents are in the age group of 26 to 40, and yet we talk about supporting young people. It seems like a complete direct contradiction to the MOST program in terms of what's happening and what's working and not. I just want to spend a couple of minutes on arts and culture. So, of course, where would Nova Scotia be without our arts and culture sector? Creativity that reflects the ocean, land, and people and captures it for generations to come. And it's important now as we grow our new collective and community identity. It's a sector built on flexibility, adaptation, and hard work. And there are at least 14,000 cultural workers as of 2020, and the number has probably grown post-COVID. We know the arts were amongst the sectors hardest hit by the effects of COVID-19 and still need support to regain the ground lost from the pandemic. The operational support for cultural programs has not had a meaningful budget increase since 2006. And of course, organizations were struggling to respond to the cost of inflation, and they can't make it up in ticket revenue and still get crowds in to see the important works they make. We are so glad to see an increase this year in operational funding for arts organizations. This is a victory long fought for by artists and advocates and is desperately needed. I spoke at the beginning of one of the things that we need to see in this budget is the vision for the future, where we are able to respond to climate change in a way that is sustainable and adaptive, and protects our communities and our people. It's clear that this budget is missing a climate lens throughout that acknowledges how a fair transition will benefit communities, the economy, and healthcare. The Ecology Action Center talks about the clear link between healthcare and the environment, and that we're really missing the chances we had to make a difference with this budget. We saw Fiona drive home what climate change means to us. We also saw what it was like to pick up the pieces following that disaster. We also saw that brief deep freeze in the month of February that also has affected a lot of producers. We know what the effects of climate change can be, and yet there's no new efficiency funding. There's nothing designated for a shift to net zero construction or support for industry or trades to move forwards towards this. There's limited investment in infrastructure to get a province off coal. There's a missing funding commitment to the Atlantic Loop. There's nothing to address energy poverty. There's missing funding commitments for most of the promises made in the climate change plan. Of the $41.4 million in direct funding for the climate plan, the vast majority, $34 million, was already earmarked for environmental initiatives through the Green Fund. We're not moving fast enough. This budget comes on the heels of the release of the IPCC report this month, which found that globally we have 10 fewer years to meet these targets than expected. We are running out of time, and this government's funding priorities don't meet this sense of urgency. If we're not making these investments now, a year when the government is seeing unprecedented revenues and when we saw unprecedented effects of climate change, then when will we make them? I want to turn now to the topic of economic development. In the face of massive economic upheaval during the pandemic, many provinces mapped out economic recovery plans. We still haven't got an economic or rural development plan. When Nova Scotians ask for something similar, they are told that this government's direction can be found in the election platform, rather than providing a blueprint with clear actions. I was going to say it's still not too late to map out a plan, but I'm not sure. It might be too late. But to map out a plan that includes what sectors we should grow, how programs contribute to targeted sectors, and how we're going to get there together. We need an economic plan that includes a green plan, creates economic opportunity for everyone, addresses energy efficiency, and fosters climate adaptation. We need to make sure the plan helps people and businesses in rural and remote areas, and make sure that African Nova Scotian, 2S LGBTQ+ folks, Mi'kmaq, and women are included in the path forward. In short, we need accountability for the government's choices. We know what's not happening. We don't hear anything about the better paycheck guarantee in this budget. The minister has said that it costs money, and I would invite the minister, I'd be very interested to review the analysis and work that's been done to date on this issue so we can understand what choices have been made. I know it's too expensive, but we don't even know, right? So what we also don't know is around Nova Scotia Loyal. So we have a major revenue line in this budget that we're spending. And we have $1.5 million in investment. And I would also invite the Minister for Economic Development to talk about how that $1.5 million will be used and how it will truly launch this program to see revenues in this fiscal year. We talked a lot about, in the fall session, about the decision to reorganize 5 Crown corporations into 2 new ones that put more power in the hands of the Minister and the Premier. And I think we had an early picture of what that type of close relationship between spending money on economic development to a minister's office can look like with the Lunenburg shipyard. We'd love to hear more about that decision-making process, because it wasn't clear at the time how that change would help Nova Scotians and what decisions were made to back away from it. There's supposed to be a new food and beverage strategy being developed, and I'm not sure that I saw that in the budget. There's a new Nova Scotia food and beverage export strategy, and I'm not sure I saw funding for that in the budget. But overall, how does it fit into a plan? And I know I keep asking this, but I will say that from the minister I've heard 3 different themes. From the Deputy Minister, I've heard about 7 different themes in committee. And it's really hard for us to know if what we're doing in economic development is going to bear fruit. It's clear that a shortage of labor is a persistent challenge across all sectors, and it's holding us back. It's holding us back. It's holding businesses and institutions back. I know people talked about being in an employee's market, but it's not. People are unable to seek out many of the job opportunities that exist because wages and salaries offered are not adequate to afford housing, if any is available. Over the government's own budget documents say over the medium term, the economic outlook assume that productivity growth will be driven by rising population and labor supply. Except we're not seeing this. I think we have some complex blockages in our labor market that none of us have a plan to address yet, and we need to start looking at that. As well, the budget documents talk about Nova Scotia's employment participation rate falling from 62.3% in 2021 to 61.7% in 2022, with lower participation across the broad cohort of 30 to 55-year-olds. And again, I think earlier in the House we had a conversation about, for instance, what is the rationale behind the MOST program targeting up to 30s? What's the evidence? How have these programs worked in other jurisdictions? What's our goal with this? If we have a labor problem and we have less people working in the age cohort above the MOST program, are we misfiring this major program that the government is resting on? We'll soon start to see the results of the first year of the MOST initiative, and we need to start tracking. We need to understand who's accessed the program by gender, age, education, race, and in what sectors. We need to start tracking for retention past the age of eligibility. So once folks turn 30, are they still in Nova Scotia? The government stands tall in this program, but now is the time to demonstrate how it's working. And it's really important to also consider the role of, I know there are some small investments in apprenticeship and in retooling of people's work skills, but we really need to see this come together in a coherent strategy. Likewise for immigration, we have a goal, we don't have a plan. If this is the answer to the labor shortage, we need to understand how that is being understood and mapped across, how our immigration targets match our labor needs and contribute to our economic development. If we're not talking about that, then we really don't know what we're doing. I'm also concerned about immigration support for immigrant settlement and retention. So one of my family members, for instance, stepped forward and hosted a Ukrainian family. And of course that family was appalled to figure out that they couldn't find housing in a small Nova Scotian town that they could afford. And there were no other supports provided, whereas my family members folks in Newfoundland had access to a social worker from the moment they arrived. They had set programs that were supporting them. Immigration settlement and retention is not a magic process where people arrive and immediately feel connected and integrated in community. We need to be providing adequate services and shelter. We need to be making sure that there are opportunities for work and for housing, and we need to ensure access to MSI. And I've been involved in refugee resettlement. I know how complicated it is and how important it is, and that if we don't do it well, we actually lose those people to other centres in Canada. In education, as we've mentioned before, we're very disappointed to not see a school food program that the department had suggested was coming. Families, teachers, students, and school staff need our support, and yet there's no significant commitment to this in the budget. And I have to say I take great exception, having been a long-time parent volunteer and on the PTA and on the school advisory committee, that people have access to food when they need it in schools. That's not true. And if they do, it's a granola bar or an apple, and that's not enough. Some school communities are able to rally together to support kitchens and support hot meals at lunch, but it's very much reliant on volunteer-led initiatives and volunteer-led fundraising, and that's just not good enough for Nova Scotian students. We can have better school communities and better school outcomes if we provide a real school food program in Nova Scotia. We were disappointed to see that it seemed that in the budget that spending for inclusive education and student supports actually fell below targets in this past year. So it seems to be both underspent and yet at the same time not available for those who need it.
You got lots of time.
All right. I'm deeply concerned from this budget for the state of efforts around diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility in our province. The budget is all but silent on the task of reconciliation, which, like climate change, should cut across everything we do, and I don't see it in this budget. I don't see it in the spending commitments, and I don't see it. No, I don't see it. No, but what I think, what I'm talking about is a cross-cutting commitment to reconciliation that actually changes the way government works and the way that we live together in this province. Once again, we have a major progressive conservative government document that is all but silent on 2S LGBTQIA+ individuals and communities in their house. There is $1.7 million for gender affirming care, and we look forward through the estimates process to understanding what this actually is. And then the province-wide expansion of Pride Health is buried with two other equity items at a number of $1.9 million. So how you can expand a program province-wide, and I think it's also to work on Indigenous health and on African Nova Scotian health. It's not clear to me that $1.9 million, the math doesn't math for me, to be quite blunt. A number of critical equity projects, ones that the government pats itself on the back, are relegated without funding commitments to the last paragraph of the last page of the government business plan. And I'll quote, "Work in 2023-24 includes a supportive housing model, preparation of Indigenous and African Nova Scotian justice action strategies, prevention of human trafficking and domestic and sexual violence, advancement towards an accessible province by 2030, and an equity and anti-racism strategy," which I'm pretty sure we are supposed to see funded in this budget, and we haven't. Yeah. We do have a serious commitment to accessibility in this province. It's essential. If you look at the labor market and workforce participation rates, it is clear that the single best intervention, the single best support you can provide for someone who identifies as living with a disability is actually employment, and that their income from employment is usually 3 times that they would receive from government sources. So we need accessibility in our schools, in our post-secondary education system, in our healthcare, and yet we don't see the investments that are needed to make the roadmap to 2030 a reality. And I do want to talk a bit about the issues around governance, accountability, and transparency. We talked a lot in the fall session about our concerns, about the elimination of independent organizations that were governed by diverse and expert boards into basically decisions that were being made in ministers' offices. I think it's important to sort of maybe map a little bit about how we got to where we are now and why we're concerned when we see things, in our perception, sliding backwards in the way that we manage public administration in this province. So once upon a time, the current approach to public administration, where there was a minister and departments and a separation between the executive and the bureaucracy, was built through equity-seeking movements, through the growth of human rights, and there was also a real concern that the amount of taxes that were being collected for services were not being used efficiently, and of course there were a few government spending scandals thrown in. And that's where new public management comes from an emphasis on accountability and transparency and effectiveness. Adhering to a common and shared set of values about what constitutes accountability and transparency is not simply a matter for us here in the House. It provides a common framework that can be at the heart of the relationship between government and the public. We need to concern ourselves with this relationship in the face of rising misinformation, decreasing levels of trust in government. We all need to be combating this by being the best public servants that we can be. In December 2022, the Auditor General released their most recent financial report for the province. This is an important step in the process of accountability and transparency in our provincial processes. In the report, they recalled that the Finance Act provides for the appropriations process through the legislature, where the majority of financial resources needed, I stress majority, by government departments and organizations is presented, discussed, and approved by this legislature. Of course, there are times when government needs to act in urgency or respond to emergent issues. However, this government seems to be taking this managerial flexibility to extremes. In fiscal year 2022-23, $1.6 billion has been spent without legislative oversight. Of course, there was Hurricane Fiona. Of course, there was the deep freeze in February, and the other unseen issues. But $1.6 billion seems to reflect a really inadequate approach to planning for government actions. Perhaps there's perceived expediency by bringing forward and announcing appropriations throughout the whole year that don't have to come before this legislature. Is it a lack of respect for the democratic process? I think it's really important that we have these conversations. The truth is, as well, that lots and lots of the $1.6 billion was actually sent outside government, not for expenses in fiscal year 2022-23. So in fact, for future expenses. That means that external institutions will be holding significant amounts of public funds over the coming years. And I think this raises significant control issues. There are, in fact, examples from all provincial governments and the federal government where governments can still function and respond to emergencies, opportunities, and unforeseen circumstances quickly and efficiently, and then still come back to their respective legislatures to ensure continued oversight. This government has refused to even consider bringing Nova Scotia in line with the rest of Canada, and more importantly, refuses to bring routine spending matters, not emergency spending matters, before the elected officials of Nova Scotia. More practically looking forward, there are still enormous risks in our economic and fiscal outlook. Since 2021, this government has actually benefited from the volatility in the world economy in terms of increased tax revenue. The best case scenario, and I think it's really important that we all absorb this, the best case scenario predicted by this government in real GDP growth, the GDP growth that's the most reliant to understand how we're doing, is 0.6% in 2023 and 1.1% in 2024. This is razor close to not having economic growth. Our soft landing post-COVID could easily be jiggled off course by numerous ongoing risks, and we can't be continuing to spend in the manner that this government has been doing. We have reviewed the proposed budget for 2023-2024, and we look forward to the ongoing and in-depth review of the budget proposals in the estimates process. We will also be listening to stakeholders and will strive to represent their ideas and views here in this House, the People's House. The government talked in this budget being about empowerment. Empowerment means people having power and control over their own lives. People getting the support that they need that is right for them. It means that people are all equal citizens. They are respected and confident in their communities. You can't empower someone else or make someone empowered. It is a critical time for Nova Scotia, and we need to make certain that this budget meets the needs of Nova Scotians. The current government was elected on a lot of promises: the better paycheck guarantee, Nova Scotia Loyal, to fix healthcare, and this is at a critical point. Too many Nova Scotians have nowhere to go and no one to see when they need primary health care, which in turn leads to greater health issues, including mental health needs. Nova Scotians want health care they can count on. Nova Scotians want everyone to have a fair shot at safe, affordable, and accessible housing. Nova Scotians want help with everyday costs and an economy that is clean and strong. This is the budget we needed. This isn't the budget we got, but it will be the budget New Democrats fight for. Thank you.
With the end of the responses to the budget address, the estimates are now referred to the Committee of the Whole on Supply. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that you do now leave the chair and the House resolve itself into Committee of the Whole House on Supply.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax-Shabukta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A singular feature of the budget presented yesterday is, as my friend, the member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island, has explained in depth, that in the midst of the most intense price inflation pressure that has been experienced in several decades, the budget looks to those who are carrying the heaviest burden of financial suffering in Nova Scotia, those who are receiving income assistance, and it offers to them not one And this means that this is the case for now the second year in a row. It means that this Conservative government is now in the second half of their second year, and is a government who does not know what it means, has no experience of offering any increase whatsoever in ESIA rates. And so there has been an outcry across the province later yesterday and today about what is often referred to as this second year in a row income assistance freeze. But in fact, really the situation is much worse than a freeze. A freeze means zero, but the budget is offered in an inflationary context of an expectation of inflation of 3.7%. So no increase in the rates means, in fact, and I think it's important that the budget debate proceed on a clear understanding of this. No increase means a 3.7% cut. And this is true in all of the major categories of those who are receiving income assistance from the province. So I want to look at some of the particular categories and think of the detailed impact that the budget decision of a 3.7% cut is going to have on people. So we think about the important category of those receiving income assistance, single adults who don't have disabilities. So at the moment, coming into the budget, their provincial benefits were $748.92. It is held at zero. We factor in the 3.7% inflationary cut, and that means that for everyone in this category, there will be a monthly deduction in their income of $27.71. And that means, practically speaking, when we think about the real impact in real households and real families, that when a person makes the decision, if they make the decision to vote for this budget, they are voting for a reduction in the income of single adults without disabilities of $27.71 a month. We can think of the very important category in the income assistance world of single adults who do have disabilities. Now, when we think about the income, the standard household rate, and we add in the affordable living tax credit and the poverty reduction credit, all of this means that coming into the budget, such a person's income is from provincial benefits $1,012.92 a month. This is unchanged by the budget, which has no increase. But in an inflationary situation of 3.7%, that means that single adults with disabilities are going to have a 3.7% deduction cut in their income, which means they will have $37.48 less a month. That means that a vote in favor of this budget means that the spending power of disabled single people in Nova Scotia will decline by $37.48 a month. I think it's very important that all members understand exactly the practical financial implication of this vote. We can think about the category of single parents. Now, here the situation is a little different because we need to factor in the fact that there are in this budget improvements in the Nova Scotia child benefit. So we take the standard household rate, and then we understand that we'll be moving for a single parent with a single child from $106 and something to $127 and something by means of the Nova Scotia child benefit. And if we add in the affordable living tax credit, we see that that person's going to move from $1,094 a month to $1,115 a month. But when we factor in the core underlying financial assumption of the budget, that there is inflation of 3.7%, that means that a single parent with a single child, as a result of this budget, is going to have a 1.8% reduction, because the increase in the Nova Scotia child benefit is not as great as the inflationary impact. And that single parent with that single child is going to confront the expenses of their household every month as a result of this deduction. They're going to have $19.70 less each month. I want to think about the situation of a couple with two children. We need to, again, factor in that there are improvements being made in the Nova Scotia child benefit. But again, the improvements in the Nova Scotia child benefit are not 3.7%. They are not as great as the reduction in that family's income that is going to come about as a result of inflation. And so we do see that family's income is going to increase through this budget from $1,636 a month to $1,678. But that, again, is an increase of less than 3.7%. That means that if you are reliant for your income in your household on income assistance, as many two-parent, two-child families are, that even factoring in the changes in the Nova Scotia child benefit, your spending power, your actual income for the month, is going to decline as a result of this budget by 1.2%, or $19.64 a month. And so again, I think it is important for us not to think about these things in terms of general statements or simply abstractions. The truth is that with the budget that is in front of us, if we support it, if the House supports it and sustains it, and it becomes the budget for 23-24, families dependent on income assistance who have two parents and two children will have $19.64 spending power less every single month because of the result of the decision to freeze income assistance in a highly inflationary environment. So the CBC's coverage of reaction across the province to this today contains the headline, "I'll table it, Nova Scotia budget doesn't raise income assistance rates, shocks anti-poverty advocates." I think shock is a fair word to use. It is this is evidence to decrease the real incomes of the people who are carrying the heaviest burden of financial suffering in our province, those whose income comes from income assistance, is, I think it is fair to say, a scandalous and a shocking moral failure. It's also shocking when we think about what is happening in other provinces of Canada. Many of them with conservative administrations who are doing so much better by their vulnerable populations. We can think about the government in New Brunswick, which has faced the present situation with indexing income assistance to inflation. We can think about the government of Manitoba, which has made major increases in the absolute amount of income assistance that's available in that province, or changes that have been made recently in Ontario, by which people who are receiving income assistance can now receive a great deal more from market income than they've been able to do before. And so I think that this bringing forward of a budget in these hyperinflationary times with no increase in income assistance, having, as it has, these very difficult effects for so many thousands of households and families in Nova Scotia, I think it is sad, and I think it tells us something about the character of the government that we're dealing with. That we are dealing, in fact, with a government who, in the face of the great suffering of those who have the greatest need, has looked them square in the eye with this budget and said, "Not 1 cent." Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion to resolve into a committee with the whole House on supply is now carried.
The Committee of the Whole House on Supply will come to order. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would you please call estimates for the Minister of Health and Wellness, Resolutions E11 and E29?
Resolve the sum not exceeding $4,854,073,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Department of Health and Wellness pursuant to the estimate. E29 resolved that a sum not exceeding $7,902,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Office of Healthcare Professionals Recruitment pursuant to the estimate. I will now invite Minister of Health and Wellness to make opening comments.
Yeah. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It is my privilege and my pleasure to introduce estimates for the Department of Health and Wellness for the 2023-24 fiscal year. To do this, I'm joined by two very important people, Associate Deputy Minister of Health and Wellness, Craig Beaton, and also Chief Financial Officer for the Department, Shelley Bonang. We will work together to answer your questions, and I'm sure you'll have plenty. As you know, Budget 2023 invests in moving our province forward, and nothing is important to Nova Scotians right now as fixing healthcare. When our government came to power, healthcare was suffering from decades of neglect. Previous governments of all stripes failed to do the work required to have a modern healthcare system. They let short-term thinking, political games, ideology, and turf wars eat away at our healthcare system until we ended up in the situation we are in today. I worked in that system. I saw the short-term thinking and turf wars. I saw the healthcare system die by 1,000 cuts. As a nurse and a long-term care administrator, I also saw the impact it had on patients and their families, and it's why I ran for office and why I'm here today. Our government has a real plan to fix healthcare. It's called Action for Health, and we launched it last spring. It includes 6 solutions and measurable actions that touch on every aspect of healthcare. We report on our progress regularly online, and we report on it whether it is good news or bad. It is not a plan that sits on a shelf. It drives our work every day. We are talking to Canadian and international experts to ensure we avoid the mistakes that other jurisdictions have made. We encourage Nova Scotians to read the plan and to hold us to it. We are taking action and we are making progress. We're making the kind of reforms that other governments wouldn't take on, the kind that will expand the role of all of our healthcare professionals, embrace technology, and support new ways of working. We will deliver better healthcare that Nova Scotians deserve. We will do more and go faster, and we'll do whatever it takes. This budget will help us move forward. Across the health system, including the Department of Health and Wellness, Seniors and Long-Term Care, and the Office of Addictions and Mental Health, we are investing $6.5 billion this year. That's a $1.2 billion more than 2 years ago, a 21.2% increase. The Department of Health and Wellness itself has an increase of $587.7 million, or about 14%. But of course, it's just not about dollars and cents. It's about what those dollars will do for people. People who need care in this province and the staff who've been struggling to provide it in a broken system for years. We've heard time and time again from healthcare workers and from others about long waits in our emergency departments, our surgical wait lists, and our EHS wait times. They've told us all these things are happening because we don't have patients moving through the system the way we need them to. Some people are staying in hospitals because they can't live independently anymore, even with support, and there isn't a space in long-term care for them. Others could be discharged sooner, but nurses are overrun with patients requiring complex care and with administrative paperwork, and they don't have time to help them get up and moving and ready to go home. This budget includes $34 million investment in access and flow initiatives. That's healthcare speak for getting hospital patients to where they need to be, getting them the care they need, and getting them home as soon as it's safe. We will hire more healthcare staff to provide care, physiotherapists, occupational therapists, recreation therapy associates, and rehab assistants that will help people get up and moving earlier so their muscles don't deteriorate while they're in hospital. Dietitians can now prescribe nutrition for people requiring feeding tubes and central lines for their nutrition, as well as changing a patient's diet without getting a doctor to order this change. That helps take the load off physicians and nurses and expands access to the care people need. Social workers will help connect patients to the supports they need in their communities. That may sound like a lot, but in fact it's everything. Some patients need income, housing, or help navigating the programs they're eligible for. Others need meals. Still others need social interactions and to be connected to their communities. That's all crucial to independent living. And if you don't have those things, you are more likely to end up back in hospital. More ward clerks will help take the administrative load off of nurses. Any nurse will tell you that cuts over the years to crucial support staff in years past means nurses are picking up a lot of administrative work that they shouldn't be doing. It's taking away from patient care, and we need to fix that. There is also funding in this budget for nurse mentors. We are short on mid-career nurses. Again, short-sighted budget cuts decades ago meant we weren't training or hiring enough new nurses. I know because I was one of them. Now we're offering a job to every new Nova Scotia nursing graduate, and the Office of Healthcare Professionals Recruitment and Nova Scotia Health are working hard to recruit new nurses and doctors and CCAs, as well as other healthcare workers, not just from across the country, but from around the world. 2022 was our best year for recruiting international nurses, 237 more registered nurses, 264 more licensed practical nurses, and 47 more nurse practitioners moved to our province last year. Recently, the College of Nursing announced Nova Scotia will be the first in Canada to shorten the licensing process for nurses from the Philippines, India, Nigeria, the US, the UK, Australia, and New Zealand, reducing the licensing process from over a year to a few weeks, and nurses from other parts of Canada can now get a Nova Scotia license within 24 hours. This is beyond exciting, and it will help our recruiting staff who are traveling the world and telling the story of what it's like to live and work in Nova Scotia. Now, when a new graduate arrives on the hospital floor or when an international nurse starts working in Nova Scotia, they may need help getting used to our processes and the way we work. And their colleagues on the floor are busy caring for patients, and it takes time and energy to mentor and support a novice nurse. It's important, but we've heard from working nurses that they just don't have the time. So this budget includes $1.4 million for more nurse mentors. That may be a nurse who might otherwise leave the system altogether, but they can see this as a way to keep supporting their colleagues while slowing down a bit. Or it may be a retired nurse who wants to help. We will also create a new graduate program so graduates can contribute to and experience the future workplaces while they wait to write their licensing exam. Again, it may not seem like a huge thing on its own, but it's just one of the many steps we are taking to support our hardworking staff so that they can focus on caring for patients. I want to take a moment to talk about recruitment and retention. We are doing the work required to reform healthcare so Nova Scotians have a sustainable healthcare system for the future. It will be one where healthcare workers have access to cutting-edge technology. One where they can sign into one digital system rather than 5 to get the information they need to help their patients. One where there's less administrative burden on doctors, particularly family doctors. We are creating a healthcare system that allows every member to work to their full scope of practice, where there are many ways to deliver care in the places where Nova Scotians need it. In short, we are building a healthcare system where people can do their best work. But right now, we know our staff are tired and burned out. We can't reform healthcare without staff, and we need our existing staff to stay. We know they're in demand, and we want them to know that they are valued and appreciated by this province. Earlier this week, we offered bonuses to 55,000 healthcare workers in our publicly funded system. That's 11,000 nurses and 44,000 key healthcare staff, paramedics, physician assistants, respiratory therapists, disability support staff, physical rehab staff, housekeeping and food service staff, and so many more. You will likely know someone who is getting a thank you bonus, and I hope you'll also hear of the nurses planning to return to the publicly funded healthcare system and sign a 2-year return of service agreement. We're doing this outside of the regular collective bargaining process, which of course we will continue, but this is extra. We want to thank our hardworking healthcare staff and to encourage them to stay or come back to the publicly funded healthcare system. We need them, and all Nova Scotians need them too. All of these healthcare workers, no doubt, would agree with me when I say primary healthcare is the foundation of good health. I think all Nova Scotians know that the number of patients looking for a family practice is high and going up every month. We have family doctors retiring and population growth. It's created the perfect storm. I'll get technical for a moment and talk about how we need both access and attachment. Access is your ability, is where you have the ability to get an appointment with a healthcare professional for the care that you require. Attachment is when you have someone who regularly follows your care. Some Nova Scotians have a family doctor but can't get an appointment quickly because the doctor is so busy. So they have attachment but not access. It's the access that they need most. We're working on both fronts. Over the past year, we have expanded options for primary health care for those who don't have a family practice. This includes the mobile primary health unit that travels across the province and offers appointments on weekends. These are clinics for unattached newborns, pop-up respiratory clinics, virtual care Nova Scotia, and our collaborative primary care pharmacy pilot, and 12 pharmacies already up and running across the province offering testing and treatment for a variety of conditions, and there will be more to come. But obviously that's no substitute for having your own family doctor or nurse practitioner, better yet, a team of healthcare providers. We know that's how we offer better care for patients, and that's the way in which our new physicians would like to work. We have 96 collaborative healthcare practices across the province, and we need more. This budget includes a $31.3 million investment in primary health care. This means more practices across the province. Will expand team-based care, including family doctors, but also nurse practitioners, social workers, and dietitians as examples. There's another $1.7 million to put physician assistants in 10 primary care sites. Research shows us that collaborative teams offer patients better care, and these practices can take on more patients. We'll expand our virtual care services, both virtual care in Nova Scotia and virtual consultation options in emergency departments and for mental health and addictions. We'll open more urgent treatment centres that will help people with the kind of care you can't plan for, and will help existing family practices take on more patients with the help of a rapid onboarding team that does the administrative work and meets new patients' short-term healthcare needs. The Native Family Practice Registry is useful in letting us know how many people aren't attached to a practice and in what areas of the province, but it is simply a number. It doesn't tell us how many of these people have chronic illness that need regular follow-up compared to others who may only need to visit a practice once a year. It doesn't allow patients to update their condition and be moved up the queue if they need to be. And it doesn't help us link them to care in the meantime while they wait. That will be part of the work we're doing in the primary health care this year. There's $11.5 million in the budget to help improve the registry, and we'll also use new technology to help people find the care they need where they need it, at an urgent treatment centre, a primary care clinic, a pharmacy, or more mobile primary health care unit. I'd like to take a minute to speak about something that everyone here, and in fact across the province, has been touched by, which is cancer. There are families in every area of the province who are dealing with a cancer diagnosis, and we're working to help them fight this disease. Last year, Nova Scotia Health introduced a new system called Ethos, designed to better pinpoint tumors and focus radiation, cutting down the number of radiation treatments a patient must endure. We're the first province in Canada to use it, with clinical trials starting last fall. And earlier this year, I was so pleased to take part in announcing a new oncology transformation system to help connect cancer teams across the province and provide more information to patients. Budget 23-24 includes $8.7 million more for cancer care improvements. Lung cancer in particular is our leading cause of death in this province. This year, we will offer early screening and detection for those most at risk of developing lung cancer, so we can catch it early, treat it, and save lives. I look forward to telling you more about that this spring. Many Nova Scotians, particularly those living outside Halifax and Cape Breton, face the additional struggle of having to travel for care. We are increasing access to chemotherapy and drug treatments at the 2 main cancer centres and 9 community oncology clinics, so more people can get the life-saving care they require close to home. As MLAs, we all know the importance of our emergency departments. There's an immense comfort in knowing emergency care is available close to home. None of us wants to see an overcrowded emergency department or to see people leave without getting care. And after the 2 tragic deaths in our province earlier this year involving long emergency department waits, we needed to take action. This budget contains $22.6 million in investment in the emergency department initiatives we announced in January. Patient advocates are already in place in every emergency department in the province. Waiting room providers are working at the Dartmouth General Hospital and the QE2, and similar staff are in place at Valley Regional Hospital and Colchester East Hants Health Centre. Physician assistants have been hired at Dartmouth General Hospital, and hiring is underway in Bridgewater. We need more paramedics. So we're offering an $11,500 rebate toward the cost of tuition for everyone who wants to take on this exciting and rewarding career and is willing to sign a return to service agreement. About 50 people are expected to start training this spring, and we'll be offering training at 2 new campuses in Yarmouth and Stellarton in May and June. We've added a new HS air ambulance, an airplane that will be in service by this summer. It will be able to transport patients from Sydney and Yarmouth, saving them up to a 5-hour trip and keeping ground ambulances in their communities. And the work we are announcing in this year's budget to increase primary health care, offer more services at pharmacies and through mobile primary health care clinics, and to free up beds by getting patients home or into long-term care sooner, all of this will help our overcrowded emergency rooms. And now the last item that I'd like to highlight from this year's budget is very important to me, but more so it's important to Nova Scotian communities who don't often see themselves reflected in healthcare. African Nova Scotians, Indigenous communities, and the 2S LGBTQIA community in particular. I could tell you very upsetting stories about what happens when we don't have a diverse workforce, and I'm sure I can't imagine the worst of it. And there are patients who simply don't feel safe coming to our healthcare system for the care they need. Patients who travel hours to other communities to make sure they have a welcoming and supportive provider. And patients who don't seek out care at all because they or their loved ones have experienced racism and discrimination in the health system. So this budget includes some very important investments in health equity. We're expanding Pride Health across the province. It's an important primary health care support service for members of the 2S LGBTQIA+ community, and it provides resources to Nova Scotia Health and IWK staff. We will also be investing in more gender assignment surgeries to help with the increased need. And this summer, we will launch a health equity framework so that we can better address the differences in health of our equity-seeking populations. We'll start an Indigenous patient navigation program, something First Nations communities have told us they need. And we'll create a new summer internship program for high school students from equity-seeking communities to encourage them to consider careers in healthcare. We are doing this because we need them and their talents and their insights and their lived experience in our clinics and hospitals across the province. We want them to know that this is a safe and rewarding environment for them to work. This budget doesn't tell the entire story of what we've done so far to fix healthcare. We have worked to expand scope of practice for all healthcare workers, to recruit internationally and help those international workers find jobs and pathways to qualifications when they get here. To create new facilities like transitional care facilities that will help free up desperately needed beds in hospitals. To start building new long-term care rooms so our seniors will have a place to go when they can no longer live independently at home. We've brought cutting-edge technology like CAR-T cancer therapy to Nova Scotia. We've invested in much delayed and much needed one patient, one record system that will modernize healthcare, reduce repeat tests, and most importantly, free up healthcare workers to do their very best and provide exceptional patient care. Everyone has a story to tell about healthcare, but this one is mine. I get into politics not because I ever imagined running for office, believe me, but because I worked in a system that was broken and I felt desperately needed change, I put my name on the ballot. I couldn't bear to sit on the sidelines and watch others make mistakes or avoid making changes and investments that we needed. So when the time came, I put my hand up. And when the Premier asked me to do this job, I did not hesitate. Although many people think I should have, this is actually a job that I take great privilege in having. I feel the responsibility on me from Nova Scotians, but also from my former colleagues. We are working hard to correct the mistakes of the past, to change the things that should have been done and changed decades ago, to reverse decades of budget cuts, failed plans, of delaying tough changes that are politically difficult but absolutely necessary. We are building for the future, building more, faster, new hospitals, new primary health care clinics, new technologies, new ways of delivering care. We've always said it will be expensive and it will take time, but we are making progress and there's still much to do. But we won't stop until the work is done and Nova Scotians can feel the difference. We will do whatever it takes and invest whatever it takes to fix healthcare, because that's what Nova Scotians need and it's what they deserve. So with that, I'll take my seat and we'll be happy to answer your questions.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank the Minister and her staff for being here today. Speaking of healthcare professionals, I'd like to read a few things to the Minister. Tiff Neville says, "Dear Mr. Houston, as the Premier of Nova Scotia, I think there's some important things of which I'd like you to be reminded. Today, my office looked a bit like this. Beautiful rural Nova Scotia. I am still a registered nurse. My days are sometimes long. In the last several months, I have driven over 8,000 kilometers to meet people where they are in their homes. I am still a registered nurse. My employers are not publicly funded, but I am still a registered nurse. My clients are fortunate enough, because of a dedicated team like mine in collaboration with other care providers and community supports, they are at home rather than inpatients in an overwhelmed publicly funded system. I am still a registered nurse. In my time off, I work extra shifts casually in a privately funded LTC facility for no reason other than the fact that I care deeply for the residents that call that facility their home. I am still a registered nurse. I pay the same amount, $600 a year, for registration. I self-regulate. I continue to seek education. I practice accountability. I am empathetic. I make a difference. I follow best practice in my delivery of holistic care. I am still a registered nurse. I live in rural Nova Scotia my whole life and work here my whole career with no intention of ever leaving. I'm still a registered nurse. Because of people like me, beds get emptied in publicly funded hospitals, relieving some strain from the healthcare system. I provide life-saving, quality-of-life maintaining, and palliative support to my clients in the community. I am still a registered nurse. Although I'm not considered worthy of a $10,000 to $20,000 bonus, I answer the call of duty 5 to 6 days a week. I am still a registered nurse. I assure you, though, I do not always feel seen or recognized within this healthcare system, but I am still a registered nurse. Why does TIFF not get that $10,000 to $20,000 bonus?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for his question. And I want to thank the person for the letter. We have seen a number of folks who've reached out to us. So, in fact, the person, I think what I heard you say is that she works casual, full-time in a private care. So we have agreed to provide publicly funded folks with the $10,000 bonus. If her employer wants to match that, that would be up to her employer. She works in private care. There is also opportunities for her to come into the publicly funded system. In terms of if she works in rural Nova Scotia, there may be a sign-on bonus for her in those areas. So we are providing that bonus to all publicly funded nurses in the province.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
So just to be clear, these bonuses are not going to privately funded healthcare facilities, even though this government is spending $45 million on 100 nurses from out of province. Travel nurses in long-term care.
Well,
No,
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So unless there are private facilities that are publicly funded, but we are not giving the private companies the bonus. If there is somebody that works in a private company that wants to come into the publicly funded system and return to work, then there is a bonus available. Yeah.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
So just let me be a little clearer on that. I apologize. So for long-term care, there's 100 travel nurses in this province right now at a cost of $45 million. That's what we heard in public accounts from the Department of Health. That equates to about $450,000 a nurse is what we're paying. I know they're not getting that $450,000. I know it's a whole assortment of things. Are you telling me that the nurses that are, the travel nurses were willing to spend $450,000 a nurse, but the nurses like Tiff do not, they're not going to get any type of bonus to stay in this province, even though they are contributing to the healthcare system?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So we've said before, we do really appreciate the work of travel nurses. We know we need them, but we need them because there's so many vacancies in our system. And so much of the point of the incentive number one was a thank you for the people that have been working in the system. But it is really important that we fill our vacancies. And what we hoped is that this incentive would bring people back into the public system. So that is the big driver of that. Our hope is that as we continue to recruit and our nursing vacancies go down, we won't need to spend that money on travel nursing. And so I don't want to be disrespectful in any way. Those travel nurses provide, care in our province. They, keep staffing levels safe. In some cases, they keep facilities open, and we appreciate that. However, ideally, we want to grow and immigrate our own workforce so that we are not dependent and that money can be used directly in publicly funded healthcare system.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
I'd like to read another email from Cynthia. I took a day to sit on it before sending an email to see if the upset and hurt would be better, but it's not. As a paramedic with over 20 years experience, the $5,000 bonus is nice, but it's a bit of slap in the face to be grouped in with support staff. Even though I don't begrudge the nurses' bonus, most of the, it's kind of mixed up here, I'm trying to. Even though I don't begrudge the nurses' bonus, they do deserve it. The nurses' union say they're short-staffed. Staff are getting overtime, et cetera, as well as the paramedics. But we are also providing patient care for our counterparts in hospital hallways. While the nurses are busy with offload delay, the paramedics deal with the patients. We also have a huge problem with paramedic retention, as do the nurses. Again, I'll take the $5,000 bonus, but it still feels like a slap in the face. So my question to the minister is, do you think paramedics are worth the $5,000 or $10,000? How did you come up with a number? And let's be honest, paramedics are first on the scene in accidents. I talked to the head of the paramedics union. They were extremely upset with being only given $5,000 while nurses are getting $10,000 and $20,000. We all can agree that the nurses deserve that. But where did you come up with a number of $5,000 for paramedics who are doing some of the same work as nurses, especially when there's offload delays?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So thank you for the question. So when we looked jurisdictionally, certainly in terms of the bonus that was provided, nurses were, that was an amount that we felt was meaningful and signaled a thank you. I believe that we are probably one of the only provinces, is not the only, that have extended the bonus program to all healthcare workers. So there's a few things that are happening. We want to be profession specific in some cases, and I do want to acknowledge that we have made some significant investments for paramedics. So, you know, we've been working with the paramedics since we first formed government. We have invested, as an example, because of the injury rates, $3.5 million in equipment, specialized equipment for them. We've also implemented double overtime because we know that shift overruns are something that's been difficult for them. We did offer the $5,000 bonus. We also in December had heard from paramedics that there was an issue with a short-term illness benefit that they felt was very expensive for them. And so we worked through the department to cover that bonus, which is around $2,500 per year for paramedics, which is a benefit that is not always covered in other professions. We have workforce planning, and we've also signaled that we know that there are issues around pay that the paramedics have brought to our attention, and we've signaled that we want to go back to the table to support them. There's also some employer incentives. So there is an employee referral program that offers incentives of up to $1,000 for new paramedics that are hired. We have a moving allowance as well offered to paramedics, and there is a signing bonus in some areas. So we've been looking at that profession. Not everything, you know, that $5,000 bonus we were happy to offer to 44,000 healthcare workers in the province, but we have been working around some of the particular issues specific to paramedics.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Atlantic.
I'm glad the minister actually mentioned pay, because this government has shown a willingness to increase the pay of their employees outside the collective bargaining agreement, which they did with CCAs. And yet, when we ask about the paramedics, who are some of the lowest paid in the country, they continue to say that we're in negotiations. The minister just talked about a program. You just spoke about a program where you're bringing in 50 paramedics. But this year, as per the paramedic union, they're going to lose 160 paramedics, not due to retirement, so not counting into retirement. A workforce of 900, which lost 133 last year. These numbers are not made up. They're coming straight from the union. So if there's any disagreement, I would advise people to talk to the union leadership. So why is there a willingness for the government to go around the collective bargaining agreement and give CCAs a raise, and yet there is no need, no urgency to do that with paramedics? And will the minister commit to an increase in pay for the paramedics and do it outside the collective bargaining agreement, which was done by the CCAs? For the CCAs, we've seen this government do it. So I guess what I'm trying to get at is why would you do it for one side and then say on the other, well, we have to go through contract negotiations? Will the minister commit here today to giving the paramedics the much needed resources and raises they need and deserve, and increasing their bonuses from $5,000 to $10,000? Because we're seeing, when it comes to keeping our paramedics here on the job, there's very few professions in the healthcare system where we're losing it quicker. So will the minister commit to increasing that bonus from $5,000 to $10,000, and will she commit to pay raises outside the collective bargaining agreement as they did with CCAs?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So thank the member for the question. So, you know, what we've done is asked to go back to the table early. We've heard from paramedics loud and clear that there are a number of issues, and we know pay is one of those. But we also have to look at work-life balance, and we need to understand, you know, what other things we need to negotiate. So, you know, we want to get back to the table. There has been early discussions. The contract isn't up until October 2023, but I anticipate that we will be back at the table very soon, talking about and addressing those things right away.
Recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Atlantic.
So the question is, why the urgency to wait? So why the urgency for CCAs and not the urgency for paramedics when we're hearing there's close to 300 of them leaving over the next 2 years, and they're screaming for this to be done. So I guess the answer I want to find isn't that we're waiting for collective bargaining. No, we're going early. It really isn't that early. I mean, this is usually around the time you strike up collective bargaining. I've been on both sides. I've been in union negotiations. I've been one of the leads and one of the helps in union negotiations in the past. Usually starts, 8 months to a year before the contract expires. So this isn't early. Maybe for the government it's early, but what I'm trying to get at is why the urgency for the CCAs, and why won't the minister stand here today and say, you know what, we did it for the CCAs, we're going to do it for the paramedics, because every paycheck, every day, every week, every month counts when it comes to pay and morale.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Speaker, Chair. What I will say is, again, it is not early. Our collective agreements generally are lapsed for a long, long period of time. This one is not ending until October. We have a working committee where we sit with Paramedic Union, Paramedic College, Department of Health, Nova Scotia Health, in order to hear routinely about how we can support paramedic practice. Like I said, we've covered a benefit that we knew was difficult outside of the collective agreement. We've given them a bonus. We've added double overtime to them, which again is outside of collective agreement. So we are responding. I really do believe that the things that the paramedics want to see are best handled at the table. There are a number of issues. I don't think it's as simple as just pay. I think there are a variety of issues, and my preference is we've done some of those short-term investments, but we want to get back to the table and make sure that we have meaningful negotiations.
Recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Atlantic.
It may not be as simple as just pay, but when you're some of the lowest paid in the country, it really goes a far way to retention. And we've seen this government act on this with other professions. So I guess a yes or no, just looking for a yes or no. Will the maybe someday the Premier, yeah. Will the minister today commit to a pay increase outside of the collective bargaining agreement? Will she commit to advocating for the paramedics outside of the collective bargaining agreement to get a pay raise, yes or no?
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So we will adjust pay based on the collective bargaining process.
Recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Atlantic.
That's a good way to say no, I guess. We do know that, speaking of agreements and processes and timelines, we do know that the master agreement is up for the family doctors. I think it's up this month. Is there an update on that? Where are we at on that?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Yes, so thank the member for the question. So we are currently at the table with Doctors Nova Scotia. We are doing interspace negotiations, and they're going well. They will continue for a period of time, but yes, we're at the table with them now.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to get back to paramedics for 1 second. You did say that there's 50 new paramedics coming on board this year or taking the course. We do know that 160 are leaving. That's not retirement. That's just people leaving the profession due to burnout, stress, everything like that. So you're down negative 110 without taking into consideration retirements. What is this? This government has said that they have plans, and I've read the plan. There is no actual structure to the plan. It's just a lot of words that don't have a lot of meat behind it. So what is the actual plan to pick up that net deficit of paramedics? Because the minister made a great point about it's not just about pay. A large part of it is about pay, but a large part about it are working conditions. And when we have 160 paramedics leaving, 50 coming aboard, not including retirement, what is the short-term plan, i.e. over the next couple of months, to replace those paramedics so that they're not working mandatory overtime, so they're not burnt out, so they actually have a life and they're able to go home and spend time with their family?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So thank you. In terms of that number, about 160, we would have to verify that. We haven't really heard that number before, but we have expanded, well, a couple of things that we've done to support paramedic programs. So we have expanded, we've added 2 more courses, one in Yarmouth, which has, 80 plus applicants within, I think, a week, which is very, very encouraging. We've also have about 40 applicants in Stellarton, which is a second new program in addition to the Cape Breton and the Sydney one. Sydney program. Also, we've created tuition relief so that those students will each receive $11,500 in tuition relief for a return of service agreement. And in the last, since 2021, we've brought in over 100 paramedics. So our recruitment efforts are working. We do know that there are folks leaving. Not all are leaving. They may be leaving the trucks, but they actually are transitioning in many cases to our partners at Nova Scotia Health, so they are still remaining in the system. So, we are very focused on the recruitment, retention, and training of paramedics, and also looking at, outside of the province and outside of the country, who are the paramedics who are most aligned with us in order to recruit internationally.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Atlantic.
What is the total healthcare spend from budget 22-23 and this budget 23-24? So what is the total healthcare spend from the Department of Health, your budget obviously, and also healthcare infrastructure spend? So I'm looking for a total from 22 to 24. So that includes healthcare infrastructure and all budgetary items in the Department of Health and NSHA. So $6.5 billion this year. Billion, trillion, million.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
What about the capital infrastructure? Okay. So in terms of, if you want, so Department of Health and Wellness in 2022-23 was $4.266 billion. This year, $4.854 billion. If you look at all departments together, so that would include seniors and long-term care, Office of Addictions and Mental Health, Office of Healthcare Professional Recruitment, $5.750 billion, 22-23, $6.5 billion this year. We'll get you the capital in a second.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Atlantic.
Is it safe to say, it's hard to wrap your head around those kind of numbers, right? Is it safe to say that this is the largest healthcare spend in a 2-year period? Would you say, is this the largest healthcare spend this province has ever seen? Budgetary wise, right?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Yes, I would say that it is. I only have a few recent memories here, but I can't imagine they would spend more than that. I would say it's historical.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Atlantic.
So, in your first 2 years as government, you've spent more money on healthcare than any government before you. And yet, can you give me the numbers from last year at this time to current day on the need a family doctor wait list? So what was it last year when you presented your budget, and what is it this year currently?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So we'll double check on the number from this time last year. But certainly the number this year is 137,000, and we do know that it's up. What I think, again, is that I think important to understand about that list is that if we believe that's the only metric around how healthcare is in the province, I think we need to really talk about the metrics, and I'm sure we will have lots of time to do that. That list does need to be modernized, and we've talked about it before, and we've committed to $11.5 million to invest in that list because we want it to be more functional. We need people to be able to update their healthcare status. We need to understand how to triage folks. But what's important is that we've invested significant amount of money so that people on that list have access to care. So that's in a list about attachment, but it does not reflect access.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Atlantic.
So we know that it's up substantially. We're talking 20, 30, 40, 50% since last year. That's what it's up to. Where does the province of Nova Scotia rank when it comes to walk-in clinics? Did you read there was a recent report that ranked Nova Scotia on access and wait times to walk-in clinics. Where does Nova Scotia rank over the last 12 months and $11 billion? Where do we rank on walk-in clinics?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So there are national benchmarks for a number of different metrics across the country, but walk-in clinics is not a benchmark that we would see from any of the health organizations like CIHI as an example that we use as benchmarks to my knowledge.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Atlantic.
We are last in the province, or sorry, in the country on access to walk-in clinics. Last. It's been tabled in this House a few times. And as the healthcare department should know, do know, and are aware of this. And if you don't know, we have issues. We have issues. In fact, I will say to the minister, when the minister comes down the elevator, walks across Scotia Square, walks past the walk-in clinic in Scotia Square, take a look to your left. Almost every single day, there's a sign on that door that says that walk-in clinic is closed and no longer taking patients. And I actually tabled that a couple of days ago. I went down, took a picture, put the sign on. It's the same with the one in Spryfield. It's the same with the one in Fairview. We are ranking last in the country in access to walk-in clinics. So last time in public accounts, when we had Department of Health there, one of the questions I asked and we never got an answer to was, what is the average wait time for a Nova Scotian in the emergency room? So what is the average wait time if you go to the emergency room in Nova Scotia, we'll use the QE2, what is the average wait time?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
We don't have that right in front of us, but we'll get it to you. Yep.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to the Minister, I really do hope that that comes to me during this estimates, because again, this is several times I've asked for these numbers and we've been unable to get it. So we do know that wait times are not good. If I call virtual care, what is the average wait time to get through to virtual care?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So we will get that number. It will fluctuate, obviously, on demand. So we'll figure out what the average is. And we'll also, virtual care is also available in the emergency room. So we'll also get that number for you as well. Because I think it's around 75 minutes for virtual care in emergency rooms.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Atlantic.
So the reason I'm asking these questions, the Minister probably knows where I'm going with this, is that the Premier of Nova Scotia has stood in this House time and time and time and time again and said that every Nova Scotian has access to primary health care, be it virtual care, walk-in clinics, which the Minister said that, you know, you don't get those numbers and you're not measuring those. The Premier of Nova Scotia has touted walk-in clinics over and over and over. I suspect the Premier of Nova Scotia has never been into a walk-in clinic. They've also touted emergency care service. So the next question is, what is the average wait time for a paramedic to show up if I call for a paramedic? You think he's been in a walk-in clinic? I never said you.
You haven't asked how many hours.
He's pretty healthy.
You don't know that.
He looks healthy.
Can't know. Not fair.
So let's ask for order while we wait for the Minister of Health and Wellness to respond.
Listen, we're rivals. She's across the harbor from me. We have Pen and Lobster.
It's the same one.
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So thank the member for the question. This is one of those questions that is not quite as straightforward. So there is, based on the level of the call, so there's code 1, code 2 as an example, so that there, depending on the call, there would be an average. Also now with the doctor and the comms, sometimes we can actually that patient can be triaged, and in fact the ambulance is delayed and there is a plan that's put in place with the family or with the patient, and the patient is put in a queue. So there is quite a delayed response time, working with a healthcare provider to ensure that folks are getting access to the care they require. So we can get a table, but it is a bit of a moving target in terms of, you know, why the person called. We also have response time standards that are different in urban areas versus rural areas. So it's not as simple as a singular number all the time, which is, I think, is what the member would be looking for.
You have to do that. I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Atlantic.
So I guess we have a government that spent $12 billion on health care is willing to spend whatever they can on healthcare, they've said. They're spending records amount of money on healthcare, and some of the basic questions around healthcare cannot be answered by the Department of Health. Paramedic times, wait times in emergency rooms, walk-in clinics. They're confused about the need a family list. What I will say about the need a need a doctor list is this: everybody on that list needs a doctor. That's why they're on the list. Some may need it more than others, but they're on the list because they need a doctor. And we can rearrange the chairs on the deck of the Titanic any way we want, but we're still on the Titanic. So how is this, if all the numbers, and we know this, all the numbers in primary health are going down. They're getting worse. We now have the worst walk-in clinic access in the country, and I'm going to table that again for the minister. I don't have it, it's being printed off, sorry. We know that this list has grown faster than it ever has. In fact, it's doubled and more under this current government. The Premier of Nova Scotia was calling it a crisis when it's 30,000 Nova Scotians on that list. And I will remind the minister, there were months before COVID that list was actually going down. In 2 years, this government hasn't had a decrease in the list once. And we're not even talking about COVID numbers. This government went from the best COVID response in the world, where Nova Scotia was the face of the COVID response, to the absolute worst. One of the worst responses. We are now one of the worst in Canada. If you look online at all the metrics, we are consistently a hot spot for COVID over and over and over and over. So I'm trying to figure out where this $12 billion went. People don't have doctors anymore. Our nurses are leaving in record number from part-time to full-time, or full-time to part-time. Our paramedics, last year we lost 15% of the workforce, with another 15 to 20% leaving this year, not including retirement. So just for primary health, just primary access to primary health, that's it. We're not talking about wait times, we're not talking about surgeries. I'm just talking about access to primary health. Can you name a program, an initiative that this government has done with that $12 billion, and you cannot include virtual care, because virtual care was here before you started. The Premier at the time, who was in opposition, bashed virtual care, said it was a terrible idea and it was not access to primary health. That's what that Premier said. So I'm trying to figure out what program has been created with that $12 billion from scratch that has had a tangible impact on people accessing primary health care.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Yeah. So I just want to let the member know the average wait time in our emergency rooms across the province from triage to provider is 1.9 hours. Ooh, that's the data. And the average response time for ambulances altogether, 25 minutes. So I just want to talk a little bit actually about the health transformation that's happened in primary care. So we have introduced a number of new or expanded options. So to the member's point, virtual care did exist prior to us forming government, but we have certainly expanded it over the last number of months, and 18 months. We also have And what's really important about that virtual care, the expansion of that, is actually the primary care clinics that sit in behind. So if you are someone who goes to access virtual care and the person, the primary care provider that assesses you feels that you need to be seen in person, you will actually be triaged to a primary care clinic. And so there are a number of those across the province that actually will connect, particularly people that have chronic illness. So certainly I visited a couple where people are seen on a regular basis in these primary care clinics, and their care needs are met. And then when regular primary care provider becomes available in the community, they are then transitioned. So we do have mobile primary care units, which have been very, very successful across the province. These clinics are able to move around, built on the success of the mobile clinics that were implemented during COVID. The pharmacist walk-in clinics, which is the pharmacy walk-in clinics that have pharmacists and nurse practitioners, those have been very, very successful as well. And our community pharmacy primary care clinics have in fact seen 5,800 people within a month to support their care needs. So we also have a primary care clinic to attach babies who are unattached, and there are also pop-up clinics. So where we can work with a clinic who can expand their hours based on their staffing, we've been able to pop up clinics around a variety of different places, particularly in HRM. So there are a number of ways to access. Part of the investments that we talk about in the budget is how do we create the technology so that a person with that technology can look at what it is the primary care need that they have after hours on weekends, and it will actually, that technology will support them and direct them to the available primary care sites. What we do hear a lot from people is they don't know where to go. It's not very easy for them always to navigate and find out where the opportunities are. And so one of the investments that we make in the technology will be to support Nova Scotians in, talking about their location, talking about what their care needs are, and actually supporting them and finding the most appropriate care.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the question wasn't, what are you expanding? The question was, what new initiatives or programs have been put in place over the last 2 budgets, brand new programs with that $12 billion you've spent on healthcare that has helped reduce any of these lists? And the answer is none. There's no new programs. It's all expansion of the former government's program. And none of the metrics have decreased. They've all increased. So my question to the minister is, if more people are waiting for a family doctor, if it's longer wait times in the emergency rooms, if it's longer wait times for paramedics, 15 to 20% of paramedics are quitting every single year, more nurses are going part-time and leaving the profession. What is the plan? Because right now, the only plan I see is to throw out large numbers. And, in the minister's opening speech, I wasn't going to talk about it, but I take some exception to some of the stuff that was said about the previous governments. Because the previous 2 governments opened collaborative cares. This government hasn't opened a single one yet, have they? I don't think so. And that's the model we're hearing from doctors coming out of school. They want collaborative care. This government hasn't opened up a single one, not that I know of. That they tout the expansion of the scope of practice for pharmacists. That was started under the previous government. And if she denies that, all you have to do is go back and look at COVID. I got my COVID vaccine from a pharmacist. I didn't get it from a doctor. I got it from a pharmacist. Our pharmacists took on a massive amount of work during COVID. The scope of practice was expanded under the previous government. Yes, this government did more, but this constant politicization of the healthcare system where people say the previous governments did nothing. They didn't do anything. The previous budget, your very first healthcare budget, was a 1% increase or 2% increase on the healthcare budget. That's what the increase was. And the numbers got worse. So I think we need to be honest here. There's nothing wrong with saying the previous government did good things, because it's clear that this government agrees, because there's no new programs. It's all expansion. And what really gets my goat is we had a premier in opposition that bashed every single one of those programs. And now he's touting them. He's saying how great they are. Virtual care is good, but it's not the answer. Walk-in clinics are essentially a thing of the past. And I am going to table this. This is the information on walk-in clinics. And I would advise everybody in this room to read this, because these are the things that this premier is saying to do. Call virtual care. Wait an hour and a half to get through if you're lucky. Go to a walk-in clinic. Can't get to one. Go to the emergency room, where the minister just said the average wait time is 1.9 hours. I've been in the emergency room twice in the last 12 months. Twice. Once, I was there for 20 hours and with broken ribs and was not looked at. I left. The second time, I was there for 18 hours with a broken fibula. And I'm a very social person, so I was talking to people that were there. Everybody in that room was there for over 10 hours. I had a buddy actually come in out of the blue, had his finger cut off. The tip of his finger from the knuckle up was gone. It's a 14-hour wait. And that has nothing to do with the healthcare professionals. It's the stress that's on the system. But I think there's a lack of understanding if they can sit here today and say it was only 1.9 hours. 1.9 hours? I just don't know what world we live in if we think that's how long people are waiting. At 25 minutes, I can give you a whole list of people who have called for a paramedic and they haven't even shown up, who've waited hours. And I asked a question to the minister the other day about heart attacks in Nova Scotia, and the response from paramedics who said, you need, get a machine in your house, because if you take a heart attack in Nova Scotia, there's a good chance you're going to die. It was 80% is what they told us. Or get someone to drive you. So my next question is around family doctors. How many family doctors are retiring or leaving their practice? So not, they could be leaving for other positions, but how many family doctors are retiring or leaving the family practice in the next fiscal year?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So there's a few things I'd like to respond to in that preamble. So what I would like to say is there's been a number of things that have happened to support primary care across the province. Virtual care has absolutely been expanded throughout the province, and it certainly has been had a very positive effect. Mobile primary care clinics have been launched. They see an average of 75 to 100 people at any given time. We have mobile respiratory units, and I've also talked a little bit about the pharmacy work that's happened. There's been a number of expansions in urgent treatment centres as well. The average wait time is based on the entire province, which is what you asked for, and there's a lot of variability around that. The other issue is we know that primary care is so essential because 50% of the people who present to an emergency room in the province are a triage score 4 and 5. So we know that those folks automatically will have expanded time to wait because it is an emergency room. So it really is essential that we continue to have primary care access. One of the things that's been very effective is the primary care the virtual emergency rooms, which came from a healthcare worker, Dr. Summers, in Truro, and it allows people who require primary care to go to a virtual care person and be able to be triaged in and out in roughly, I believe it's around 75 minutes. I think it's really important to look too at the expansion of primary health care. You know, we've had, there's been implementation of 14 new collaborative care clinics, and there are at least 37 more that will be expanded. While this is our second budget, this is a forecast, and certainly the things that are noted here today are things that are forward-looking and transformational. So, you know, there also is a virtual hallway project, which I think is really important to talk about, and what it allows is primary care providers to reach out to specialists with their patients and allow specialists to speak directly to a primary care provider, and it's been very effective in supporting people not having to leave their community in order to get specialty care and have a treatment plan in place. So those would be some of the things. Oh, yeah. So yes, I couldn't remember the end of the question. So in terms of family physicians, it really has been difficult. So we look predominantly at the age of physicians, right? We know that there are about 20% of physicians who are 65 years of age and older. We often see that physicians actually work past the age of 65 as well. So one of the things that we've done recently, because these physicians are independent, they're independent business owners, and there certainly is no requirement for any of us to report when we are going to retire. We don't have a line of sight on that, but we've recently, you know, reached out. Dr. Nicole Bootler recently reached out to physicians in the province, and they were very grateful to hear from her. She wants to know how best to support them, and if we can start that retirement transition process earlier, it'd be very helpful. So there's now a hotline that's available to physicians to reach out to support, and now those calls will be answered in a timely fashion. So that is part of the work that we're doing. Also looking at physicians, not just fully retirement. So my understanding is prior to in the former government, if you wanted to leave your practice, you had to fully retire. So there was no transfer into practice, transfer out. That was only just starting. And I certainly know that there are physicians who maybe don't want to have their full practice, but can still contribute and still want to contribute, whether it be through virtual care or mobile units or perhaps hospitalist care. So there is a variety of ways for our physicians to transition out of a full practice, work partially, and then also to contribute to the system in a different way. So more to say on that as time goes on. We are working with physicians to understand.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
I want to thank the minister for her answer. I just want to break this down into zones for a second. Central zone. We've seen some areas like Bedford see an increase on the wait list by 600%. Doctors are saying one of the reasons is that this government removed the incentive for family doctors in HRM for Central Zone. I understand that rural Nova Scotia needs doctors, but this is an us versus them. This is what's happening here. We're pitting rural Nova Scotia versus urban HRM. This is what's happening. We're saying we'll give you bonuses to go in rural Nova Scotia, even though it's hurting HRM. Does the minister not see that removing the cold, hard facts have shown since that incentive was removed from HRM, the only capital, one of the very few urban cores in Canada that does not have a family doctor incentive? In fact, I think it's the only one. Does the minister not see the correlation between removing that incentive and the family list skyrocketing in HRM? Will the minister commit to returning that incentive to HRM so both HRM and rural Nova Scotia have a doctor incentive? If she wants to have one side get more doctors than the other, maybe you can just have a higher incentive in rural Nova Scotia. But the fact of the matter is, not having one in HRM, cold, hard facts are that it has had a negative impact here in HRM. Will the minister return that incentive to HRM and listen to the graduating doctors who said they want it?
I recognize the honourable minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you to the member for the question. So as I've said before, certainly we knew that I think it was 60% of physicians did settle in HRM, which did leave our rural communities without physicians. And we also know as well that, the Office of Healthcare Professional Recruitment is always changing and looking in ways at which we can support. So Central Zone, actually, rural parts of Central Zone, in fact, do qualify for the incentive program. And so we continue to look at that, and we will continue. We're at the table with Doctors Nova Scotia. We're certainly looking at jurisdictional scans to understand best practices. We're also working with physicians who want to work in the city and looking at a variety of practice environments for them. As an example, the Incubator Clinic has been very, very supportive, also looking at practice supports, creating team-based environments. So there's a lot more work to do. We're happy to do it. And this is going to change. This is a fluid situation. We had significant issue in rural. We now have to look at that list and understand the distribution of primary health care teams and understand how best to move forward. So we're very open to looking at different, different opportunities moving forward.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Soon to be Mr. Chair. Okay. So, an incentive is working. We know it worked. We know that is a fact. The minister just said that you're open to ideas. I've got an idea for you to recruit doctors to HRM. It's called a Central Zone incentive for family doctors. It worked for years. The worst HRM has been over the last 2 years under the guidance of this government, who just so happened to be a majority rural MLA government. It actually does feel political. We know it works. We know it works in HRM. So I have a yes or no question for the minister. I have 2 yes or no questions. Did that incentive work in HRM to help attract doctors? Yes or no? And will the minister bring that incentive that has years and years of data to show that it worked? Will that minister bring that incentive back to HRM to ensure that we get the family doctors we need? Because we're seeing a decrease in family doctors and an increase in the list larger than anywhere else in this province. So yes or no on those 2 answers, please.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Well, they're not really yes and no answers. So prior to 2018, actually, the incentives have changed over time. So prior to 2018, there were rural incentives and there were central incentives, and now we've gone back to rural incentives. So again, this is a fluid situation. We need to continue to look at what's ahead of us. We're very open to hearing from physicians about what it is that they want in order to practice in a variety of environments. Some people really like a rural practice lifestyle. It gives them more opportunities, and others would prefer to practice in a central zone environment. So we'll continue to work with physicians to understand what their needs are, as well as primary care practice teams in order to support their practice.
I recognize the member for Halifax Atlantic.
So the question was, did this incentive that was in HRM, did it work to help attract doctors to come to HRM? Yes or no?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Again, there was a variety of incentives that were a bit different prior to us forming government. Similarly, we again wanted to look at how we support rural communities. I can't tell you it's exactly that incentive program, because there was a number of different ones. These incentives are different than the previous ones. And certainly this was the recommendation of a physician himself, who was the CEO of the Office of Healthcare Professional Recruitment at the time, felt that this was in the best interests moving forward, and we would reevaluate. And so here we are. So again, I'm not saying no. I'm just saying that right now, these are the incentives that we have, and we'll continue to look forward and understand how best to support Nova Scotians equitably across the province.
I recognize the member for Halifax Atlantic.
I'm actually glad that you used the word equitably, because it's not. It really isn't. Dartmouth, Bedford, Halifax, Spryfield are now some of, if not the worst places for doctor attachment in Nova Scotia. There was an incentive that worked. A government that was elected on rural seats came in here, removed it, and gave the money to rural Nova Scotia instead of doing something that was fair across the board. If she didn't think it was fair, you could have done something that was fair across the board. Instead, you're penalizing HRM. Doctors are telling you it needs to come back. The numbers on the ground are showing you it needs to come back. and yet you won't do it. This is a government that likes to tout science and data and facts, but only when it helps them. Everyone in the Department of Health knows it works. Everybody knows it works. And what worries me, Mr. Chair, is that the person at top of NSHA that's making the actual decision has no healthcare experience. Before, we had a board that was diverse. Now we have one individual whose real background is a former chief of staff and fundraiser for the PC party, who's now making the decisions. And one of the first things they did was remove a doctor incentive in a place that is predominantly Liberal and NDP. And they know it's not working, they know people are suffering, and they're choosing politics over health care.
Order. The time allotted for Liberal questioning in this round is elapsed. And we will now move on to 1 hour questioning from the NDP. And I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. Does the minister need any break of any kind? Okay. All right. Well, I'd like to start by beginning I'd like to start by thanking all of the staff in the department and the hardworking healthcare workers on the front lines. They are true heroes in Nova Scotia and against all odds are working to serve Nova Scotians. And so deeply grateful to our frontline healthcare workers. I just wanted to make a couple of quick opening comments based on the minister's comments. And I'll get more into these things later. But I just wanted to talk real quickly about the access versus attachment issue. And I'm glad to hear the minister talk about those those things as different things. I am one of those people who am lucky enough to have a physician, and it's important to me to have a physician who can follow me, especially as I hit this amazing period of life called perimenopause. And it's nice to have someone that knows the history and knows, hopefully can guide one into the future. That kind of attachment is essential, but it is hard to see my doctor. It's hard to get an appointment. It can be 3 months, 2 months yeah, it's a long time. And so I mean, and that's fine when it's not an acute issue, obviously. And so I understand it's great that like if I have a strep throat that I can call virtual care. I get that. I think that those things are good, but attachment and accessibility to the attachment is, to me, the most important thing, and that is obviously what we need to strive for in Nova Scotia, because that is what will create the healthiest situation for us. I also want to just quickly say, and I will say this in other times during the budget process, but I think about the folks that live in my community and the folks who are facing rent eviction and housing insecurity, the people that are living in tents behind the near where my office is. And I just think we need to remember that housing is healthcare and income is healthcare. And there's lots more to healthcare, but if we could, and the Overlook in Dartmouth North is a perfect example of this. People are being housed at the Overlook who are chronically hard to house, and there is support health services right in their building. There's a pharmacy right in their building, and this is like, it's starting to fill up with folks, and by all accounts, it's successful so far, and I just encourage the government to invest in more places like the Overlook and in deeply people in deep housing insecurity, and not just deep housing insecurity, and housing insecurity, because we will have a healthier population if we have a housed population. So I'm just going to start with emergency care. So my first question, I would like to start by asking about the series of promises that were made earlier in the year in the wake of the deaths of Alison Holtoff and Charlene Snow. We all remember, the minister remembers the response from the government with a number of promises, but the announcements were criticized by doctors and nurses as not going far enough, and also that they didn't have timelines attached. Our caucus attempted to obtain information around those announcements through FOI, but we were told it was too many records. And so we'd like to try to get some updates on some of those announcements. So my first one is the promise of having teams led by doctors focus on getting patients out of ambulances and into emergency department faster. So these will be similar questions for each one of these things, but how many ERs have that now in place in the province? Which are the ERs that have that in place in the province? And by which date or what date will every ER in the province have that plan in place?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you. So I'll start. We're going to get some information to kind of supplement as we go through. So the flow, lead, and offload assessment team, that's the FLOAT, MD, that's the acronym for it. They're being implemented consisting of doctor-led teams. And so I believe there's 5 out of 9 in our emergency rooms, 5 out of 9. So that is actually what that means is that incremental hours are provided to the emergency department, and the emergency department actually, based on their utilization, uses that those extra hours of care. So those, like with the floats. So they actually have a lot of autonomy over how they utilize, when they utilize that. So the float would be there during those, we can predict in the emergency rooms high times of usage. So those are coming along very well. They require emergency room physicians. So there's some recruitment and reallocation of work that's happening, but they have been going very well. Also, just trying to look at emergency rooms in general, we did hire 2 physician assistants. There's 2 in Dartmouth, and they're actually hiring some in Bridgewater. So that's been very helpful as well as so there's patient advocates in all of the emergency rooms across the province. Those are implemented. Again, I would say they may not be 24/7, depending on usage in the department. So more of a regional hospital may require more support than perhaps another smaller emerge that may have some quiet times, as an example, where they would be seen more quickly and the waits would not be as long. And so we're also adding the clinical care provider as well, and those are implemented in Dartmouth General and a couple of other spots in order to support the care. Was there anything else? Is that it? What was it? Oh, which EDs and where? We'll let you know. Yep.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Okay, yeah, great, thank you. So for the float MDs, you're saying that there's 5 teams in place out of 9, or 5 ERs have teams in place out of 9 ERs. I think that's what you said. So for all of these things I'm going to ask about, we want to know which are the EDs that have them, and what is the target date of having all of every ED have all of these things in place. And so yes, my next question was assigning a physician, the next promise was assigning physician assistants and nurse practitioners to provide care in emergency departments. So the minister mentioned Dartmouth General and Bridgewater, so that's 2 out of 9. Wondering if there are any more, and by which date physician assistants or nurse practitioners in emergencies will be in place throughout the province.
If I could just gently remind the member for Dartmouth North to go through the chair and not use you, please and thank you. I offered gentleness. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So we will get the breakdown of where the nurse practitioners are. I know for sure there's one in Amherst as an example. And also to let you know that the 5 out of the 9 will give you the places where they are, but the other 4 will be implemented by the end of this quarter. Next quarter. Next quarter, yeah.
I suppose I should also gently remind the Minister to go through the chair as well. Gently. I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
But to clarify, Mr. Chair, we can look at each other, correct? We just need to refer to people in the third person, correct?
Please and thank you.
Correct. That's a relief, boy oh boy. Okay, so next one is the promise of adding care providers and patient advocates to support patients in waiting rooms. So first question on this one, are patient advocates and care providers 2 different positions? Are they nurses, or are they some other health professional, or are they paid, or are they volunteer? So clinical care providers, nurses, paid, volunteer, and then of course the usual question, how many ERs have these folks in place, which ones, and by which date will all of the ERs have them in place?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you. So the care advocates, this is how I understand them, and this is what helps me. So when I think about an advocate in a waiting room, that person does not necessarily need to have a clinical background. They would be somebody who is there to support and provide comfort. So it could be a continuing care assistant. It could be, a variety of different folks. There is some volunteer work that is happening. We know that there's some students, as an example, that were doing some waiting room support earlier in the year, and we had an opportunity to speak to a couple of them. So those advocates are there to really respond in terms of comfort. If somebody's able to eat or drink, as an example, if they need anything, they would be able to offer them support, warm blankets. If somebody's sick, giving them the supplies that they need or showing them to the bathroom, just really around comfort. And in fact, I get a variety of emails in my constituency office related to health, as you can imagine, and I've actually received a lot of good feedback about the care and the support and the accompaniment, is what I would say, through that emergency room experience with the patient advocates. They do a very good job. There certainly is a learning curve in terms of, who can get what. So there are patients that are in a waiting room that really, because of their presenting complaints, should not eat or drink, types of things like that. So they are growing and they're maturing in their roles. The patient care provider is, in fact, a clinician. It would be somebody who would provide care. There's a great video of a nurse from the Dartmouth General. I'm not sure if the member's seen it, but it really defines and describes the role, and it's been out on social media. So we interview, she is a registered nurse in the video. She talks about doing assessments, making sure triage is done. If there's somebody that needs to come into the, kind of the just behind triage, pre-treatment, they're able to initiate or run tests, do types of things like that. So it actually is an additional resource, a clinical resource who can assess and initiate treatment just in the waiting room or just behind the waiting room, actioning tests, things like that to support the person. So yes, they're clinical. They are different.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Well, Mr. Chair, I'd like to thank the Minister for that clarification, but also just want to clarify that we will receive the nuts and bolts answers to all of these, the numbers and locations for each of these questions. So my next one is the promise of making virtual care available to more patients with less urgent needs. And the Minister actually talked about this today in the House. How many ERs have virtual care in place? Which ones, and by which date will virtual care be available in all ERs?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Okay, so in terms of Float MD, it is currently implemented in Cape Breton Regional, Aberdeen, the Valley Regional, QE2, Colchester. And by the end of June, it will be at St. Martha's, Cumberland, Yarmouth, South Shore, Cobequid, and Dartmouth General. So that's for Float MD. Waiting room providers are now in Colchester, Valley Regional, the QE2 in Dartmouth, and the rest will be implemented by the end of Q1. And in terms of the virtual care emergency rooms, their pilots are happening now at Yarmouth, Strait Richmond, and in Colchester.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Okay, and so the minister mentioned pilots. But it was a promise making virtual care available to more patients with less urgent needs. So I suppose that's not a commitment to all ERs, but wondering if there is a plan, or when that pilot ends, if there is a plan to be expanding virtual care in emergency rooms.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
That's where we have NPs. Oh, okay. So the places we have NPs in emergency rooms, Digby, Yarmouth, QE2, RWK, and Amherst. So it really is a test and try, is what I would say, in terms of those emergency rather than a pilot. These virtual care emergency rooms, it's far easier to work the kinks out in 3 sites and then scale it once we know what the kinks are. So I don't have a commitment. I can get back to you about it, but it certainly has proven to be very effective, especially if there is, if it's running at a time where there's less access to primary care in the community, like an evening or no mobile clinic, etc. So it has been very successful. It's got a pretty much shortened wait time as a result, and it gets people in and out very quickly. So it is going well, but the test and try will have results, and then we'll scale it from there, but I don't have a date.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Another of the promises was providing healthcare teams with real-time data on where beds are available across the system and what tests or other actions are needed to get patients well and home quickly, which will free up beds for others. So the question on that promise is, how many ERs have this in place now, which ones, and by which date will it be in place for all ERs?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you. So the members probably heard us talk about the Care Coordination Centre, or C3. So that is currently in Halifax. Now, this is it's an advanced technology that provides real-time data that allows people, there's a number of different tiles, just like the television that we're all on, and it shows exactly what's happening in each of the units in the hospital. It's amazing, in fact. And it shows what's happening in Central Zone. So the beauty of it is we are actually going to expand it across the entire province. It will go tile by tile. There's a number, it's completely done. I think all the tiles are up now. I think there's one left. But we're going to, what it'll allow us to see is bed capacity throughout the whole province. It allows us to have real-time data in terms of acuity of patients, where the beds are available, where some of the difficulties is, or where some of the clogs are, etc. So this is amazing. It actually, this project, people are watching very closely. It generally is in one hospital, but we're actually going to scale it across the province. So that will happen this year, particularly around bed managers, so that we can see where capacity is in the system and when we can repatriate patients back to their home facility if that's appropriate. So it's excellent. It's staffed by clinicians. I visited it not all that long ago. It's amazing. They all have headsets on, and they're moving around and talking all the time and getting people into surgery and getting people out of surgery and into bed. beds, and it's amazing. It looks like a very high-pressure environment, so I'm very grateful that there are people that have that skill to be logistically smart, but it is wonderful, and certainly it will be a huge improvement to support the flow of patients. It also says when people are ready to go from a particular unit, so if you're ready to be discharged from an intensive care unit, it actually tells where you could go, how long you've been ready to go, so sometimes you can it's a lot more accountability. I guess it's very objective data that allows us to move people based on the clinical nature of their condition versus perhaps, maybe other things.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thanks. I just want to pick up on that system for a second because it just triggered a question of mine that I wasn't planning on asking at this point. But speaking of moving patients and discharging patients and that kind of thing, like if you're looking at that flow and you can see, oh, this person is okay to go home. We've heard a number of concerning stories lately in my constituency office where people who are ready to go home are being sort of the families or caregivers of those people are being sort of pressured to, and these are, sorry, back it up, not family, but like a caregiver or someone who just happens to be their closest contact but don't live with the person, being pressured to take the person when they're, to bring them home to their home and, care for them with home care, without home care, who knows, but like in just like situations where they're not able to do it. I heard from one person who there was like the hospital, like in their words, wouldn't let up, even though they informed the hospital that like they did not have the capacity to care for this person who was undergoing cancer treatments. So just wanted to know your the minister's thoughts on that. Is that a thing that happens? Is it like if someone says, I don't have the capacity to take care of this, even if it is a loved one or someone, like one's partner, but maybe the other person at home is just physically or unable to for whatever reason, what happens then? And what supports are put in place for a family or a person to be able to be released from the hospital safely?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So, first of all, we want to make sure that patients are ready to go home. We want to make sure people are ready to take them home. There may be some questions in that for Minister Adams, when Minister of Seniors and Long-Term Care, when that time comes. But I think it speaks to the necessity, number one, of discharge planning, making sure that we have discharge planning when people are admitted immediately to hospital. Like the day you're admitted to hospital is the day that we should start looking at how we can transition you out. A lot of the things, as you know, that happen in the emergency room are in fact, if we just look at the process and not the individuals, it's an outflow problem. It's often not an inflow problem, it's an outflow problem in terms of people in the long waits, which is why the transition to care facilities are so necessary for us. So we do have individuals who cannot go home, who don't require active medical treatment, who live in alternative level of care, deemed to be alternative level care, and those folks are living in hospital right now. And so we want to reduce those numbers. And again, Minister Adams, or Minister of Seniors and Long-Term Care, will be able to discuss the initiatives that she has. But those transition to care facilities are so necessary for us in order to create a care environment where individuals who are medically stable but still have some issues are able to be cared for, but also mobilized. So you'll notice in the speech that I gave, we talked a lot about these our mobility teams. So often if you come in and you have a complex illness, you come in, the nurses are busy, it's a very different environment, and people are not getting up and moving, and they decondition over their time in hospital. So these mobility teams, in fact, will solely be focused on keeping people active as they get better, as they start moving towards home, getting them moving, making sure they do not decondition, looking, occupational therapy. What are the things that it takes for you to go home? Do you need to cook a meal, do your laundry, and something else? So kind of working up with that occupational therapy role, physio role, and supportive people to make sure that they recondition. So we don't want that. And there is some work happening around how do we support people in community to better, one, give them the care they need in the community if they want it, but also to transition them in a more meaningful way. So that's a huge priority. That is the issue, is outflow, but it needs to be safe outflow or we're going to end up with readmission. So readmission rates, I don't have them, but we would that would be an indicator. Certainly when I worked in acute care, we would look at readmission rates at a time interval to see how discharge planning went or the care, et cetera. So that's actually a quality indicator that Nova Scotia Health would be keeping an eye on in terms of their quality program.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. So, yeah, that was just a bit of an aside, but going back to that amazing sounding system, I just missed the actual answer. Does every ER have that system set up now? Is it fully functioning, or are we waiting on, parts of the system to be ready?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So the C3 will have a provincial rollout. It will be the tiles. There'll be tiles available in all the regionals, right? But a lot of the other things will happen. There will be some central work that happens, but the real-time data that it allows, so as an example, if there's people waiting to be discharged, they're able to see right to the detail of somebody needs blood work. They can see who ordered it. They can see the type of how long that blood work is going to take. They can constantly see and move people around, understand where things are jammed up, where people can maybe, if you're waiting for something that's not critical, maybe you can actually go home. So the real-time data is very, very deep. It allows people to support clinicians. So if you're in a busy emergency room, you may not actually know if they're not your patients, you may not actually know what's going on with them. So there's actually somebody helping the frontline staff coordinate. The regionals will have certain tiles that will allow them to do that, and it will support just the movement of people, seeing where people can be discharged to, what the bed capacity is in other hospitals. Sometimes we're not always as upfront about the number of beds that we have sometimes. Certainly over the years, once someone's discharged, we'll immediately know that that bed is available. And it actually, instead, I would say now we have a push system. So people are coming in and they're pushing forward, trying to get into the system, where this will help us we immediately see the capacity and it becomes a pull system. So everybody can see what's happening and how these care providers in this coordination center see, and they better help pull people from the emergency rooms into the appropriate service. That's what I'd say. We should go.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
What? I will. But is it all up and running? That's my question. And if not, when? Okay.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So just in terms of the project itself, so typically a project like this in a singular facility would take about 3 years. We've compressed that, so it is almost fully functional here in 18 months. But we actually, so it's used, and it's only ever been used in like one facility. So Humber uses it, Atlantic Jewish General uses it. We actually are the first province that's going to roll it out. So those new tiles, we're in those process stage. We want to get it up and running. So it's very functional and being used right now at the Q, you know, every day. Using it. The expansion now is going to start to the regional sites. So it's not a lag thing. We want to go. It's been very, very helpful. There's been a lot of learning, and so it will roll out very quickly to the regional sites. So, you know, over the next 6-8 months, that is the hope that we will have it up and running provincially, and it will be like really first in class because it hasn't been utilized in that way. So the team is really engaged, and it's been a tremendous effort for them to get to where we are in that short period of time.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Great, thank you for that. Thank the Minister for that. My next one on this, and of course this is the topic of the hour, but you know, we do know, Mr. Chair, that if we had more access to primary care, we'd have less need for emergency care. So one of the promises by the government was support for new and existing collaborative family medicine practices so that they can see more patients. So my question is, how many new collaborative clinics have opened since this government has formed? And what is the plan for collaborative clinics for this coming fiscal year?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Okay, so thanks very much. So we've been working with clinics now, and again, we go back to Dow Family Medicine because it really, I mean, it taught us a great deal as we worked with them around practice optimization, the rapid onboarding team, and also the development of that incubator clinic, which has been very, very successful. So we expect to expand into 14 different communities, new clinics, and also expand 37 other practices to support them in the upcoming years. So we expect significant attachment as a result of that. I also want to talk about the success that we've had with the pharmacy primary care clinics and the nurse practitioner and the the pharmacists working together. So that new clinic, the new clinics that we talked about that we were opened in collaboration with PANS, those pharmacy clinics have seen 5,800 people in a month. So significant impact in terms of people's ability to access primary care. But so 14 new communities will get health homes, and 37 more will be getting expanded.
Recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to clarify, before I dig into this a little more, in this coming budget, or in this budget that we're debating, there is money and there's a plan to open 14 new collaborative health homes in communities across Nova Scotia, and to expand the scope or expand the capacity of 37 others. Is that correct?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So the planning, so if there's a community, I don't know how to, it's like charades. So there will be some places, as an example, we have new collaborative care clinics, new health homes. It may actually be a combination of a number of practices coming together. So it may be physicians who are currently working in a physician-only environment who want to come together and work in a practice. So the number is a little bit, so there may already be physicians working, but when we put them all together in a team and we add additional resources, that's a new health home for folks. So it is a bit of a moving target. So there will be communities that will have a number of people working individually in their communities, but we will bring them under a health home environment to support one another. And then we will be strengthening other practices. So there's a variety of different things, again, to the point that different communities have different needs, different practice environments have different needs, so whether there's physicians and nurse practitioners, et cetera. And then different communities have different capacity based on the care providers that they have in the community. So there may be a community that already has a pre-existing clinic that we can expand, that may have dietitians as an example. Maybe someone else needs a social worker. So what I would say is it's really important that we're agile, that we expand those clinics, but we work with the healthcare providers that are currently providing care, one, to understand what they're doing, and two, to see where their gaps are.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Yeah, so that's, I get that. I get that that's, we know that more and more physicians want to practice in collaborative settings and to have the supports of allied health professionals like nurse practitioners and nurses. And if the NSH is going to come in and support some of those positions, then that's awesome. But we also know that we need new, net new clinics and net new teams. And so are there any of those 14 that are brand new teams that are getting put together that are not coming from existing clinics, like with new grads or whatever, even if there's no physician, but are there any net new teams in any communities that are not what the minister has just described about, yeah. And where are they, if there are? I mean, if the minister can speak to that.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Yeah, so that is the point of a collaborative team. So if I have a couple of physicians' offices and I bring them together, their patients would come. But if I add additional resources to them, there is increased attachment as a result of that. So if I add a family practice nurse, if I add a nurse practitioner, if I add a social worker, then the team is able to care for more people. So when you use people to their scope currently, we can give this much care. But when we create a team and they work together and they understand each other's scopes and they see the clientele and the patients that they work with, we can actually increase it by this. So it is kind of difficult. I can't tell you the places right now. We are working with several teams and communities, but we are looking across the province, across communities to better understand how to deliver that. So it isn't. There will be some new ones, absolutely, where we bring folks in, but you're going to see a mix of, late career physicians, early career physicians, nurse practitioners, family practice nurses, et cetera. So, looking at the resources to try and understand what folks have and where they're going is the work that's underway now.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Can the minister say how many are brand new teams? And if there are any of those brand new teams in the central zone?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So this is not, so we're going to have 8 new clinics in the province, 13 primary care clinics in addition, 5 of which are new, and there will be a couple of those in Central Zone. There'll be 21 collaborative care clinics strengthened. So there's going to be a significant investment in primary care. It's the answer, right? We need these teams. We need to find the practices that are most ready, right? So we're not going to fix primary health care this year. This is the investment that we have this year. So we're going to invest in the most ready practices and moving forward. So there will be a definite commitment that there will be an increase in Central Zone. It will depend a bit on practice readiness, but we need to work across the province. So I can confirm the numbers. There's a lot of numbers flying around about what's being strengthened and what's new and primary care clinics and those types of things, so we can kind of get that more concise, and I'll give that to you. Yeah. But you're probably not exactly where they are because the investment is there, but the locations may change based on practice readiness.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Okay, great. And so I guess, I understand, I've been working with folks in the NSH on collaborative care for like a long time, and I understand sort of the way, I mean, a lot of how the thinking goes and about the value of a collaborative care center and all that stuff. I think it's great. But when we talk about the clinic in Spryfield and we talk about the clinic in South End Halifax, it seems to me that those 2 clinics would have been perfect examples of adding folks to support the physicians that were already there and turning them into a collaborative care practice. But it sounds like the strings that the minister talked about in question period a couple of days ago, that, you know, that comes with strings attached, i.e. take more patients on, negotiation on that couldn't be met. Is that an accurate sort of picture of that? And does the minister have kind of a metric, like, so if, you know, you add a nurse practitioner, how many more patients had to be taken on? When you're talking about already overworked and exhausted physicians, like, where's the sweet spot where you add this many people and you can afford to take more people on because the work is spread out? That's a complicated question, but is there a metric that, you know, that looks at that?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Okay, so I'll use the, we go back to Dal Family Medicine again. So we had a practice at Dal Family Medicine that felt that they had reached capacity. So working with, and in fact, maybe would have to decant patients, right? So what happened was that practice optimization team can go in, worked with Dal, over the course of 4 days, looked at the processes that were in place, looked at the workforce, looked at the number of primary care providers and support staff and all, and allied healthcare professionals. And as a result of that work, actually that team, with some tweaks which were specific to that team, were able to take on 3,500 more patients. So that is a team of individuals who, staffed by industrial engineers, that's available to any practice free of charge in the province. The other thing that happened was those 3,500 patients, we heard from physicians that takes so long to onboard a new patient. So there actually was a rapid onboarding team that actually came in and supported and settled those individuals into the practice in order to, make the time frame shorter in order for the physicians to care for them. So these are the supports that we're looking at and offering to clinics across the province. So sometimes it's you know, I have a practice and I'm going to retire and I need a replacement physician. But other times, it may be difficult to recruit to a certain practice because it's not the type of practice environment that somebody wants to work in. So, you know, what we need to do is understand when people are getting ready to leave practice so that we can work with them. It does help to have a longer runway. We need to look at recruitment for replacement A, but is there an opportunity to optimize? So, you know, a nurse practitioner would have an expected panel that she does not need to work with the physician. Like she's an autonomous or he's an autonomous, they're an autonomous healthcare provider that, you know, can take on their own panel of individuals, but can also support with access. So to your point, you know, when you have a health home, the clinicians can change, but your healthcare stays there, which is really essential too for people that have locum physicians. So you come into your health home, the folks that work there know you, maybe it's the nurse practitioner, the family practice nurse, the admin staff, however, but if you have locum physicians, your information is there and the people around there know, so you may see the nurse practitioner today, you may see the physician another day. So that's the deal. It's when we add those resources, one, it's to increase attachment because they're capable to do it, but other healthcare professionals are actually extenders. So, you know, what a family practice nurse can offer in terms of, you know, chronic disease management, well baby visits, those types of things, that person takes some care away from the physician and actually increases their capacity to see episodic complaints or people that have more complex care. So that's how we work, but we need to know in a, you know, in a timely way, which is why we've set up that practice support team and why we've, you know, created that hotline to work with physicians so that we know when they're retiring, because there really is no requirement for them to tell us when they go.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you. Yeah, I've always found that really kind of amazing that if physicians are on their own, that there's no kind of way to track. I mean, maybe now there is better way of tracking, but I know that when I first was elected, there was talk of Dartmouth being a place where there was going to be a ton of doctor retirements, but we couldn't get any solid numbers because there was no requirement to collect those numbers. And lo and behold, lots of doctors have retired in Dartmouth, and or are trying to retire. So just in general, like everything we've been speaking about in terms of the 37/14/21/5, do we have, or does the department have a sense of, with that investment, this year's investment, how many people get new access to primary care? So how many people will come off the list, as it were?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So it's a bit of a complicated answer because it's going to depend on, so we have an expected panel as an example for physician. That has to be adjusted as well for what we would call weighted case. So the more complex the patient, very different than a 17-year-old that comes once a year, every second year. So it will be that attachment, we will monitor it, but it will depend on the type of clinician that goes into those practices and how, and the efficiencies that are found through that optimization team. So there may be folks now who feel that they have reached capacity, but when we get in there to support, when the team gets in there to support, they recognize that maybe they have a variety of processes that will improve. And so part of it will not only be attachment, but also looking at, you know, what's our opportunity as an example for same-day, next-day appointments, which would fix that whole thing about people who are already attached but can't access for like 8 weeks, 10 weeks, you know. When I see someone like that, I know that's a big practice, but I also wonder, is there technology that can support? Is there an additional resource that can support that practice in order to, you know, maybe change the way they've been working for the, however many years. So it is difficult. We do expect the attachment to be, significant. But I can't give you the exact number until we see the combination or the compilation of the teams.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Yeah, appreciate that. Wondering if there's a target, though, if the minister could speak to any kind of target. And also, I had another question related to that, but I'll have to remember it. So, do they have a target?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Yeah. I wonder what the timeline is for more faster is what I would say. Like we as we are able, these things are happening, right? Like we want to go as fast as we can. We have the money, we're recruiting, we have a lot of good work that's happening in terms of recruiting nurses. That change that the College of Nurses made is significant in terms of bringing people into Nova Scotia. Same with the physicians. When the College of Physicians and Surgeons opened the door to, American-trained physicians. We have so many people who want to return home. So as soon as we can stand these teams up, we will. We have no intention of lagging. Some will require different infrastructure. Some practices may need to move, et cetera. But again, it speaks to that practice readiness. Like if you're ready, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. So it's imminent right now, as best as and fast as we can. More faster.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you. I guess I remember my other question, Mr. Chair, and it was that optimization team offered to the clinic in South End Halifax and the clinic in Spryfield that are closing their doors?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So I'm not going to talk about any individual practices here. I've never really spoken to those folks. I know the department has, and I don't think there's anything to be gained or lost in terms of talking about it in the legislature floor or in the media. We want to be supportive of any practice that's here in the province, and certainly, if there's a willingness to work and understand what supports are needed. But I think out of respect, I really don't want to discuss that on the floor.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Well, I appreciate the minister's sort of candor. Is that the right word? What's the word, Gary? Honesty on that. But I will say that, when the government is talking about when the government is talking about the optimization team as a real important tool, and the team of engineers that go in and sort of and help and support, and then all of a sudden a clinic can bring on 300 or 3,500 new patients. It seems to me that's a good idea. And so I think that. I understand that the minister won't speak about it here, but it seems to me an important question. Is it a policy of the department that any clinic who says we need you to take a look here are offered this optimization team? So if they weren't offered an optimization team, then there's an issue. If they were, that's a whole other story. If they were and they didn't like what the team said, then that's a different story. I get that we don't want to talk about it anymore on the floor, but I think that is an important piece of the conversation. So I will move on. This is the last question of my, this is the last part of my question one, Mr. Chair. And so this is still all in emergency care. So the last promise that was made following the deaths at the ERs in around the New Year was making available a new phone app known as a digital front door that will help people find the right services for their needs and where they are offered. So can the minister explain a little bit more about this? When will it be available? And is there a budget line attached to this project? And what is that budget line?
While we wait for the minister, I'll share with the group that at the conclusion of the NDP questioning this hour, we're going to take a 6-minute break prior to returning to the Liberal caucus. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So the digital solutions, the digital front door has an estimated budget allocation of $3.9 million. And that will be happening as, again, all of these initiatives, as soon as we can implement them. Work is underway, but we will implement as quickly as possible.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Question number 2. I understand that nurse prescribing is being piloted in some hospital ERs for prescription renewals. I'm wondering if the minister can talk about that. Is that looking at being expanded? What needs to be learned before it can become a permanent change?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So I thank the member for the question. So there is a cohort, and I have a number in my head, but I don't want to say it because I don't know if it's accurate or not. But it's a number of individuals. There is training associated with that, as well as a competency. So there's an education component and a competency component. So the first cohort has gone through, and it's been quite successful. And so there will be an expansion of that. Absolutely, it's been a great program.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you. And does the minister have a sense, somewhat like the sick note policy that's coming, does the minister have a sense of how many physician hours it might save to have nurses be able to do that prescribing?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
No, I wouldn't. It would be really, I don't know how I would figure that out, but I can ask. I think it would take a lot of math. I think what it'll do is it will be, again, efficiency, but it will also be an extension as well of primary care providers that the nurse works with. So I think that would be hard to boil to a simple number, but I think it will have significant impact.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Probably the last question I'll get in this round is, the government has closed a number of collaborative emergency centres. My first question is why, and are there others that are slated for closure or transition to urgent care centres? Which ones?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So we'll get that information for the next, hopefully the next hour, but if not, we'll get it to you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Guess I have to use my time, otherwise it gets forfeited. So, great. I could also talk about the question, another question I'm going to ask in case the minister wants to prepare for the next round, which is, could the minister explain, I mean, the minister has already talked about the importance of having those, I forget what now that the term is, but the site where one goes, transition care centers. Could the minister explain the reasoning behind the purchase of...
Order. The time for NDP questioning in this round is over. We will offer our minister and her team 6-minute break. You get priority access to the restrooms because you're the only ones we need for the next to start up again. So 6-minute pause starting now. Order. I reconvene the Subcommittee on Supply. We are beginning another hour of questioning with the Liberal caucus. I turn to the honourable member for Timberlea Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I was actually going to ask about Bayers Lake Outpatient Centre, which I will, but the discussion around collaborative care actually interests me, so I just want to maybe ask a few questions on that to start off. And thank you for all your work that you're doing on behalf of Nova Scotians and, of course, this hardworking staff and the largest department that continues to grow. But on collaborative care teams, I wonder if the minister could provide a number of how many collaborative care teams are operating now versus how many were operating when they took over government.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you. I'll thank the member for the question. We'll get that. I don't have that right in front of me in the materials.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberlea Prospect.
Okay, I find that a bit odd. That was something that we were tracking closely when in government. We had the number of how many, we had targets on how many collaborative care centres we wanted to provide for Nova Scotians. It was definitely a paradigm shift that we needed to embark in because doctors that we were recruiting, especially those newly graduated doctors, wanted to practice in teams. I know the minister is aware of that. So it is a way that we are going to be able to attach more patients to physicians and allied health professionals, and it's in fact how we reduced the list before COVID hit, bringing more nurse practitioners into team-based care, such as the two major clinics near me. In Timberlea, we had a nurse practitioner, and in Hatchet Lake, we had a nurse practitioner, and they've taken on lots of patients in those clinics. So I wonder if there's a target on how many new, I'll ask again. Actually, I'll start with the question that my colleague asked. How many new collaborative care teams are in place now since they've taken over government? So forget about the baseline. We'll get that at a later date, I guess. But how many new ones have come in the 18 months?
Order. Order. I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberlea Prospect.
Okay, I'll wait for the number that we can get. It's probably the most important thing to know about when we're looking at trying to attach, if the idea is to continue to grow our primary health care teams and ensuring that we have more teams, given that the wait list continues to climb at unprecedented numbers. I want to ask, with this budget, how many people do we see are projected to come off the 811 list? What's the projections of starting to actually see that list start to go down?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you. Thank the member for the question. So, you know, we do know that there's 137,000 people on the list. So what we know, the primary drivers for the registration are pretty much consistent across the zone. So about 36% of individuals are new to the area. 25% had a provider that moved or closed their practice. 31% had a provider who retired or has actually given notice. So they continue to have a family practice, but they expect that their primary care provider will retire require, and 8% of people did not need a provider until now. So again, to the previous point, it will depend in terms of the clinician. So each clinician would have a certain number of people who they would be able to attach. A physician attaches so many, a nurse practitioner, and then what the clinic looks like as they extend their practice. So whether they have a family practice nurse or a social worker. So, you know, I don't have a number to offer today, but certainly as these practices evolve, you will see that the list comes down.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Will the list decrease in this mandate?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Yes.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
When will the list decrease beyond where they started from, the baseline of 69,000?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So it's a similar question to the one just before the last one. Like, we really do have to look at the teams that we have in place. We also have to look at our physician retirement and our nurse practitioner retirement. So those projections, the work is happening around that right now. But I believe that these teams, these health homes, will be a recruitment effort and also will support in the expansion of practices. So, you know, I don't really have a way to project that right now, but I'm very confident that the number will start to come down.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Will there be less Nova Scotians on the 811 list in this mandate in order for them to fix health care?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So I believe that the list will be less, but I also want to talk a little bit about the functionality of the list. I think it's really important that we, you know, the money that we're investing in that list will be significant for people. There will be individuals who currently need a family practice perhaps, or are anticipating retirement, that actually don't have regular needs in terms of being able to access their physician. So, you know, what it will help us do is actually triage people, so more complex people get care quicker, get the right care from the right provider in the right place. So I think the functionality of that list is significant. The other thing is when we look at the access, the digital you know, front door that we talk about, it will also allow people to move into the care that they require. So even though I have a family physician for however much longer I will have that person, this opportunity will allow me to know when I can go access, if I can't get an appointment with him, that I can go to a pharmacy for my episodic concerns, or I can go to a mobile unit, or I can go to a variety of different areas. So the attachment is one thing, but it's really essential that we also improve access throughout the province, because access is what gets people to, you know, present late, etc. So they're not the same thing, equally as important, but access is really essential as well.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you. And I picked up on two numbers that were given previously: 14 new collaborative care centers and 37 expanded centers are expected. Maybe you could clarify if that's not correct. Would that be in this fiscal year that we expect to have 14 new health homes and 37 expanded? And do we have an estimate of how many Nova Scotians can be attached to primary care through those investments in new or expanded collaborative care centers in the province?
I love you, Tom. Retention is how we love.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So thank the member for the question. So we expect that there will be 3 new clinics open by the end of this first quarter. So the clinics that are opening, they're primary care clinics and they're collaborative family clinics. So we have 5 new primary care clinics. So primary care clinics are those clinics where individuals who are on the list are referred to primary care clinics to have their care needs met until they're attached permanently to a provider. And there'll also be 3 new collaborative family practice teams. And then we're looking at strengthening the other 37. So that's the strengthening will look at adding resources, working with, potentially the optimization team, looking at what capacity those individuals have. And then, of course, we also have to recruit for individuals who are retiring as well. So it's a bit of a moving target, but we certainly are very focused on it. But we expect to have 3 clinics open by the end of the first quarter. Yeah.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberlea Prospect.
So just to clarify, 3 new ones in first quarter. Is that 3 out of the 14 projected for the fiscal year? I just heard the 14 number. That's correct. Okay. Is one of those primary care clinics set to open as part of, and this is my original thought of asking questions, was Bayers Lake, because as part of the scope of that project was a collaborative family practice team. So I'm wondering if that collaborative family practice team will be opened around the same time that the facility is projected to be open, which is 2023 August. Correct me if I'm wrong on that.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So we can confirm the details, but it won't be the first 3, right? Because the time of that Bayers Lake, the completion, is on schedule, but it's not going to be open in the first quarter.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberlea Prospect.
Okay. So, yeah, I just appreciate in writing if I could get the numbers between the collaborative care teams, the baseline when the current government took over to what it is today. But relative to the Bayers Lake Outpatient Centre that we announced in 2017, this was a project that was opposed by both the party that's now in power and the NDP, but we're thankful that it continues to go forward. The construction was past the halfway point when the new government came in, so that's good, and they're actually expanding with the transition community building, which is great to see. The timeline is for August, so things happen fast. We're now mid-March, so we're months away from that projected opening of the Bayers Lake Outpatient Centre. There was a wide-ranging scope of practice that was there. Lots of visits that had to do with anything basically that's considered kind of routine, not urgent care. So I just want to make sure that I'm going to take this opportunity to confirm that that scope is still in place, and if it has changed, that maybe there's some new additions to the different scopes of practices there. That in fact the family practice team is still part of the project, because of course the challenges with the list growing in the central zone more than any other region, I think is a good opportunity for a really great location to have a large family practice team that includes nurses and doctors and other allied professionals. So to get to the question, are we still on track with the same scope in this project with the family practice team, and will that be really, I think we should be ready for August, and that's why it's important to get these questions in the spring, because we won't be back in the legislature until the fall. So I'd just like the minister to tell me what she can about planning for this facility to open in August and have an operating family practice team so that more Nova Scotians will access, not only in Timberlea Prospect, really frankly all over HRM and perhaps beyond HRM, can come in a convenient location off the 102, 103 and access a family practice team.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you. So thank the member for the question. So certainly the facility, in terms of the information I have, is on track. The substantial completion date is August, with an opening in the fall. Okay. And in terms of the services provided, similar hemodialysis, eye care, diagnostic imaging, med-surg clinics, and certainly the primary care clinic is listed there as well. So the scope hasn't changed.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm wondering if there's anything that can be shared in terms of recruitment. This is a massive healthcare facility, over 100,000 square feet. Presumably, you can't just plop in people to start day one and on opening day in the fall. I would think many of these health professionals will be in training or operating in a different facility. So obviously I am just concerned that we are making sure we're prepared to open with as many healthcare professionals as we can, given the challenges around recruitment. We know that this project has been planned since 2017, so 6 years of construction and then planning, and lots of patients coming off going on to the 811 list. From the South End Clinic especially, I get calls all the time from people, and I'm doing my best to direct them to the successful clinics in Timberley and other areas, but we need this clinic to be ready. So if there's anything that the minister can share in terms of recruitment efforts, I think this is going to be a state-of-the-art modern facility that we can all celebrate, but we need to staff it. So the question is, how are recruitment efforts going at the Bayers Lake Outpatient Centre?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So certainly as part of the planning, as the member mentioned, there has been extensive workforce planning, not just for nurses, physicians, et cetera, but also for the support staff that would be working in the facility. So I would have to get an update in terms of what is a reallocation in terms of staff. But it will be, to your point, it will be a recruitment tool, right? So it will be a new modernized facility, and so it will, without question, draw people to that. So I think it speaks to the recruitment overall that we need in the province, so that if there are people who reallocate to that space, which inevitably there will be, that we have the staff coming in behind them to support that. So, yeah.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and that's all the questions I have. I just want to implore on the department, the minister, to get ready for that facility. It's going to be a really, I think, a gem of the whole QE2 redevelopment plan, and get ready to get staff moving and take some patients off, thousands of patients off the list in Central Zone, and look forward to my invite on opening day.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, sir. I want to thank the minister. We've got a good 40 minutes left, so let's jump right into it. How much will private health care and access to private health care play into this government's health care solutions?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So we are fully committed to a publicly funded healthcare system. So we're not investing in private health. I don't know what the question is really. If people can, we don't have private. This is all publicly funded that we're talking about today.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
So $0 from the healthcare budget will go toward private healthcare or private healthcare procedures or access to private healthcare nurses or physicians. We already know that we're paying nurses. So $0 is going to go toward private healthcare or any type of private healthcare or for-profit procedures, processes, surgeries, operations, staff. What's that? Blood work, anything like that.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So thank the member for the question. So anything that we fund is actually through a public-private partnership. So as an example, if there are contracts with Nova Scotia Health or IWK to deliver services, that would be through the operating budgets of those facilities. Certainly there will be some support with public-private partnerships with pharmacies as an example, but this is an opportunity to make sure that Nova Scotians have access to the care, but there will be no cost at all to individuals who receive these services.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Atlantic.
Respectfully, that wasn't the question. There is a cost to individuals because the money that is in the budget for the healthcare is actually tax dollars. So the question wasn't, will it cost me? The question, or individuals, the question is, will there be more public-private partnerships within the health care and the Department of Health and the Nova Scotia Health Authority to meet some of these benchmarks and some of these mandates that was given to the Minister of Health? And I'll give you an example. We just saw the 18-month mark pass, and in the Minister's mandate letter, there was benchmarks that were around surgeries and wait times that were supposed to be achieved. Those were not achieved. We heard from Karen Olson from the NSHA in the public accounts that those benchmarks have now been pushed out 2 more years. Is there going to be any money, more money, in this current fiscal year and going forward to 2025 on public-private partnerships to reduce wait lists, to reduce waste times, to provide surgeries, to provide procedures, and to provide treatment to Nova Scotians? So the question isn't, is it going to cost Nova Scotians money out of their pocket? Is Nova Scotian tax dollars going to be used to pay private industries and for-profit organizations?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So what I would say is that the money, taxpayers' money, in order to deliver health, have been involved in public-private partnerships for a number of years, and certainly we won't leave any stone unturned. If we can provide care faster and use public-private partnerships to deliver care while we optimize and continue to optimize our publicly funded system, we will do that. We want to make sure that we get people the care that they require, and we will leverage the relationships that have been in place for a number of years, such as Scotia Surgery. Those contracts have been in place for 10 years or more. So we will utilize every available asset in the province using publicly funded money to support people in getting the care that they require.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Atlantic.
Does the minister foresee more publicly funded money being spent in the next 2 to 3 years under her government? More money going to public-private partnerships and going to for-profit healthcare providers? Will the current, so is the money that's being spent today, Will that increase, decrease, or stay the same, in her opinion?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So again, I would say that we will utilize and leverage the assets that we have. We need to maximize our publicly funded system, and it will take us some time to do that. So I anticipate that there will be waxing and waning of the services that we require based on the demand of the services that we need. So as an example, there will probably be less money in terms of our public-private partnership related to vaccination, given the place where we are in terms of this mass vaccination process that we had, over the past 2 years. That public-private partnership may look different this year than it did in the previous 2 years. We may need to leverage some of our surgical private partnerships in order to make sure that people have access to things like cataracts and arthroscopic knee surgeries, et cetera. So, we're going to look at all of the different assets in the province. We're going to leverage that asset and that capability where we can to make sure that Nova Scotians get the care they need when they need it.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Atlantic.
So I'll take that as a yes. So we'll move on to, first of all, has there been any preliminary discussions within her department on increasing access to public-private procedures, public-private for-profit procedures? So is there any discussion, ongoing discussion about strategy or long-term, short-term, medium-term planning that includes for-profit organizations? And has there been any contact, any discussion, or any preliminary feelers put out to anyone within this jurisdiction or outside this jurisdiction that's for-profit healthcare providers?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So thank you to the member for the question. So, we are going to, we want to leverage, again, every asset that we have. And if there is, similarly, if there is a treatment or a procedure that's, not available here but medically insurable and we need to go outside the province, then we would consider that in special instances. But, again, we fully expect to leverage every asset in the province. We want to use our own assets first. And if we can have public-private partnerships that shorten and, the wait times, that provide better access to care, then we are willing to do that. And that will be ongoing work that happens, yes.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Something that's come up over and over and over the last 18 months to 2 years with the skyrocketing of the NEDA doctor list is storage of medical records. People are being charged $200, $300, $400 to store their medical records. This is the charge they're being handed over by the doctors. And my question is, if the government, who was elected on health care, cannot provide a family doctor or access to a family doctor to those 140,000 Nova Scotians and climbing, can they at least cover the cost to store the medical records? Does the minister think it's fair that one day you get a call that you no longer have your family doctor, and then within 24 hours you get a bill for $300? Will the minister advocate for those 140,000 and climbing Nova Scotians who are being charged $300 plus to store their records? And will she assure them that that money will be covered by the Department of Health, the Nova Scotia Health Authority, until they receive a family doctor or access to primary care?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So I thank the member for the question. So certainly in hospital, those are stored and, you know, not really owned, they're partially, but, you know, they are owned, I guess, by the hospital. The issue is with physicians' offices, many of them are independent practitioners, and how they manage the storage of records is actually part of their standard of practice code of ethics through the College of Physicians and Surgeons. So that's one of the things that's really important as we try and attract new physicians, is that we move to an electronic medical record so that we don't have these charts, you know, locked away and placed anywhere. I think if people know that their physicians are leaving, they should be able to ask for their charts in order to have it, because, you know, it is their medical information, but there are standards of practice and code of ethics that you know, govern how records are stored in private offices. I will check on what happens with electronic medical records in terms of how people have access to that.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Atlantic.
So I'm just trying to get an answer to this specific question, because it's costing people a lot of money. So when my doctor left, I was charged a fee to get my records by the medical clinic. They gave me a USB stick with my medical records on it, or I could choose to store my medical records for $300. One was $80, one was $300. So that's the cost. So what I'm asking is, you know, I think one of the primary responsibilities of government is to provide health care to Nova Scotians. We can all agree to that, obviously. Not the easiest thing to do, but you know, so what I'm asking is, I understand that these are independent contractors. I understand that doctors store their records in all different ways, but Nova Scotians should not be faced with a bill at one of the worst healthcare moments of their life, when they lose their family doctor. So, will the minister work with Nova Scotians and cover the cost for getting their medical records, which can be upward to $80 to $100, or storing their medical records, which is over $300? And so one of the ideas that you could do is, obviously doctors bill the medical system. So could they not create a billing ID where they charge Nova Scotia Health Authority or the Department of Health the amount for storage? I don't think it's fair that 137,000 and climbing Nova Scotians now just had to pay money for their health care records. Will the minister commit today to looking into it and finding a solution so it doesn't cost Nova Scotians money out of their own pocket?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So again, I certainly don't mind looking into it. It does sit with the College of Physicians and Surgeons, so that's the first part. We need to meet with the college and understand, or to speak to the college and understand what the rules are around for physicians and what some of the solutions may be for them. And we, you know, it's also another opportunity for us to discuss with Doctors Nova Scotia. So I certainly will look into it.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Atlantic.
One of the things that the minister had mentioned earlier was about inclusion and diversity in the healthcare system. We all can agree that that's extremely important. Does the minister think that we have a very diverse population, obviously? Does the minister agree, or does she think that that diversity is reflected in our current healthcare system?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So I thank the member for the question. So we have heard again and again that we need to increase representation from equity-seeking individuals and communities throughout the province, and certainly, we want to be able to do that. So, we had a community conversation in Cherrybrook, and we were able to speak with a number of individuals in the community who had some ideas around increasing representation. We also have a very good relationship with Dudjagamic, which is the First Nation Health, working with the health directors and the executive director in terms of supporting designated spaces in university, and certainly Hawk has been excellent. I know that there is a cohort going through Dalhousie right now of social workers of African descent. So there's a couple of things. We need to increase representation, and certainly through the work that's happening with immigration, I think that we will succeed. But we also need to work with our historic communities to understand how best to create pathways across government to ensure that there are opportunities, and also that that their communities are reflected in the healthcare system. So it really is around building relationships, seeking opportunities, and working with Hawk, who've been wonderful partners, as well as Dudjagamic. We're also working with ISANS to better understand the individuals who, have come through their offices who have a medical background, and we'll continue to hear from not just our newcomer communities, but also historic communities about how we can do better.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Atlantic.
I want to thank the Minister for the answer. So I would argue that we had a lot of diversity on the board. We had representation from the African Nova Scotian community. We had representation from the Indigenous community. We had some world-renowned individuals that, when fired, were immediately picked up throughout different jurisdictions. And that board was replaced. That was the very first action of this government, was to fire the individuals on the Nova Scotia Health Authority Board who had just received recognition across Canada for their response to the COVID pandemic. So what was the why did this minister think it was appropriate to fire African Nova Scotian representation, Indigenous representation, and replace it with a single person who had no health care expertise at all and no relationships in those communities, as we heard?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So the entire board absolutely was dismissed when we came in. Certainly, we have a health leadership team that consists of 4 individuals: the Deputy Minister Lagasse, Dr. Kevin Orrell, CEO Karen Oldfield, and Janet Davidson, who's appointed as administrator. And we did that because we felt that we needed a very agile decision-making team. We felt that we needed to move quickly. We continue to work in community. There is some very meaningful work happening with Department of Health and Wellness, as well as Nova Scotia Health, doing community engagement sessions throughout the province, speaking with communities, working with associations that represent equity-seeking organizations or equity-seeking communities around the healthcare. So we very much value our relationship with Hawk. We certainly hear directly from the health directors and meet with them regularly to understand the needs of those communities. And so we continue to do that work. We know that at some point a new governance structure will need to go into place, and we are looking at the options for that now, but we will continue with this health leadership team for the foreseeable future.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Atlantic.
So what I heard was the individuals, you replaced African Nova Scotians and individuals and Indigenous individuals who were well respected in their communities, who were already in their communities doing work with COVID and building trust in those communities, and you replace them with a white person, a white person, a white person, a white person. People with no connections to those communities. So I just would like to know, because we never got a firm answer on why those individuals, what was the reasoning behind those individuals being let go, when we know that they had just received credit right across this country and through the United States for their work on COVID. So two questions. Why were they fired? And who ultimately decided they were fired? Did you come into that position and said they have to go? Was that a decision made at the Premier's office? Was it a collaborative decision? Who made the decision? And what reason were they given for being let go?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So when we formed government, as I said just briefly before, we needed a new decision-making team. We needed to be agile. So certainly I spoke with every one of the board members and told them what was happening and explained that we would be seeking a different government structure at a later time. We continue to have the health leadership team in place. It's no disrespect. We very much value the work of the board. This was really to allow us to make decisions in a more a quicker fashion in order to move more quickly. So no disrespect to any of the individuals who were on that board. We know that they contributed, and we'll continue to look at the governance structure moving forward.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Atlantic.
I guess I'm a little confused because we had the best rollout, the quickest rollout, the most efficient rollout when it came to COVID, which was the predominant healthcare issue for the last government. And yet, the minister is now saying that these individuals were not agile enough, that they didn't react quick enough. So I'm a little confused because everybody inside the province and everybody outside of the province celebrated how great of a job these individuals did. And yet, within a week of being hired, the minister saw fit, said that they weren't working fast enough. So again, there was a few questions that were not answered there. One, I guess what we can tell them is you're not agile enough. Two, you did not answer who ultimately made the decision to let the board go. Was it you? Was it the Premier? Or at the time, the individual working with the Premier was Karen Ofield to roll out how all this stuff looked. So was Ms. Ofield involved in that decision-making process? Did you make that decision? Did the Premier make that decision? And was the job for CEO, was it advertised? How did Ms. Ofield fall into that position?
Before I recognize the Minister, I'd like to advise the member for Halifax Atlantic that that's the third time you've asked a very, very similar question, and I'd like you to
in any fashion.
I'd like you to not dispute or interrupt the chair. The rules clearly state that irrelevance and repetition is not accepted. I'd also like to remind the member not to interrupt the chair. And now it pleases me, order. That is a warning, Mr. McGuire. I recognize the member, the Minister, the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So thank you. And again, similarly, the decision was made after we formed government that we would dismiss the entire board and that we would have an agile decision-making team. We thanked the individuals who were on the board for their service. We talked to them. I talked to them directly. That decision was made once we formed government, and we have committed to reevaluating the structure of the board at a later date.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Atlantic.
Who was involved? Which individuals were involved in that decision-making process to remove and dismiss those board members? Which individuals? Who was part of that decision-making process? That's what I'm trying to ask is, were you involved in that? Was the Premier involved in that? Was the Chief of Staff involved in that? Was Karen Ofield involved in that? Which group made that decision? And we know that has to be something you would know because it directly impacted your department. It is the seniorest management in your department. So who exactly was involved in that decision? Who made that decision? Who first approached you about this decision?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So I would say to the member that all new governments make decisions when they come into government and that's the decision that was made as we transitioned to government. We needed to be nimble, and we felt that with healthcare as one of the most pressing issues, if not the most pressing issue for Nova Scotians, that this was a decision that we would undertake as government.
I recognize the member for Halifax Atlantic.
Again, I will ask, and you're going to give me the same answer, which is a non-answer. Were you directly involved in that decision making? Was Karen Oldfield involved in that decision making? Was there any conversations between yourself and Karen Oldfield? Was there any conversations between Karen Oldfield, yourself, the Premier, or any of the Premier staff that you had around this? So, simple question.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
And the simple answer is that all new governments make decisions when they come in. We transition in as government. We make decisions as government. And again, we were committed to looking at what the future of a board governance structure would look like. But at the time this end continues, this health leadership team will be in place for the foreseeable future.
I recognize the member for Halifax Atlantic.
Does the minister not see the conflict of interest here where the individual in charge are helping to make these decisions appointed themselves to this position? So the individual who was responsible and part of the transition team for the Premier of Nova Scotia at the time helped dissolve a board that was world-class, had diversity, and was nimble, even though the minister wants to claim that they're not, and replaced the board with herself. Does the minister not see that? And there's a non-answer coming here, so we're going to assume that someone who was part of the transition team was part of those discussions. So I'm trying to figure out, to your knowledge, was Ms. Oldfield part of the decision to dissolve the Nova Scotia Health Authority Board, yes or no?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So the current board administrator is in fact Janet Davidson, and she would be familiar because she was actually a former CEO of Nova Scotia Health. And because of Janet's long-standing experience in she's a thought leader, not only nationally but internationally. So Janet is actually the administrator and serves as the board in place of the board of directors for Nova Scotia Health.
I recognize the member for Halifax Atlantic.
So again, the question, Mr. Chair, is not being answered. So the question was, and I repeat, and I don't know how to say it any easier, was Ms. Oldfield involved with the dismissal of and the decision-making process around the dismissal of the Nova Scotia Health Authority Board? Not anyone else. That one individual, Karen Oldfield, did she have any discussions with you, with the Premier to your knowledge? Any discussions that you were involved with? Was she involved with the dismissal of the Nova Scotia Health Authority?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you. And again, I will simply say that when we transition in as government, in my role, discussions were had that are private, and we made the decision that we would dismiss the board and that we would appoint an administrator to serve as the function of the board for the immediate future. And we, again, are committed to looking at board structure, but we haven't landed on what that looks like yet.
I recognize the member for Halifax Atlantic.
So the minister said that these discussions are private. Does she not think that an individual in charge of hiring and dismissing the board and then replacing them with herself, does she think that should be privately kept from the public? That somebody who helped get the Premier elected, who was a known political operative, advised the health minister to dismiss the board and replace the nonpartisan non-political board with somebody who's partisan and political? Does she think that information, if it happened, does she think that information should be kept private and away from the public eye?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So as the new government transitioned in, a healthcare leadership team was appointed, and it consisted of the Deputy Minister, it consisted of the CEO of Nova Scotia Health, it consisted of a board administrator, and it consisted of the CEO of the Office of Healthcare Professional Recruitment, and that was the decision that was made.
I recognize the member for Halifax Atlantic.
I'm almost done with this line of questioning. Sorry, I didn't hear. My hearing is actually not the best, so I apologize. But so I'm not trying to be. Did you say that the transition team, the CEO, the current CEO of the Nova Scotia Health Authority, was on the transition team? Was she on the transition team? So the minister doesn't know who was part of the transition team and who helped make the decisions to appoint senior management in the department that she runs?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So I can't speak to any of the discussions of a transition team. What I can say, for the innumerable amount of times I've said it, that when government transitioned in, that a health leadership team was appointed, and it consisted of the CEO of Nova Scotia Health and a board administrator. It consisted of the CEO of Office of Healthcare Professional Recruitment, and it consisted of the Deputy Minister. So those appointments were made, and again, we are very grateful for the work of the board, and I was able to have the opportunity to speak to each of the individual board members and let them know that we appreciated their work and that we were moving forward with a different leadership structure.
I recognize the member for Halifax Atlantic.
And I will have this printed off, and I will table it just so you know. The transition team chair, well, we don't need to go through every single member, but Karen Oldfield was part of the transition team who appointed herself to the head of the Nova Scotia Health Authority. And this was a news release on August 18th, 2021, labeled "Incoming Premier Tim Houston names his transition team." So Karen Oldfield was part of the transition team, a transition team that appointed and fired. First, they dismissed the Nova Scotia Health Authority, and then they appointed a new head of the Nova Scotia Health Authority. Does the minister not see that as a conflict of interest?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So certainly the interim CEO was appointed, as was the interim or the current board chair. The board chair was appointed as the interim CEO by the former government. Janet Davidson served as the interim CEO of Nova Scotia Health for a period of time, is my understanding. So these decisions are made all the time. And so, again, we have a health leadership team that is stewarding our healthcare system, and we will continue with this model for the foreseeable future.
I recognize the member for Halifax Atlantic.
The minister keeps saying the foreseeable future. So when Ms. Oldfield was when she first appointed herself as head of the Nova Scotia Health Authority, it was under a temporary position, right? This is what it's a transitional period for the government. They had just fired some of the most qualified health officials in the world and replaced it with a singular person. So my question to the minister is, you keep saying that in foreseeable future. So the future has now been 2 years, so that's the past. When will there be a new board that is reflective of the diversity and culture of Nova Scotians?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So I thank the member for the question. So just to be clear, the board was replaced with the board administrator, who is Janet Davidson. Janet Davidson acts as the board administrator, which is a representation of who is the board. So one person. So We are currently looking at a variety of different models to best understand what the governance structure. We absolutely want to make sure it's representative, and we want to make sure that it's meaningful. That's not to say that work has not been happening around a health equity framework. There's been a number of different consultations. The health equity framework will be tabled this summer. There's been a lot of work strengthening our relationships in equity-seeking communities across the province. We are very committed to that. We speak with Hawk on a regular basis. We meet with Dudgegamic on a regular basis. We are working with ISANS to better understand the newcomer population and expanding healthcare services to them. So we continue to work, and we will continue to work, because we want representation not only in our system with healthcare providers, but also to make sure that the services we provide are safe and culturally appropriate.
I recognize the member for Halifax Atlantic.
We're almost off this topic. To your knowledge, has Ms. Oldfield ever attended a partisan PC political function like an AGM, like any type of partisan function to do with the Nova Scotia Progressive Conservative Party?
Order. On the advice of the clerk, that line of questioning does fall beyond the scope of things that are within Minister Thompson's purview in her capacity as Minister of Health and Wellness. I recognize the member for Halifax Atlantic.
When will Ms. Oldfield be replaced with a permanent, with a permanent position, an individual? We know that this is a temporary assignment for Ms. Oldfield. She's been in it for 2 years now. Can you tell us when that position will be filled, and what is the current salary for Ms. Oldfield annually?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So I would say that the current health leadership team will be in place for the foreseeable future up to and including till the end of this mandate. I don't know. I'll have to check.
I recognize the member for Halifax Atlantic.
If the minister could table the salary for the annual salary, and if there's been any salary increases, that'd be great. I wish I could get a temporary position that lasted for the foreseeable future, but here we are. So again, we're going to look at facts. Facts are, at one point we had the most diverse health board and leadership in the country that gave the best response to COVID. Before COVID, no matter what the government wants to say, there were months where the need a family doctor list was decreasing. There was massive structural investments, which this government has patted themselves on the back for, which is they were up there putting hard hats on in Cape Breton. They're in Bears Lake. We see the QE2 redevelopment. All of these things were happening, and the healthcare outcomes were moving in a positive direction. This government got in within a week, threw a grenade in it, blew it all up, had somebody self-appoint themselves as the head of the Nova Scotia Health Authority, refuses to keep numbers and facts, and every single statistic and every single number in the healthcare system has gotten worse. The wait list has gotten worse. The wait list for family docs has gotten worse. Surgery wait times have gotten worse. Offload times are horrendous.
Order.
There's more ER closures than ever before.
Order.
There is a correlation.
The time for that round of Liberal questioning is expired. We'll turn now to the NDP, and I believe there is 37 minutes on the clock. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Well, thank you. I've been upgraded to an honourable member, so that's good. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So where we left off, Mr. Chair, Mr. New Chair, is I had asked the minister about the closure of a number of collaborative emergency centres. So I'm wondering why they were closed. Are there others slated for closure? Are there others slated for transition to urgent care centres, and which ones?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Oh, welcome. So just to the member's question, so we haven't closed any CECs. New Waterford was closed for renovations, but Pugwash, Parsborough, Tatamagouche, and Annapolis have moved to urgent treatment centres. So the care it provided continues there, and then North Sydney, when it's built, will also function as an urgent treatment centre.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Thanks. Sorry. I hit the wrong response there. My question is, oh yes, forgive my ignorance, but are there any others? Any other centres that still exist as CECs that are going to be transitioned, or has the minister named them all now?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So there are two CECs, Twin Oaks and Middle Muscatawbet, and they're just early days of community conversations to understand the model of care, whether it would be continue as that or urgent treatment centres.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Can the minister outline the minister just mentioned that care continues, but my understanding is that the care is actually quite different in the model of a CEC to an urgent care centre, and so could the minister explain sort of what level, so at Pugwash, the ones that the minister mentioned, Pugwash, Parsborough, what kind of care is available to those communities at those centres?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So the CECs would be partially staffed by physicians, but there would be periods of time where they would be staffed by nurses and advanced care paramedics. And the urgent treatment centres are staffed by physicians as well as nursing staff to support them. So urgent treatment centres are not life-threatening but conditions, but unexpected. So a variety of different things. And this model is based on when we look at the data, what generally people present to emergency rooms with that are low acuity. So a lot of episodic complaints, mild abdominal pains, things like that, so that they can be worked up by a primary care provider, a physician, and then referred on to other sources of care if required, or treated and released.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Are there differences in the operating hours in general? Like, I know that there are times when centres have to close because, of staffing shortages or whatever, but in a perfect world, like, what are the differences in the way that they are open?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So staffing models dictate really the amount of time that the facilities are open, and also staff availability. So urgent treatment centres generally have predictable and stable hours, and that varies depending on the community. CECs, when there are staff available, would be open 24/7.
I recognize the honourable member of Dartmouth North.
So, okay. But at a CEC, an emergency, like someone in an emergency situation can present at a CEC and get treated with emergency medicine. I want to make sure I'm understanding this. But at an urgent care center, if someone is in an emergency, can they go to the urgent care center and get care, or do they need to call 911 and go to a regional emergency department or a bigger emergency department? So I guess I just want to understand that difference, and also, that's my first question.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So not a short answer. So a couple things. So urgent treatment centers would be staffed by a physician. It would be for unexpected, probably, in some ways episodic care, like something that people were not predicting. So abdominal pain, as an example, would be something. People are taken now, because of our emergency room system, because of the care that we provide and the varying levels of emergency room care, as well as the varying levels of physicians, we actually have protocols that dictate where people go and when. So I use the example of a stroke all the time. If people are experiencing symptoms of a stroke, they will absolutely be bypassed every emergency room until they get to a regional site where they can have a diagnostic CT scan. So the CT scan decides whether or not you get medication to dissolve a clot, or whether or not you come to Halifax because you have a bleed, because there's two reasons that you can have a stroke. So in fact, we would, regardless of how many were open, we would bypass, our emergency health services would bypass every hospital in order to get to a CT scan, because there's a very defined window of time, right? So it's a little bit depends on why people call. Similarly with trauma, if we have somebody that's experienced significant trauma, there is trauma designations throughout our emergency rooms. So at a CEC, if they were to come and get care, they would receive stabilizing emergency care from sometimes a physician, but depending on the hours of the day, they would actually see a nurse and an advanced care paramedic. In our system now, our emergency health services, an ACP and PCPs in the back of an ambulance now have access to a physician in the comm center 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And so based on that, that team, there's actually a trifecta. There's a registered nurse, there's a critical care paramedic, and there's a physician. And when 911 is called, this trifecta supports the reason the person has called, and they actually help decide where that person goes. So it's really around a status plan, and that is what we're working towards all the time. We have the medical comms. These are emergency room physicians who work in the comm center, who support paramedics, and actually will support patients in the field as well, depending on what's happening, in order to divert folks to the type of care that they require. So urgent treatment centers in some places, and we are, understanding what the services are, there may be people who have low acuity who are able to present there. And I think about some communities as an example that maybe you and I couldn't go with a low acuity issue from an ambulance, but people living in long-term care could, as an example. So we are working out the model in terms of the support. Urgent treatment centers are really, they're working very, very well. People are very pleased with the service. It's meeting the needs of the communities that they're in, but there is an opportunity, I think, to understand how better to serve the communities that they are. So for low acuity EHS transfers, potentially, but not all right now.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move on to the purchase of the Cresco Hotel. So this is, I alluded to this at the end of the last session too. I'm wondering if I understand the need and usefulness of step-down housing, as it were. We discussed that in the last session, but I'm wondering about this particular purchase, especially given the report that it wasn't really appropriate, according to the experts, for the use that the government wanted to buy it for. So I'm wondering if the minister can explain the reasoning behind the purchase, and is there a cost estimate to renovate it into what is actually needed?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So, you know, this is a complex file. So I can speak to the model of care and the expectation of what the opportunity that helps us in terms of outflow and the service provision and things like that. But in terms of the actual structure itself, those are questions that would be better left for Public Works. Yes. Yeah. Okay. I was going to say Minister Lamb.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Okay. In case the minister thought I had already asked my primary care questions, now I'm going to ask my primary care questions. So some of them may be repeats, but I don't think so. Okay, family health teams. Other provinces have announced plans and are in various stages of rolling out family health team models. Can the minister tell us exactly what is in the budget for the expansion of collaborative models? So not just what's in the budget for primary care, but in the expansion of the collaborative models.
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you. So in the bundle of the primary health care money, I would say 18 million, 20 million of the 31 will be directed to that.
Recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Great, thank you very much. British Columbia has overhauled its fee-for-service system in order to incentivize collaborative primary care models. I'm wondering if we are looking at an overhaul of ours.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Again, there's never a straightforward answer. So what I will say is, BC had predominantly a fee-for-service environment, and actually the model that they've implemented is an APP, alternative payment plan environment. So in Nova Scotia, we have 3 models. So we have fee-for-service, and we have a portion of our physicians who work there in terms of primary care. Who work in that model. We have alternative payment plans. So these are our salaried physicians who, work throughout the province. And we also have a new, an emerging model called blended capitation, which is actually a blend of the both of those. So, and then we also have our AFP physicians who, are our academic physicians as well. So we continue to look at the models. There's a number of models. We know that, we kind of just assume that there's a certain age range of individuals, newer physicians like APPs, and for the most part they do, but I know that there are a number of more junior or, mid-career physicians who continue with fee-for-service. So I think what's really unique about us in Nova Scotia is that, in fact, we offer choice, which I think is one of the reasons why we've been successful with recruitment and retention of physicians. We hear people say, oh, get rid of fee-for-service altogether, but in fact, there's a number of physicians that quite like fee-for-service. It's fits with the way they work, it fits with their value system, they like it, they can kind of anticipate, things like that. So what we hear is that we really need to be we need to be very flexible with physicians, and so these options are very important. And I think the other piece is too, fee-for-service, looking at as we move into these models, really understanding accountability, understanding when we have salaried physicians, supporting them, understanding what it is that they want, and making sure that there are accountability structures in place for them. So the work with Doctors Nova Scotia is ongoing. We're in negotiations now, and certainly family practice folks have been very helpful at the table, and we're interested in hearing more from them as the negotiations continue.
Recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Yeah, okay, so a couple things from that. Thank you to the Minister for that answer. I guess I wonder where the government sits. I understand the flexibility is important. We don't want to, especially with our existing physicians, we don't want to alienate them and say, now you have to change after doing something 30 years one way and 5 years the next way or whatever. I get that. But I also understand that there is, we have a value, and we're investing heavily in a collaborative model, which would suggest, I think, a true collaborative model. Definitely an APP works better than a fee-for-service model if we're talking about a newly set up practice. And so I can't really kind of square that circle. But then the other thing is that we don't seem to be doing a great job of retaining our new physicians, at least of late. The new recruits. There's been a number that have come and then left again, and of recruiting new ones. So I just want to know, where is this model or the change of model in the conversation when it comes to retention and recruitment?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you. So thank the member for the question. So we actually are retaining roughly around 70% of the residents that are in the province. And I think that speaks to the model of the residents, right? So that's across, you know, a variety of different things, which I think is important, and it's up significantly. I don't have the, you know, the baseline year over year, but it is up significantly. So I think, you know, the model of payment is really an essential part of that. I also will say that recently, in the last number of months, through the Welcome collaboration, which is predominantly run by the College of Physicians and Surgeons, it's actually looking at a different way. So physicians who came from outside of the country, internationally educated graduates, our system is very different. Every system has its own uniqueness, and I think some of them, particularly who were coming into communities, felt a bit overwhelmed. So there is a new program that started with Nova Scotia Health, Department of Health and Wellness, you know, a variety of people under the kind of umbrella of the college to do orientation with these new physicians to help support them and also kind of connect them, show them the different connections. So if they are billing, you know, wondering how to get, how to navigate the system, we really do need to mentor and support them. So there has been a lot of work done around. So retention of our residents is significant, much higher than it has been in the past. But also just the work and talking to physicians and understanding why they're leaving. Some people will come for a period of time knowing fully well that they're going to go. And I also think that's why the Atlantic license is such a great tool for us in the province, because it provides economic mobility. And if there are physicians, because some physicians do simply want to practice. I met a physician that works in a primary care clinic, internationally educated graduate, licensed in Nova Scotia, does not want to take on a practice, but willing to work in a primary care clinic, which is a very similar environment, but not with the same responsibilities, because that physician does want to be able to experience different places, although that physician's been here for an extended period of time. So the economic mobility that Atlantic license will give us will allow physicians to kind of move around if locums are of interest to them. But I also think it's going to help us share the talent as well. It's going to allow more mobility and competency throughout the Atlantic region. So, you know, those are some of the things that we've done to try and make this practice environment more appealing to individuals, and you know, feeling that we've had success, and doing exit interviews, understanding when people leave why, and how can we improve for individuals. Would prefer to catch them before they go, but certainly there's been a lot of work around understanding if physicians only stay for a period of time, why they're leaving.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
So 70% of residents are being retained. Can the minister tell us how many primary care residents are being retained each year, and what the percentage of the primary care residents that are being retained? Because presumably 70% of residents, that's across all of the residencies, so might not have any real bearing on how many primary care physicians are staying.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So I'd have to check that specific subspecialty. I'd like to understand that. But I just want to say that this week we actually had the CARMS match. So we have introduced 10 new residency seats for Nova Scotians who are internationally educated medical graduates. And so that CARMS match happened on Wednesday. So we'll have 10 additional folks with connections or from Nova Scotia who will have matched into that program, which is really exciting.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
So there's been a lot of different information from the government about what the approach is to doctors who are looking to transition their practice, either because of retirement or because they're burnt out and cannot practice family medicine any longer. The Premier says that all doctors will be supported, but multiple doctors have gone public saying that when they ask for help, they can't reach an agreement with Nova Scotia Health. Either they can't find a doctor to replace them, or they cannot have a nurse funded to work in their clinic unless they agree to increase their patient roster. So we've talked a little bit about this already, but I'm wondering if the minister can speak any more to this, you know, and to the question that's has been asked several times this week already, which is, why not help the clinics that are open and the doctors that are practicing stay practicing, so we don't lose those doctors and add more people to the wait list and keep patients attached, no matter the cost. We've heard from this government that at all costs or no matter the cost. So where again, I'm trying to square the circle. No matter the cost, whatever the cost, but how come 4 doctors can't get a nurse and still not have to take on patients? You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So I thank the member for the question. So, you know, we do want to be supportive of practices, and so recently there was a hotline set up so that physicians can phone in. When we add additional resources, we do need to look at attachment, right? So sometimes it's a replacement physician, and so if there's an opportunity, you know, we need to look at a number of reasons. So if there's a practice and we need replacement physicians, so somebody's transitioning out and we need a new person to come in, we really need to try and match that person with the practice. So some practices that perhaps were you know, in existence for extended periods of time, they aren't always as maybe, I don't know, like they maybe not be as attractive to a new graduate, as an example. So perhaps there's still people, and I have no idea about the practices, so this isn't specific. So perhaps there is no collaborative team there, or perhaps they still have paper charts, or, you know, there's a variety of different reasons. So for that reason, sometimes it's hard to recruit into an existing practice, as an example. That's why we have the practice optimization team. That's why we want to offer support. So it is really important that we know somebody is transitioning out of their practice, but it also is important that we, you know, if people, we can't add resources to see the same amount of people. So there is an expectation, if we're going to add resources, we're going to do optimization of that practice. We're going to look at the practice that's in front of us. Where are the opportunities for efficiencies? What are the things that we can do to support the practice and care for the patients that are there? But if we add a nurse practitioner as an example to that practice, the expectation is that that nurse practitioner would take on an extra panel. So there is, if we have a family practice nurse who's going to look after a certain variety of things, that should in fact open the opportunity for people to have access to care. So those are things that we have to work out with those practices, which is why the discussion is so important in advance.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you. But there's a couple of things there. So first of all, I know that when a Nova Scotia Health new like family practice opens, or, you know, like I'll use the example of the Preston, North Preston Health Center, whatever the actual name of that is. But like in that's a turnkey Nova Scotia Health home, right? Like that is the definition of what that is, in my understanding. And so when those physicians were recruited there, presumably they weren't asked to take on 4,000 people in their panel or 3,500 people in their panel. My understanding is that those salaried positions, the panels are less, because it doesn't make any sense to be working 18 hours a day treating patients or seeing patients for only 5 minutes at a time. You know, the care is not going to be as good generally. Large generalization there. But if doctors can spend more time with people, then presumably the care is going to be effective at least. So if a clinic has had historically, like 70-year-old doctors who have had through 3,500 patients for their whole life, doesn't it make sense that if you're replacing that doctor, if that doctor wants to retire and you're bringing on a new doctor, to actually change the model so that the new doctor is not saddled with the same stress and you know, difficulties that the retiring doctors are facing? I just don't understand it. Like, we know it's not good to work 18 hours a day or to work 7 days a week or to feel like I can't go on a vacation because, you know, everyone's going to fall apart around me. Like, that's not a good way to live. It's unhealthy. And so my question, like, I guess, so I'm getting back to this whole thing about, like, bringing on new patients. My understanding is that, you know, also bringing in the other part of this, which is that since people have very hard time accessing specialists now, we're hearing from family physicians or primary care providers that they are having to do a lot more. Their patients are sicker because they're not able to see the specialist. There's a whole bunch of stuff going on there. So does it not make sense to stop, like, to be flexible? We've heard the word flexible several times. Why can we not be flexible with either, you know, spreading out a whole bunch of patients over 5 people so that everyone's working a little bit less, rather than adding more people? Oops, sorry, Ledge TV. Adding more people and then adding, you know, then bringing someone in. It's a zero-sum game, as far as I can tell, which contributes or doesn't help alleviate any stress or difficulty on behalf of the providers. Sorry.
Before I recognize the minister, I just want to clarify the clinic that the member referenced. I believe it's the North Preston Community Care Clinic. Just wanted to make sure that it was properly named here in the House. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So there's a lot in there. So as an example, if we have a family practice that we are not able to recruit to, so to get the actual replacement physician, to some degree, we need to work with the outgoing physician to understand, you know, in what role they want to play, transfer in, transfer out of practice. But if that is not an appealing practice to a new individual, we may actually want to look at the practice environment for the new physician and then attach patients to them. Do you see what I mean? So we may just simply find a practice environment where that person wants to work and shift the patients, as opposed to trying to pound a round peg into a square hole, or whatever that saying is, right? So there's a variety of different things. We have 137,000 people on the list, so we have to be very focused on investments that are going to add to attachment and to access. So, you know, currently the physician line in the budget is significant. So it's roughly around $1 billion. So if we triple the number of physicians in this province and never actually tripled the amount of attachment or access that we tried to do, it would be $3 billion for exactly the same amount of care. So we have to be really mindful and innovative, which is why those health homes are such an important part for us. We need to expand the scope, making sure that we're utilizing individuals to the best of their ability and build those teams. It is going to take a while, and that's why we're saying if physicians could let us know through that hotline to give us a couple of years to look at what the practice environment is, look at what perhaps we can set up, look at residents, look at return to service, try and match them. It's not as easy as it sounds. So it really is important that, you know, while we want to support the people in practice and the people that are already attached, we also have to be mindful that every investment has to lead to either more access or more attachment. And we can do that in really innovative ways, and particularly in team-based care.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Just for the record, Mr. Chair, it doesn't sound easy. The minister said it's not as easy as it sounds. It doesn't actually sound easy. It sounds very complicated. So I know that my colleague from the Liberal Party asked this question, but I didn't get to hear the answer. So the government canceled the family doctor incentive for the Central Zone. My first question is, why? And is there a plan to reinstate it?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So I thank the member for the question. So the answer is the same as one. Oh, you didn't hear it. Okay. So, when we formed government, what we realized is that the incentive was anyone that received the incentive, 60% of people who received the incentive settled in HRM. And as a result, we had a significant gap in terms of our rural access to care, rural settlement. So, and the Office of Healthcare Professional Recruitment, the suggestion from them, from the CEO at the time, was that we should reconsider and make sure that there was a rural incentive to support access throughout the province, which is what we did. So here we are. We continue to look. There's been population growth, and there's also been a number of retirements. So as I've said before, we're at the table with Doctors Nova Scotia. We're constantly reviewing ways in which we can support our workforce, as recently as not just physicians but nurses and all of the other healthcare professionals that we need, because we are so nobody prepared for a day that we all knew was coming, right? So we are open to it. We did need to spread that around. 60% of people coming into recruits coming into one area, we had to spread that around. We're very committed to making sure that everyone has access to primary care, and so we'll continue to reevaluate those as we move forward.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
So, yeah, I mean, it makes sense that, 60% versus 50%. We have a lot of people in the central zone. That's probably, at this point, more than half of the population of the province. So it makes sense that that many people were, even then, I know that, as my son would say, no offense, Mr. Chair, but I have my neighbor in, middle Dartmouth, their family doctor was in Mineville. No offense, Mr. Chair. You represent Mineville, don't you? Oh, I thought it was, sorry. In any case, they were right in the middle of the city, but we're traveling quite a distance. Listen, I'm just going to babble for a second here. I want to ask about the mobile clinics that are operated by a private company. Is it being considered by the department that the model of the mobile clinic could be a publicly run entity?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Probably have to continue this, but we are using, it's a public-private partnership, so they are publicly funded. There's no cost. They have capacity in order to deliver that care, which has been very, very successful. So until the system has its own capacity, we will continue that public-private partnership.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Can the minister tell me what the number budgeted for mobile primary care is for this coming year?
Order. The time allotted for consideration of estimates on supply has elapsed for the day. I would like to take a moment to thank the minister and her team for the wonderful 4 hours that we've just spent together. I will note that the NDP has 23 minutes remaining on this hour of questioning, and I will now turn to recognize our government host leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move that the committee do now rise and report progress and beg leave to sit again on a future date.
The motion is carried. The committee will now rise and report its business to the House.
to order. The chair of the Committee of Whole House on Supply reports.
The Committee of the Whole House on Supply has met and has made some progress and begs leave to sit again.
I recognize the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That concludes government business for the day. I move that the House do now rise to meet again on Tuesday, March 28th, between the hours of 1 p.m. and 9 p.m. Following daily routine and QP, we'll be moving into Committee of the Whole House on Supply to deal with budget estimates, and then we'll be looking at second reading of Bill 273 and 262 if time permits. And just to note that law amendments will also be held on Monday, March 27th at 10 a.m. Have a wonderful weekend and drive safe going home.
The motion is that the House rise to meet again on March 28th from 1 p.m. between the hours of 1 p.m. and 9 p.m. Would those in favor of the motion please indicate aye. Aye. Contrary minded, nay. Motion is carried. We stand adjourned until March 28th. Thank you.